Hey guys. This is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter faced a prophecy darker than Voldemort. Here is short summary. In his 6th year, Harry discovers a hidden prophecy, one even Dumbledore feared. As old enemies resurface and strange allies emerge, Harry must face a darkness greater than Voldemort, and decide what kind of hero he's willing to become. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. The reasons for Harry's unusual enjoyment of this summer, the one between his 5th and 6th years at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, was twofold. Firstly, he was not spending his holiday in the terrible presence of the Dursleys, but was rather safely ensconced in the comforting and loving environment of the Burrow and surrounded by the people he considered to be his true family, the Weasleys. The second reason that Harry was enjoying his summer was currently lying beside him in the bed with her head gently resting on his chest and one arm thrown over his waist. Harry smiled serenely as his fingers traced abstract patterns on the warm skin of Ginny's bare shoulder. The sun had begun to rise into the morning sky and rays of soft sunshine beamed through the windows, suffusing the bedroom with a golden glow. Continuing to stroke his hand up and down Ginny's arm, Harry thought back over the summer, undoubtedly the best summer of his life, and how he came to be sharing a bed with such a lovely young woman. To say the circumstances were unusual would be an understatement. If nothing else, they were at the very least interesting. Harry's smile took on a wry aspect as he recalled how his summer had literally started off with a loud bang. 3 of them, actually, and all very loud. His fingers paused in their feather-light caress of Ginny's arm as he remembered the sharp pain when Uncle Vernon had shot him in the chest. Harry had had his brushes with death before, enough so that he and the Grim Reaper were almost on a first-name basis, but this time it had been a particularly close call. If it had not been for Ginny, who now slumbered peacefully in his arms, Harry would likely have not survived the experience. Still, several good things had come from it, not least of which was Harry finally being able to complete his animagus transformation. The complete and utter destruction of Privet Drive was a bonus as well, not to mention that Harry got to spend the remainder of the summer at the Burrow with the Weasleys. After waking up from his ordeal, lying underneath a very underdressed Ginny, things had almost returned for what passed as normal in the Weasley household. Granted, it had taken a great deal of explaining on both Harry and Ginny's part to convince Mrs. Weasley that Ginny had to be BPD in order to establish the mental connection that was instrumental in Harry's revival. They were still trying to find a way to get revenge on Loki and Osiris for that little prank, but there was not much they could do to disembodied memories. Unfortunately, that night Harry and Ginny had gone to sleep in their respective beds, Ginny in her room on the 3rd landing, Harry in Ron's room on the top floor. Their sleep could not be called restful as they had both shared one of Harry's customary visions surrounding Voldemort's actions for the future. After jerking awake, they had met downstairs, out in the back garden on the small grassy knoll that soon became their special meeting place. That was where the rest of the Weasley family had found them the following morning, sitting on the ground and watching the sunrise in each other's embrace. The next 4 nights had been an almost perfect repeat of the first, with the sole exception being that the 2 teenagers were woken by nightmares, rather than a vision. They would both wake at the same time, having shared their slumbered horrors, and would be unable to return to sleep for the remainder of the night. Away from Hogwarts, and the tender ministrations of Madame Pomfrey, Harry and Ginny had no access to any dreamless sleep potion. Outside of registered medical facilities, the potion was notoriously difficult to get hold of. Thus the pair were soon showing the strain of far too little sleep during the nights. The drawn and taut look did not, from what everyone had told him, suit Harry and most certainly did not suit Ginny's fine features. At which point, on the 5th night, they had discovered a substitute. Surprisingly enough, it actually worked, and without any of the problematic side effects that commonly occurred from frequent use of dreamless sleep potion. Of course, Mrs. Weasley was concerned about an entirely different set of side effects when she found out. It had started just as it always did. The nightmare, this time one of Ginny's, a distorted memory of Tom Riddle's emerging from his diary inside the Chamber of Secrets, had caused Harry to jerk awake. His breath had been ragged and he could feel the sweat soaking his t-shirt. After taking a few minutes to regain his composure and steady his wildly beating heart, Harry had got ready to step out of bed and go downstairs to join Ginny. He had just managed to throw the bedspread aside, checking to make sure he did not disturb Ron during his departure, when the door to Ron's room opened with a low creak. Even without the faint silver glow of the moon, proving just enough illumination for him to make out the features of her face, Harry had known it was Ginny. Without a word spoken, or a thought made, Ginny had crossed over to Harry's bed. He had immediately divined Ginny's intentions and shifted in the bed to make space for her. Once she had lain down beside him, Harry pulled the covers over them both as she snuggled up close against him. Unlike before, when they would sit together in silence and wait for the coming dawn, the pair had quickly drifted back to sleep. Holy crap! Ginny, what are you doing? That had been the rather startled exclamation that had jolted Harry and Ginny into semi-wakefulness the next morning. Having finally managed to return to sleep after their nightmare, the two teenagers had been naturally reluctant to wake up at what would normally be a decent hour, opting rather to seize the opportunity and sleep in. Thus it was that Ron, whose room they were in, had woken up before they did. After his customary moaning and groaning in protest, Ron had pulled himself to his feet, only to discover that he was not alone. Ron had become accustomed, over the past week, to waking up to find Harry's bed empty and Harry himself already downstairs. Naturally, he'd been somewhat surprised to note, if belatedly, that the room's second bed was still occupied. A moment later he'd realized that it was doubly occupied. A moment after that he recognized who it was that had joined Harry. Unfortunately, he'd chosen to voice his shock rather loudly. Not surprisingly, Harry and Ginny had had a somewhat extreme reaction to being roused from their peaceful slumber. Ron, however, had had to be revived by Mr. Weasley before either of the two could begin their profuse, if confused, apologies. Harry, having been sharing the room with Ron, had had his wand close at hand and had quickly snapped it up as he woke, swinging it towards Ron in a blur. It had been sheer luck that Ginny had moved at the same time and jerked her right arm in Ron's general direction. This action had probably saved Ron's life as Ginny's arm collided with Harry's and diverted his aim upwards towards the ceiling, thus sparing Ron from being on the receiving end of a curse that had blown a foot-wide hole in the roof and almost killed the ghoul in the attic. The poor creature was so traumatized by the near miss that it was nearly a month before it had recovered enough to resume clanking its chains. Unfortunately, Ginny's aim had not been deflected and her wandlessly cast stunning spell had managed to knock Ron off his feet and across the room, to slump, unconscious, against the far wall. Doubtless to say, Mrs. Weasley had ranted and raved for nearly an hour before calming down enough to let Harry and Ginny try to explain what had happened. Eventually she had relented that perhaps it was not that bad a thing if it allowed the two of them a decent amount of sleep, although she would have preferred some advanced warning about it. Even so, Molly had insisted that Ginny return to her own bed that night. And so she had. The following morning, upon noticing that neither Harry nor Ginny were down yet, Molly had sent Percy upstairs to check on them. She'd felt that Percy was the most responsible of her children and thus a perfect choice to confirm her suspicions that Ginny had once again sneaked out of her room to join Harry. Everybody had been highly surprised when Percy had barged into Ron's room only to find it occupied by only his younger sibling and with Harry nowhere in evidence. Being the studious and logical person that he was, Percy had quickly deduced that this probably meant Harry had ventured into Ginny's room instead. Nobody had been highly surprised, except Percy, when a barrage of curses and hexes greeted him upon barging into his only sister's room. This time it had been Ginny who had grabbed her wand, blowing an even larger hole in the wall next to her door than Harry had the ceiling. Fred and George were still teasing her about the fact that she had unwittingly created a new window for her room, although they were puzzled as to why she had made it looking inside the burrow instead of outside. They continued to bring this up long after Bill had repaired the damage, that same day. Percy, for his part, had been unfortunate enough to cross paths with Harry's runaway wandless magic, which had resulted in something that young Weatherby, which the twins still teased him about, would never be able to live down. Ron had said it was the best thing he had seen since Draco Malfoy, the amazing bouncing ferret, had graced Hogwarts halls. Fred and George had been inspired to create a thin-bottomed trick cauldron that produced the same results. Ginny had thought it was both a hilarious and appropriate punishment for barging in without knocking. Harry had spent the next week apologizing for the mishap. Mr. Weasley had had to work together with Harry and Bill for nearly 3 hours to restore Percy. The problem had lain in the fact that Harry had been very bleary-eyed at the time and his magic unfocused. All things considered, it was an accomplishment that Percy's transfiguration had been properly completed. Percival Weasley, the amazing flapping secretary bird. Harry shook his head and wondered if the young minister in the making would ever forgive him for the experience. It had taken a great deal to convince Percy that it had truly been an accident and not a malicious attempt on his life. It was perhaps fortunate for both Harry and Ginny that everyone, well nearly, had been too busy worrying about Percy to berate them for sneaking about again. Molly had eventually recovered from her mild panic attack and, with an air of resignation, sat Harry and Ginny down at the kitchen table before lunch. "You're going to do this again," she had said, stating it as a fact, not a question. "Yes," Harry and Ginny had replied in unison. Molly had frowned, her eyes darting about as she tried to consider the situation from every possible angle. After several minutes of silent deliberation, she had looked up at the two waiting teenagers and asked, "Why?" They had turned to look at each other, conversing with their thoughts about how to respond. To Molly, it must have seemed as if they were engaging in the elusive silent communication that some couples are able to achieve. Harry and Ginny, who had known this is what it looked like, had decided to play along since they were, for the time being, unwilling to admit to anyone the special connection that had formed between them. "Well, go ahead and tell her." "Me? You should be the one to tell her. She's your mother." "What's that have to do with it? She knows you better. You're her only daughter." "Yes, and you're the famous boy who lived. How exactly does that make me the ideal candidate? Do you remember that little incident during my first year? Kind of hard not to forget something like that. Well, after that, nobody in my family considers me able to make responsible decisions. You, on the other hand." "Responsible? I deliberately stepped in front of a killing curse." "Of course you did. You're a hero and heroes do stupid things like that. Besides, Mum adores you." "Yeah, but you're her daughter. She won't kill you for this." Harry and Ginny's conversation had continued along this vein for quite a few minutes, alternating between arguments and counter-arguments regarding which of them should explain the situation. For some reason, probably the fact that Molly was known for her ability to change into a saber-toothed tiger without needing to be an animagus, they were a tad reluctant to have this discussion with her. "It feels right," Ginny had finally told her mother. "It feels warm. And when we're together, I don't feel afraid anymore." "Ginny, this is happening very quickly, and what you're talking about is a very big step," Molly had observed, watching the two of them closely with what looked like a worried eye. Harry had easily understood her reservations about Ginny and him beginning the physical aspect of their relationship. After all, Ginny was her daughter. She naturally had to know for certain that they both knew the possible consequences of such a decision before she could let the issue rest. Harry would not have expected any less from the kind and caring person that was Molly Weasley. After shifting her gaze from one anxious teenager to the other, Molly had ventured, "Perhaps it would be better if the two of you took a little time to make sure that this is truly what you want." "It is what we want, Mrs. Weasley," Harry had answered. "It's what we need, Mum," Ginny had immediately reinforced Harry's words. She looked at her mother with a pleading gleam in her bright brown eyes. Harry had reached out to place a comforting hand on her shoulder. "I honestly can't say if what we have is right or wrong for us, Mrs. Weasley. Only the future will be able to show us that, but I do know that our destinies have become entwined and staying separated is simply no longer an option for us." Ginny then picked up where Harry left off. "We're not blindly rushing into this, Mum. It's just that we're stronger together than when we are alone. We have bond with each other, one that can't be ignored." "A bond. It keeps the nightmares away," explained Ginny, managing to avoid any elaboration. "Last night was the most peaceful sleep I've had since the Chamber of Secrets." "Does being together make you both happy?" Molly had asked softly. Ginny's answer had been a simple, yet heartfelt, yes. That had pretty much settled the matter. Molly had voiced a few half-hearted protests about the idea, but eventually she had acquiesced after hearing Harry and her daughter explain the positive reactions they felt when they were together. After that, the three of them had continued to discuss the burrow's new sleeping arrangements and the implications thereof for nearly 2 hours. Eventually, Molly had decided that fixing lunch and feeding her brood was more important than having her repeatedly warn Harry and Ginny not to get up to anything inappropriate. "Understand that I trust the two of you to be responsible about this," she had told them sternly, waving her wand at some crisp lettuce. "While I have no objections to the idea of becoming a grandmother, I'd prefer to be blessed with my first grandchildren from my eldest child instead of my youngest." The announcement that Harry would be transferring to Ginny's room had been made over dinner that evening, earning a wide range of reactions from everyone present. Arthur had greeted the news by taking it in stride and gracing the two blushing teenagers with a benevolent smile. Apparently, he had confided with Harry later that night, he had been expecting something like that. From what he had said, he had seen the way Harry and Ginny looked at each other and had recognized it as the same look that he still gave his wife. Fred and George had immediately begun whooping and whistling and catcalling. Their plan to start a betting pool on exactly when Harry and Ginny would make them uncles had resulted in Molly almost literally throwing them out of the kitchen and assigning them degnomming duty in the back garden for the remainder of the summer. Bill and Charlie had been somewhat flummoxed, but were otherwise agreeable with the concept as long as Harry behaved himself in an appropriate manner. Their attempt to come across as threatening big brothers was so overstated that it was more amusing than intimidating. Other than that, they willingly offered their support and managed to make both Harry and Ginny blush a fetching shade of red when Bill winked suggestively at them. Percy, who had still been recovering from his time as a secretary bird, had not really been paying attention. He had remained reasonably quiet throughout the meal and simply stated that he had a great deal of office reports to finish writing up and would they kindly keep the noise down. Ron, surprisingly enough, had not raised a single objection to the idea. Of course, this might have been attributed to the fact that he had fallen out of his chair and was sitting on the kitchen floor, staring at Harry, Ginny and his mother in dumbstruck disbelief. Suffice to say that all traffic between Ron and Hermione increased dramatically after that as Ron did his best to convince Hermione to try and talk, or write, some sense into the two new roommates. Not surprisingly, Hermione's only response had been a letter to the couple that contained little more than a repeat of Molly's own cautions not to do anything unwise. She had, however, included some notations on a very useful contraceptive charm she had read about, just in case they let their hormones get the better of them. Harry and Ginny wisely decided not to ask the bushy-haired girl why she knew such a charm. Since then, Harry and Ginny had shared Ginny's room, and her bed, in what could almost be called a platonic manner if one ignored the frequent and heavy petting. It had taken a good deal of resolve, and they'd had one or two close calls, but Harry and Ginny had mutually decided that it would be better to wait for when they both felt it was the right time. Until then, there was still a wide variety of other activities for them to experiment with. Of course, this did not stop Fred and George from implying that something untoward was going on in Ginny's room every breakfast for the first couple of weeks. They'd only desisted after Ginny transfigured all the knives and forks on the kitchen table one morning into pixie-sized flying Valkyries that sang Wagner as they chased the twins around the burrow with some of Molly's knitting needles. Even Percy had found that amusing, and whenever the two pranksters tried to tease him about his time as a secretary bird, he would begin whistling Ride of the Valkyries as a counter-offensive. A gentle rap on the door to Ginny's room brought Harry out of his musings. He looked up and, after making sure he and his sleeping girlfriend were both presentable, called out, "Come in." The doorknob, slowly and cautiously, turned and then the door was pushed open. Harry immediately began to smile and count to 10, waiting for their morning visitor to step inside. This was one of the consequences of Percy's intrusion into Ginny's room and his subsequent transfiguration. He would now always knock on any door and wait for permission before entering. Even then, he always waited for a count of 10 before stepping inside, just in case. Harry had asked about it and learned from Arthur that Percy was even doing it at work in the ministry. Apparently, he had developed something of a phobia about walking through doors. 8, 9, 10. As Harry finished counting, Percy stuck his head in and peered at the two teenagers through his horn-rimmed glasses. "Mum wants you to know that breakfast is ready," he said, frowning slightly as he noticed that neither of them were up and about yet. "We'll be down in a few minutes, Percy." "Thanks," Harry replied. After nodding sharply, Percy quietly pulled the door shut. Harry could hear his footsteps receding down the stairs. Chuckling and shaking his head, Harry turned his attention back to the slumbering Ginny and gently shook her by the shoulder. Wake up, Gin. Come on, love, it's time to get up. MMMMNNH. With the utmost care he rolled Ginny off his chest and onto her back. With his one arm still wrapped around her shoulders, Harry leaned across to Key Ginny's cheek as her eyes fluttered open. Blinking, she smiled sleepily and mumbled, "Morning." "Good morning, sleepyhead," he teased gently, shifting his arm so that he could playfully ruffle her hair with his hand. "Twit," retorted Ginny, stifling a yawn. She turned to him, rubbing her eyes. "Normal witches and wizards don't get up at the crack of dawn like you do, Harry." Harry grinned and keyed her again before rolling away and pushing off the bed. As he made his way to the dresser that had been added to hold his own clothes, he could hear Ginny stretching lazily in the bed behind him. Pulling off his wrinkled t-shirt and draping it over the back of a nearby chair, he turned to look at her. "We have to go down for breakfast," he told her as she lounged there, half under the bedcovers. "We're going to Diagon Alley today, remember?" "I remember," Ginny admitted, sitting up. Her fiery hair cascaded down past her shoulders as she moved. It framed her face and contrasted against the pastel cream of her nightshirt, which had slipped down to bare both shoulders in an innocent yet tantalizing manner. Deciding to concentrate on getting dressed rather than staring, Harry turned back to the dresser and began searching for a fresh t-shirt and boxers to put on after he showered. He had just pulled out the glaring orange Chudley Cannons t-shirt Ron had got him for his birthday this year, at Harry's very first birthday party, when Ginny's arms snaked around his waist. As she sidled up behind him, Ginny asked, "You aren't seriously thinking about wearing that to Diagon Alley?" "Maybe," smirked Harry, "but I promise to put something over it. It's going to be a little hot for your trench robe, don't you think?" Harry shrugged. "The heat doesn't bother me. Besides, the trenchrobe's charm to always keep a comfortable temperature. Or maybe I'll just wear one of my other shirts over it." Ginny gave him a squeeze, then reached around him to finger the disassembled pair of omninoculars lying on the dresser's top. "How's this coming along?" "It's been a couple of weeks." "Pretty well," he acknowledged, motioning at the 3 pairs of muggle sunglasses that were scattered around the omninoculars. Thick piles of parchment, covered in his handwriting, lay beneath the sunglasses, indicators of Harry's hard work on this little side project that he was planning on surprising Fred and George with. "I think everything should be ready by Christmas," he continued, straightening his notes. "Your father was a great help in sorting out the charms I need to use. If these actually work, you and the twins will make a killing," mused Ginny, leaving the omninoculars be so that she could pick one of the sunglasses up. She held the stylish, yet inexpensive, frames up for inspection and muttered, "These certainly are easier to carry around." Harry laughed. "I'm sure your mum will approve of them more than she does Fred and George's fake wands and trick sweets." Ginny nodded her agreement and set the sunglasses down on top of a short stack of notes. "Are you ever going to tell her that you're the mysterious benefactor that funded Weasley's Wizard Wheezes?" This time Harry laughed even louder and shook his head. "No way. Not after the twins slipped her some of my chewing clown gum during my birthday party. If she ever found out I was responsible for that, not even the order could save me." Car chases, as a general rule, were not something that happened in London. No, car chases, like you see in the movies, are only supposed to happen in cities like Los Angeles and New York, or, if James Bond was in town, somewhere on the continent. But not in the streets of downtown London one late summer morning. Truth be told though, it really wasn't much of a car chase, especially since only one car was involved. Still, from the way the car had been driven, you could be forgiven for thinking that it was involved in a high-speed car chase. It was an odd car to see in London, not so much because of its make and model, but because of its rather eclectic paint job. It was an old, and slightly battered Volkswagen, which had once been owned by someone who greatly enjoyed the 60s, if the psychedelic purple with large yellow sunflowers was any indication. If anyone were to guess, they could probably think that whoever was driving thought it still was the 60s. Doubtless they would also think the driver was using something that they would very much like to try for themselves. After all, listening to the screams of pure terror from the passengers in the car. Not to mention the way the vehicle was being handled, this was indeed a very likely possibility. No. No. Turn left. No. Left. Ah. The car sped down the road, swerving in and out through the traffic. Somehow it managed to navigate between the other cars with only inches, sometimes less, to spare. Watch out. No. Look out for those muggles. With a deft twist of the steering wheel, the Volkswagen slipped through a gap between two groups of terrified people caught walking on the pedestrian crossing. I don't want to die. With a squeal of spinning tires, the car rounded a corner at a speed that caused it to ride up on two wheels, balancing precariously before dropping back down with a thud. Stay on the road. Stay on the road. The road. People scattered left and right, as well as a few other directions, as the runaway car veered onto the pavement, leaving a trail of traumatized pedestrians behind it. Are you out of your mind? You're going to get us all killed. Back on the road again. The car skidded about before returning to the correct side of the road, but only after clipping off the side mirrors of half a dozen parked cars. I'm going to die. The car became airborne, as it crested a low hill, and seemed to hang suspended for several seconds before crashing back onto the road with a spray of sparks. This is not a broom and we are not playing a game of Quidditch. Swerving across two lanes of traffic, the Volkswagen was rapidly approaching a tiny-looking pub that seemed almost squashed insignificantly between the buildings on either side. No. Left. No. Right. No. No. Left. Left. Without warning, the purple car twisted, careening wildly towards an empty parking spot just outside the pub. Its tires left behind looping black tracks of burnt rubber as the car spun around in a full circle. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. With an abrupt jerk and shudder, the car came to a rest, neatly parked between two other vehicles, with scarcely a foot of clearance on either side. I didn't die. Well, of course you didn't, Ron, declared Bill Weasley, brushing back his fringe as he looked over his shoulder at his two siblings that were seating on the backseat. He grinned roguishly at his brother and sister. Was there ever any doubt that I'd get you here safe and sound? Bill, you are a good wizard, an amazing curse breaker, and all round a great older brother who I love dearly, said Ginny in a somewhat shaky voice, but I'm never getting into a car with you again. Ever. Come on, Bill protested, it couldn't have been that bad. No, agreed Ron, looking a pale green, it was worse. Harry, sitting white-faced in the passenger seat next to Bill, looked back at Ron. What do you have to complain about? I'm the one that suffered a front row seat. After hastily vacating the car, lest they be trapped inside with Bill, the 3 Hogwarts students took several minutes trying to regain their composure. Ginny, whose legs still felt like jelly, waited impatiently next to Harry as Ron and Bill argued over the use of the Muggle parking meter. Just then the door to the leaky cauldron swung open and Ginny felt her shoulders tense as her jaw clenched tight. It was purely a reflex action, prompted by the sight of the white bee-owned-haired woman that came walking out. For a moment Ginny had thought it was Narcissa Malfoy, Draco's mother, whom she had seen at the Quidditch World Cup 2 years before. Easy there, my little filly, Harry told her, reaching over to hold her hand. After getting a better look at the woman, as she and her dark-haired companion stepped outside, Ginny realized that she was getting worked up over nothing. The woman did indeed have bee-owned hair that was so light as to be almost silver. However, her eyes were dancing with merriment rather than disdain, and an ethereal smile graced her delicate features as her partner spoke. You can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs, he was saying to her in what sounded like an American accent. He was wearing a trench coat, a Muggle trench coat, and was twirling what looked suspiciously like a Muggle flashlight in one hand. If you made an omelet, I'd be expectin' to find the kitchen blown tea bits, retorted the woman with a soft Irish accent that played far smoother on the ears than Seamus Finnegan's. As the couple wound their way down the street and disappeared round a corner, Harry and Ginny found that Ron and Bill had finally solved the parking meter. Harry, as chivalrous as ever, held the door to the pub open and allowed Ginny to enter first, followed by Ron, then Bill. What do you mean, little? Asked Ginny silently as they were greeted by Tom, the wizened bartender, who seemed extraordinarily pleased to see Harry again. I'm not little. You certainly aren't, agreed Harry as he shook Tom's hand, glancing towards Ginny with a suggestive gleam in his eyes. He smiled happily and declined Tom's offer for a drink. In fact, I'm rather fond of those parts of you that aren't so little anymore. Harry. Ginny prayed that the subdued lighting inside the leaky cauldron would prevent her two brothers from noticing and commenting on her fierce blush. Almost unconsciously, she crossed her arms in front of her chest as Bill called for them to hurry up. 3 up and 2 across, Bill observed as he tapped his wand against the appropriate brick. As the archway began to form, he turned to Ron. Where did you say Hermione was going to meet you? Outside Gringotts, replied Ron, his eagerness to be reunited with his girlfriend fairly obvious by the way he was bouncing impatiently from foot to foot. The archway finished formed, revealing the crooked cobblestone street, crowded with witches and wizards going about their business. Ginny smiled when Harry offered her his hand, which she took as they started winding their way down the alley. They had not managed to make it past more than 1 or 2 stores when a familiar, honey-coated voice caught their attention. Really, Potter, I'm disappointed. Still dating the nutless Weasley girl, I see. Well, at least it's not the arsehole. Asterisk. Yeah, was Harry's sarcastic reply, and a queen bitch is so much better. Ginny turned, gritting her teeth as she did, to face a smug Pansy Parkinson. The Slytherin girl smirked at them, looking disdainfully down her nose at Ginny. She graced Harry with what she obviously thought was a coy and flirtatious smile. Why don't you try a proper witch who has the means to make herself presentable? You don't know what you're missing. Which is probably a good thing, replied Harry, the calm tone of his voice belying the anger that Ginny could feel building inside of him. I want to turn her into rat and feed her to Crookshanks. Harry, we're in a public place, Ginny warned, you're not allowed to do that. I didn't say that I was going to do it, just that I wanted to. We could arrange it if you like. Asterisk. Comma. Or perhaps not. Asterisk. The obviously false smile Parkinson had been wearing dissolved into a frustrated and annoyed expression. Ginny could almost see the gears starting to turn as Parkinson's disgruntled look changed to a calculating one, her narrow eyes beginning to gleam maliciously. I heard that your uncle tried to kill you, observed Parkinson, grinning once again, and you even paid him for it. What was it? 500 galleons. 1,000, corrected Harry through clenched teeth, his eyes narrowed to dangerous slits. By now Ron had worked himself into a fit righteous indignation and stepped forward to aid his friend by retorting, considering the fun Harry had in blowing up their whole house, I'd say it was worth it. Parkinson arched a fine eyebrow and smirked. What would a beggar like you know about worth? It was perhaps fortunate that Molly Weasley had been unable to accompany the 3 students that day, sending Bill in her place. If she had been present, Molly would undoubtedly have been shocked and appalled at her youngest son's explicit vocabulary. He's almost as talented as you are, my dear Virginia. Asterisk. Such language, Weasel, taunted Parkinson as Bill tried to restrain Ron, using both of his hands to pull the boy back. Despite the fact that she was talking, Harry and Bill were focused on Ron, and Ron was focused on attempting to pull free from Bill's grasp. As such, none of the 3 men saw what followed. Bill was so surprised that he relaxed his hold on Ron, letting the younger male pull free. Ron, however, was similarly dumbstruck and simply stumbled forward. Harry turned from the spot where Parkinson had been standing and looked at Ginny. You should have waited for Hermione to join us, he noted, breaking into a grin as he turned back to look at the result of her sleight of wand. Ginny matched his grin and stepped up beside him, slipping her slender arm around his waist. Pansy Parkinson, or rather the somewhat shocked ostrich that had replaced her, was looking about in panic. Her extraordinarily long neck was twisting back and forth, while the short wings that had been her arms jerked up and down, fluffing her feathers out. Ginny, said Harry, examining the frantic bird, you are aware, aren't you, that it is the male ostriches that have black and white plumage? Parkinson's squawk cut off abruptly and the ostrich stared at Harry, horror visibly blooming at the girl's now avian eyes. Harry shrugged helplessly and nodded his confirmation, causing Parkinson to become even more frantic. With a piercing squawk, the ostrich took off down the length of Diagon Alley, stubby wings flapping uselessly. Ginny, how could you? I honestly can't believe you did that. Ron slipped an arm around his bushy-haired girlfriend's shoulder, holding her close as she voiced her astonishment and disapproval at Ginny's actions. Hermione, even during the summer holidays, was a staunch supporter of following the rules, even when it involved dealing with ingratiating Slytherin prima donnas. Good to know some things never change. Bill, who needed to finish some business with the Gringotts goblins, had given the 4 teenagers permission to gather what they needed in Diagon Alley without him, provided they stayed out of trouble. They agreed to meet up with him at Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor for a treat before returning to the burrow. She deserved it, answered Ginny with conviction. The fiery-headed young woman crossed her arms as they approached Flourish and Blots. She's just lucky I didn't turn her into a rat and feed her to Crookshanks. Hey! Exclaimed Harry, that was my idea. Ginny smirked as they entered the bookstore. Great minds. Ron rolled his eyes and keyed at Hermione on the cheek as they followed Harry and Ginny inside. Hermione was scowling in disapproval, but Ron knew her well enough to recognize the glint of amusement hidden within her large cinnamon-colored eyes. She might not act it, maintaining her appearance as a stick in the mud, but secretly she was probably laughing her head off. Oh, this is perfect, said Harry, looking over the list of books they needed. Curses and Counter Curses, bewitch your friends and befuddle your enemies with the latest revenges. Hair loss, jelly legs, tongue-tying and much, much more, by Professor Vindictus Viridian. What about it? Asked Ron, looking over his own list and spotting the relevant book right underneath the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 6. Harry grinned boyishly. I've wanted this book ever since I found out I was a wizard. Hagrid wouldn't let me buy it though, said it was too advanced. Hermione, who had handed her list to one of the shop assistants, asked, whatever did you want that for during our first year? To curse Dudley, of course, replied Harry, as if it were obvious. Which would probably have ended up with you getting shot by your uncle a good deal sooner, retorted Ginny, frowning unhappily as she recalled the events of the beginning of the summer. You're probably right, Harry agreed with a sheepish grin. He glanced to the counter where the assistant was dropping of 3 sets of 6th-year books. I wonder who the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor is this year. I wish Remus could have stayed on, but Dumbledore wanted him out in the field with Sirius, monitoring Death Eater activities. Ron clapped Harry on the back. Well, whoever it is, they can't be all that bad. After first Quirrell and that dimwit Lockhart, anything's an improvement. Right. Ginny, handing over the slip for the few 5th-year books she needed, shook her head in disagreement. Do you remember Mad-Eye Moody? Or should I say Barty Crouch Jr.? Well, Ron frowned, humming and hawing for a moment. He may have been a maniacal, murdering Death Eater in disguise, but at least he taught us something useful. Constant vigilance, intoned a voice that they all recognized. The group turned around to see Fred emerging from behind one of the many book stacks. The broadly grinning boy stepped up to give Hermione a brief and friendly hug by way of greeting. Trying not to become jealous over his brother's chaste embrace, Ron looked at Fred in puzzlement and asked, Fred, what are you doing here? I thought it was George's turn in the bookshop. Aren't you supposed to be working at Fortescue's? The twins, acting on advice from Harry, Remus, Bill and their father, Arthur, were working at several shops in Diagon Alley. The idea was for them to gain experience in the business world, and the ins and outs of running a business, before trying to open their joke shop. It had been Harry, in the end, who had convinced them to proceed in this manner, though Ron had no idea how his friend had managed it. I am George, replied the twin. You got it all mixed up. Fred's over at the ice cream parlor, waiting for you lot to join him for lunch. I'm the poor soul that gets to work with the musty books today. Ron looked to Harry and Ginny who, thanks to the order, were supposedly able to read a person's magical aura. It was only after they both shook their heads that Ron remembered them telling him that Fred and George were identical to the point that even their auras were the same. I'm amazed the two of you have lasted this long at these jobs, commented Ginny as George walked behind the counter and began packing the books into large, brown paper bags. I'd have thought you would have been sacked ages ago for pulling pranks on every customer unlucky enough to cross your paths. Just because we enjoy a good laugh as much as the next bloke, George rejoined, stuffing a copy of Advanced Transfiguration into a bag. Ron leaned close to Hermione and whispered into her ear as his brother spoke. A bit more than the next bloke, I'd reckon. Hermione had to stifle a giggle as George, who had not heard Ron's barb, continued packing. Don't think that Fred and I can't be as serious as Perfect Percy when we need to be. Besides, as Harry said when he sold us on the idea, it will be good experience for the future when we're running our own shop. George, asked Hermione, leading the conversation back to one of her favorite subjects, books. Do you have any study guides or books that'll help me prepare for our NEWTs? My own, protested Ron, looking at his girlfriend with exasperation. We're only in our 6th year. How can you even think about starting to study for your NEWTs? Sometimes I worry about her, thought Ron. How can she always be so studious? Hermione huffed and crossed her arms defensively across her chest. Unlike you, Ronald, I'm fully aware of just how taxing the NEWTs can be, and the sooner I'm ready to face them, the better. Ron held his hands up in an attempt at appeasement. I know, but you got more OWLs than Percy did. Even if you didn't study, you'd probably get more NEWTs than I will. I dare say you could do better if you would at least try studying yourself, replied Hermione, unwilling to let the matter drop so quickly and easily as Ron would have liked. I think this is getting out of hand. It hasn't even been an hour and already we're arguing. Ere you go, announced George, who had ducked down below the counter to look her Hermione's request. Ron, who was beginning to detect the formation of one of his and Hermione's legendary arguments, could have key at his older brother for the distraction as George dropped a book on the countertop with a thud. Harry, who had been watching from the sidelines, leaned forward to look at the book and read out, so you're taking your NEWTs, are you? Start praying. It'll help. He looked up at George and then across to Hermione. My, this sounds like a fine piece of light reading. Mind if I borrow it sometime? Hermione, knowing that her friend was teasing her, scowled and told George to put the book with the rest of her purchases. The twin grinned at her and then winked at Ron, picking the book up and carefully slipping it into one of the bags he had already prepared. With all their books finally packed away, Harry and Ginny double-checked the bags for BP traps, just in case the 4 teenagers exited Flourish and Blots, heading out to collect the rest of their supplies for the school year. On their way to the apothecary, they met Seamus Finnegan and Moira McKay, the Gryffindor Quidditch team's new beaters, outside of Quality Quidditch Supplies. Even though Seamus was going into his 6th year at Hogwarts, and Moira only her 3rd year, the pair had become almost inseparable during Quidditch practice the previous year. Fred and George, the first team beaters at the time, had taken a liking to them both and thought of Seamus and Moira as their protégés, which had resulted in a great deal of concern that the new beaters would no doubt be as insane as the old ones. So far, their performance during the single match they had played, against Slytherin, seemed to confirm this, although everyone had to admit that Moira was the more dangerous of the two. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the two beaters and catching up on things, they continued on their way, meeting friends and fellow pupils every so often. Ron, Harry and Ginny talked for a few minutes with Terry Boot and Padma Patil of Ravenclaw, both of whom were planning on trying out for their house Quidditch team. Hermione, who could not bear discussion of the game, spent the time conversing with Parvati Patil, one of her fellow 6th-year girls and Padma's twin sister. They even had a brief just passing really encounter with Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, the two looming Slytherin boys who usually stood as matching bookends to either side of Draco Malfoy. This time, however, much to everyone's surprise and relief, the duo were not accompanying their master. I wonder where the ferret is hiding, remarked Ron as they parted ways. It's rather unusual to see those two without him squeezed in between. I think Malfoy is probably busy with other activities, answered Harry, looking grimly over his shoulder at the retreating forms of Crabbe and Goyle. He glanced across at Ginny, and the two seemed to have an entire conversation in just that one look, something Ron had noticed a lot of over the past couple of months. Hermione frowned in consideration and asked, "Do you really think Malfoy's become a Death Eater?" It was Ginny that answered with a shrug, "We haven't had any visions of Tom since the beginning of the summer. If Malfoy did receive a dark mark, we won't know about it until we see him." Harry nodded his agreement. "When I spoke to Sirius on my birthday, he mentioned that Snape hasn't heard anything about Draco being inducted, although he said Lucius had been acting oddly. Guess we'll find out tomorrow then," Ron said, letting the matter slip from his mind as they almost walked into one of the several oars that were posted up and down the length of Diagon Alley. Finally, after about 2 or so hours, the quartet finished their shopping and strolled down the pleasantly sunny street to Florine Fortescue's. They were immediately greeted by a beaming Fred Weasley, dressed in a waiter's uniform, as they walked to an outside table and sat themselves down. "Lo, Fred," greeted Ron, taking one of the menus his brother was handing out. "No, no, I'm George," corrected Fred. Or perhaps it really was George. "You've got it backwards. Today is Fred's turn at Flourish and Blots." Ron, ever unwilling to fully grow up, insisted on them all having the same strawberry and peanut butter flavor they had tried several years before. Despite George's assurances that he wouldn't do anything untoward with their ice cream, Ron insisted on following him inside the parlor, dragging Ginny with him since she would be more likely to detect any charms or hexes used by their trickster brother. "I heard from Ron in one of his letters that Ginny wasn't made a prefect," admitted Hermione, once she and Harry were sitting alone at their table. "Yeah," agreed Harry, "Carmen and Jefferson got chosen instead." Hermione looked closely at Harry and asked, "You're not disappointed, are you? That she isn't a prefect with us?" Harry smiled and shook his head. "Not at all. Personally, I think she would make a great prefect, but I do have a modicum of faith in the teacher's decision. Carmen will do just as fine a job, maybe even better. Besides, neither of us were really holding any hope after the way she assaulted Snape." Satisfied that Ginny's lack of selection as a prefect was not about to cause any problems in her friend's relationship, Hermione turned to peer into the ice cream parlor. Craning her head around a stone column that was blocking her view, she thought she could make out a glimpse of Weasley red hair, but there were a great many patrons inside. "How's your holiday been?" she asked, settling in her seat. "We haven't really written to each other all that much since your birthday." "Everything all right at the Burrow. Ginny and I are still sleeping in the same bed if that's what you're asking," replied Harry dryly, leaning forward to prop his elbow on the table as she tried not to blush. Since when was Harry so insightful? Clearing her throat, Hermione asked, "I certainly hope you're not expecting to sleep together tonight." "Not while I'm staying in Ginny's room." Harry chuckled and replied in a suggestive tone, "You're welcome to share, or you could spend the night in Ron's room. I'm sure he'd love the company." "Harry." Hermione almost fell out of her chair, she jerked back so quickly. She spluttered incoherently for a second or two, aware of the blood rushing to her face and making her cheeks burn. Collecting herself as best she could, she stated in a firm voice, "I am not going to sleep in Ron's bedroom." Harry smiled smugly at her and cocked an eyebrow. "In that case, you'll just have to grit your teeth and try to bear having me in the same room as you." Hermione shook her head. "Not bloody likely. Mrs. Weasley is reluctant enough as it is trusting you with only Ginny. There's no way come hell or high water that she'd let you stay in a room with two girls." "We haven't done anything we promised not to," said Harry defensively. "Even with that nifty contraceptive charm you sent us, we decided to wait for a more appropriate time before taking such a step." "So you haven't done anything?" asked Hermione incredulously. "I don't believe it." The blush that rose to Harry's cheek was satisfying to watch as he ducked his head and admitted in a quiet mumble, "We've done things." Hermione grinned wickedly and pried, "Then tell me, is Ginny a screamer?" She was slightly disappointed that Harry was not able to match Ron or Ginny when it came to blushing, but he did produce an admirable attempt at imitating a tomato. Still, watching as Harry's eyes almost popped out of their sockets and he came close to falling off his chair, Hermione had to laugh at her friend's embarrassed discomfort. "I hope you put up a lot of silencing charms," she teased, wagging a finger at him. "Has there been any word in the Daily Prophet about any Death Eater attacks?" countered Harry, blatantly trying to change the topic to something less intimate than his and Ginny's say. "Lives." Hermione grinned knowingly. "Okay. Fine. Change the topic. I don't mind. I can always interrogate Ginny tonight, while you're sleeping in Ron's room. And to answer your question, no, there's been nothing in the Daily Prophet about Voldemort or his Death Eaters. The summer's been dead quiet." Harry frowned. "That's what's making me nervous." "Yeah," agreed Hermione before asking, "Why do you ask though? I mean, you're staying at the Burrow this summer. Surely Mr. Weasley, or even Percy, should know if anything had happened. I know, admitted Harry, but I wouldn't put it past Fudge to try and keep Mr. Weasley out of the loop, just to spite us. Hermione was nodding her agreement with Harry's assessment when Ron and Ginny returned to the table, each carrying 2 large helpings of strawberry and peanut butter ice cream. Ron set one of the ice creams down in front of Hermione and then sat down next to her. Here we go, announced Ginny as she settled in Harry's lap, looking extraordinarily comfortable as she did so, something that Hermione noticed Ron watching with resignation. I wonder how he'd react if I tried that with him. With a mischievous grin that would have done credit to Fred and George, Hermione decided to find out. We're going to die. Harry, feeling too tired to answer, simply nodded. I can't survive like this. Again, his exhaustion overwhelming his ability to speak, Harry nodded. Harry, what are we going to do? I don't know, Gin, he replied hoarsely, but if we have to sleep in separate beds at Hogwarts, I'm not going to survive the year. The sun was just beginning to crest over the horizon, ending what had probably been the most restless night of Harry and Ginny's lives. For the first time since the start of summer, the 2 young adults were sitting outside, on what had long since become their grassy knoll, waiting for the sunrise. It was a magnificent sunrise, almost a recipe for splendor. A few scarce clouds hung high in the otherwise clear sky, which was that perfect deep blue that precedes the dawn. Light from the slow rising sun seemed to linger on the clouds so that they glowed colored and orange and gold against the lightening blue, as if lit from a hidden fire within. It was the kind of moment, of transient beauty, that lovers were supposed to share in each other's arms. They were supposed to be feeling warm and at peace, content to simply sit, or lie, side by side in companionable silence. It was supposed to be a perfectly opportune time for tender kisses and embraces, a romantic instant if there ever was one. Naturally, Harry and Ginny hated every second of it. With the rising of the morning sun, their last night at the Burrow before returning to Hogwarts drew to an end. Ordinarily, this would not have bothered either of the two. Unfortunately, however, their sleeping routine had been interrupted by Hermione's arrival the day before and Molly Weasley's insistence that she sleep in Ginny's room. A consequence of this decision was that Harry had been ousted from his cohabitation of said room and transferred to Ron's room for the duration of Hermione's stay. To sum the situation up succinctly, it had been a long and restless night. It's funny, Harry said after a few minutes' quiet, but this is the first time I don't want to go back to Hogwarts. Maybe it'll get better if we give it some time, Ginny tried, not sounding very convinced, got used to sleeping alone again. Harry flopped back onto the grass, staring up at the sparse clouds. Quite frankly, I wasn't exactly sleeping all that well before we started sharing a bed. Somehow I don't think anything is going to change in that regard. Ginny sighed and lay down beside to him. Perhaps we should try and look on the bright side of things. And what might that be? Well, as soon as she thinks of something we'll let you know. Asterisk. Gah. Startled, Ginny jerked up into a sitting position. Even after nearly 2 months of having the various members of the Order communicating with her in this manner, Ginny was still unused to their voices suddenly popping into her mind. Relax, asterisk soothed a soft feminine voice. It's only us. Asterisk. Something that does not exactly inspire peace and calm, Miko, noted Harry wryly, sitting up and slipping his hand around Ginny's waist. You all right, Gin? He asked silently. Yeah, fine, his girlfriend replied, just a little startled, that's all. Do you lot have to sneak up on us like that? Asked Ginny, having quickly regained her composure. That would be difficult. Asterisk. We don't exactly have bodies to make loud footsteps with now, do we? Asterisk. Harry rolled his eyes and pushed to his feet, casually brushing down his jeans before offering Ginny a hand to help her up. She grabbed hold and pulled herself up, brushing against him as she rose to stand within his embrace. He draped his arm around Ginny's shoulders while she slipped hers around his waist as they slowly descended from the low rise of their grassy knoll, back to the burrow. Why is it, Ginny asked as they approached the kitchen door, that just when things seem to finally be going right and everything is back on track, the universe decides to throw us off a high cliff and leave us hanging? Just lucky, I guess. Whoa, what happened to the two of you? You look like you stayed up the entire night. They must have. Look. They're both rumpled. Harry, you didn't stay up all night with our sister, did you? You're supposed to say you didn't. They haven't said it. You didn't. You did. You cad. You savage. You beast. You stud. You two are going to have your throats ripped open if you don't shut up, threatened Ginny, waving a fist in front of her brothers. She was tired, stiff from sitting outside all night, and definitely not in the mood to put up with Fred and George's antics. Don't get your knickers twisted, Gin, placated Fred, holding his hands up. We know you two haven't done anything indecent. George nodded in agreement. Our room's right next to yours and we haven't heard so much as a peep the entire summer. Thanks to judicious use of a silencing charm over the entire room, thought Ginny as she made her way to the kitchen table and pulled out a chair. Don't forget the door and windows, replied Harry, sitting opposite her. Ginny, despite her tiredness, grinned impishly at him. Not to mention the bedsprings and the headboard, Harry gave her a playful smirk and reached for the jug of apple juice. We were nothing if not thorough and discreet. Of course you were. Look at who you had for teachers. Asterisk. I hate to break this to you, son, but I was sneaking around Hogwarts for years before you lot came into my life. Quite successfully too, agreed Ginny, smiling. Of course, naturally the twins were not finished with their routine and had continued their chatter through Harry and Ginny's internal dialogue. There was that time when you decided to redecorate and put in that extra window. And remember that unfortunate incident with Percy. Molly Weasley, who until now had been bent over the stove cooking the sausages, bore down on her two wayward children. Fred. George. Leave your poor sister and Harry alone. It's obvious that they've had a very rough night. There's no need for you two to make their morning as difficult. George, who seemed to have the focus of their mother's attention, nodded his head sheepishly and tried to look appropriately ashamed. Fred, on the other hand, turned towards Harry and Ginny in a way that prevented Molly from seeing, and cracked his one hand as if using a whip. Fred, don't be rude, snapped Molly as she set the large platter of sausages on the tabletop, turning to glare fiercely at her misbehaving son. I need coffee, grumbled Ginny as Harry took a long sip of his juice. Across from her, Harry shook his head. I honestly don't know how you could even pretend to like that disgusting stuff. Ginny looked up at him, shoveling a few sausages onto her plate. What's wrong with it? Nothing really, Harry admitted after a moment, helping himself to a couple slices of toast, but how can you drink it without sugar or cream? Uncle Vernon used to have it every morning. Ginny frowned slightly. Since their bond had formed, thanks in part to the Order of the Phoenix as well as several other occurrences, Harry and Ginny would often convey to each other thoughts that they preferred not to share with anyone else. Does it bring back bad memories? She asked, wondering if perhaps she ought to switch her drink of choice to tea instead. Nothing too bad, he replied with an almost imperceptible shake of his head, it's just I'm still a little bit touchy when it comes to the Dursleys. Harry, lectured Fred, sitting down next to him, has anyone in our family ever told you about the infamous espresso incident? Ginny could only bite back a groan and try not to drop her head in her food as Harry cautiously shook his head. Fred and George immediately seized the opportunity and began their dramatic reenactment of what had happened several years earlier. This was going to be almost as bad as that damn stupid love poem she had written. George began the tale. Picture it. The Burrow. The summer before Fred and mine's second year at Hogwarts. Our father, fine man that he is, succumbs to his curiosity. One day he brings home a Muggle espresso machine, although he doesn't really know exactly what it is or does, continued Fred, gesturing with broad sweeps of his arms. Do they remember every little embarrassing thing I've ever done? Wondered Ginny. Probably. Naturally it was our favorite sister. Our only sister for that matter. Who was able to deduce its inner workings? George gleefully rubbed his hands together, chuckling evilly. And just as naturally, she decides to try the noxious brew herself before the rest of us could get our hands on it. I think I can see where this is leading, she heard from Harry. Ginny narrowed her eyes dangerously and raised her knife in front of Fred's nose. Both twins became silent as she ground out through clenched teeth, Do you want me to hurt you, you blistering idiots? Harry nodded his support. Honestly, Chaps, we appreciate your attempts to cheer us up, but after last night we're just too exhausted to handle it right now. Ah, but I want to hear how much noxious brew our fair Jin imbibed in. Asterisk. Loki. Shut up. Asterisk. Disaster. Alas, murder most foul. Fred immediately proclaimed, clasping his hands theatrically over his heart. Tragedy and assassination. Mayhem and slaughter. Complete bedlam and utter ruination. Ginny suspected that Fred was trying to say that, for the time being, he sympathized completely with their plight. It was always a matter of guesswork, deciphering what either of the twins meant. Their command of the English language had never been anything less than perfect, however they occasionally see fit make everyone else doubt that. Discovered how to open the dictionary, did you? Asked Harry lightly, spearing one of the sausages on his plate with his fork. The dictionary, the thesaurus and the encyclopedia, old bean. Confirmed George, holding his head high while at the same time puffing his chest out with pride. Great, Ginny thought. Harry laughed and started munching on some toast. Spiffing. The playful banter continued even after Percy came downstairs for his breakfast, expressing mild surprise to see Ginny and Harry up and about so early. The lenses of his horn-rimmed glasses glinted in the rich morning sunlight that shone through the kitchen windows as he sat down. I'm surprised to see you out of bed so early, Ginny, Percy stated, helping himself to the food spread out on the table. Did you decide to get a head start for your journey to Hogwarts? You're assuming that at some point or another I was actually in bed, replied Ginny dryly, sipping at her coffee. Molly, now bringing a platter of bacon to the table, looked at Ginny with mild concern and asked, Ginny, dear, are you sure you're not just excited about going back to Hogwarts? She returned her mother's look with one of bleary-eyed disbelief. Yes, of course, that must be it. Why? I'm positively buoyant with the anticipation of being separated from Harry for the next 10 months. What the blue blazes are you talking about? Asked Percy in bewilderment. You and Harry are in the same house, you'll see each other every day. I don't want to see Harry, explained Ginny, swiftly reaching the limits of her patience after such a long and tiring night. What I want is to sleep with Harry. Naturally, she should have known it would happen. Fred and George immediately latched onto her words like a pair of ravenous lethifolds. Ha! You admit it, cried Fred, pointing an authoritative finger at her. You only want Harry for his body. You're a colored woman, Ginny, colored I say. I think it's time you transfigured Z cutlery again, asterisk noted Joan. I'm in total agreement with you. George had risen to his feet in order to do something that he probably should not have. With a polished clearing of his throat he began to recite, apparently from memory, the one thing Ginny knew she would never be able to escape. Ginny would have quite happily given up all the gold in Gringotts, whether it were hers or not, if she could simply evaporate on the spot. Of course, thanks to the power of the Order and Harry's tutoring, she could always apparate out of the burrow. His eyes are as green as a fresh pickled toad. His hair is as dark as a blackboard. I wish he was mine, he's really divine. The hero who conquered the Dark Lord. In the abrupt silence that followed the lyrics, heads turned toward George. The silence began to stretch until Harry lowered his forehead to the tabletop, banging down with a soft thud. Percy, sitting beside him, lifted up his glasses and rubbed his fingers over his brow. On Harry's other side, Fred put his chin on his hands and looked across the table at George with a marveling expression. George, my dear twin, he said, it was nice knowing you. Can I have your styrofoam? You mean stereo, corrected Harry, voice muffled as his head was still down on the table. Slowly, oh so slowly, Ginny set her knife and fork down on her plate. Scooting her chair back a bit she stood up and turned to face a suddenly pale and trembling George. I'm going upstairs to unpack, she told him calmly. I expect you to still be down here when I return. Molly frowned and asked, what do you need to unpack for, dear? The short sword Harry gave me for my birthday, she replied with a wicked grin, noticing how George managed to grow even paler. Gin, I don't remember giving you that sword so you could use it to kill your brother, observed Harry, lifting his head up from the table. Ginny smiled. Don't worry, Harry, I'm not going to kill him. Just remove his tongue. This was more than George could take, and a moment later he was fleeing the kitchen post haste, his legs carrying him away as quickly as they could. Ginny and Harry burst into laughter as he sprinted out the door and into the relative safety of the backyard. Still chuckling, Ginny turned to Harry and said, "I'm going to see if Hermione's awake yet, then I'm going to have a shower." Harry nodded and resumed devouring his breakfast as Ginny picked up her half-finished coffee and made her way from the kitchen. Sipping happily on the dark, and still hot, liquid, she began to climb the stairs, listening as conversation in the kitchen resumed. Sometimes, she could hear Fred saying, "It's hard to tell the difference between her bite and her bark." "No, it's not," Harry immediately replied. "Oh, how do you tell the difference?" Ginny, halfway up the stairs by now, threw an answer over her shoulder. "If he told you, you'd have to hurt him." Harry had come to the conclusion that it was something of a miracle that any of Arthur and Molly Weasley's children had ever managed to get to Hogwarts. Somehow, he had yet to determine how or why, but the Weasleys had honed arriving at King's Cross with only minutes to spare to a fine art. At least this year their departure was less hurried, as there were only 4 of them rushing for the Hogwarts Express, instead of the 6 it had been the previous year. For a moment there was darkness, and then Harry emerged from the barrier leading to the Muggle portions of the station. He had to swerve his trolley at the last instant to avoid colliding with a stoic young girl, dressed in morbid clothes that seemed more at home in a funeral parlor, and a very energetic young boy, dressed what seemed like a striped Muggle t-shirt. The pair were watched over by a looming manservant which Harry thought looked rather like a relation to Frankenstein's monster, only without any bolts in his neck. "I feel an urge to snap my metaphysical fingers." Ginny quickly joined him, followed by Ron and Hermione, and together they pushed their trolleys to the rear carriage of the train. Along their way they were met and greeted by their housemates and classmates, all of which seemed very pleased to see them again. None of them were overly surprised to find Neville running around in a frantic state, searching for his toad, Trevor. Stowing their trunks they hurried to their customary compartment just as the train began to pull out of the station. Leaning out the window, something of a crowd for all 4 of them, they waved their goodbyes to Mrs. Weasley, who had accompanied them to platform 9 3/4. "Hey, Potter." Harry and the others turned at the door to their compartment slid open, revealing Blaise Zabini. The lithe Slytherin girl had let her customary short owned hair grow out a little over the summer, ending in a short bob just below her ears. She grinned at them, her large blue eyes sparkling with mischief. "What the devil did you do to Parkinson? The stupid ditz is trying to stick her head through the compartment floor." "Ostriches do that," observed Hermione, giving Ginny a disapproving look. "I thought you said it would wear off in an hour," mentioned Harry, turning to his girlfriend, who was looking inappropriately smug. Ron, through a fit of giggles, managed to give a reasonable accurate description of events leading to Parkinson's transfiguration. He also, once the laughter and his own guffaws had died down, supplied Blaise with a slightly edited version of the rest of the summer. Blaise, who remained leaning in the doorway, listened closely. By the end of the tale, her eyes were wide and she was shaking her head in astonishment. "I see." She turned to Harry. "So, your uncle shot you, then stuffed you in a cupboard. You were then revived by a freak accident, completely destroying the house in the process, and your girlfriend here turned Pansy into an ostrich." Harry nodded his confirmation of her assessment and settled down to watch as Blaise considered it all for a moment. Finally, seeming to simply give up any attempts at proper understanding the owned girl asked, "Apart from that, it's been a quiet summer." "Oh, very quiet," commented Beowulf, "quiet such as only the dead know. Unless you're a ghost. The quartet's journey continued along a similar vein for most to the way to Hogwarts. After Blaise had bid them farewell, they had been visited by Cho Chang, the pretty Ravenclaw seeker, now going into her 7th and final year, whom Harry had once had a crush on. As of the Yule Ball the previous year she had, though nobody knew how it came about, begun dating Neville. As she stuck her head into the compartment, Harry grinned. "Let me guess. You're looking for Trevor." "How do you know that?" she asked, puzzled that the 4 knew what she was doing without her having to tell them. "Neville loses his toad every other day," explained Hermione. Half an hour later 2 fifth years, Carmen Ryder and Jefferson Hope, come by to say hello. Harry and Hermione had already spoken to them during their brief visit to the prefect's compartment up front. Carmen and Jefferson were Gryffindor's newest prefects, replacing Angelina Johnson and Maximilian McCoy. At one point or another during the trip to Hogwarts, they were visited by all of the Gryffindor 5th and 6th years, as well as good number of other students. The sky was beginning to darken and the countryside speeding past the window was now familiar. They would soon be arriving at the Hogsmeade station and from there, Hogwarts. Harry was starting to think that perhaps they would manage to survive the entire journey without being forced into a confrontation with Draco Malfoy. Unfortunately, as often happens, just when he thought this, the door to their compartment was pulled open and a familiar drawl greeted them. "Ah, Potter. I've been looking for you." Malfoy stood in the doorway, his silvery owned hair neatly trimmed and his cold gray eyes gleaming with unknown intent. Surprisingly enough, he did not look all that different from the last time Harry and the others had seen him. "Oh no. It's the arsehole again. Asterisk. Can't we ever be free of him? Asterisk. My luck's good, but not that good," replied Harry. Malfoy smirked and inclined his head. "I thought you might perhaps be worried about me. So I decided let you know that I'm alive and well." Harry, making sure that his wand was close at hand, replied, "I'm so sorry to hear that." "Where are your bodyguards, Malfoy?" asked Ron, bringing to everyone's attention that the pale-faced Slytherin was indeed unattended by his normal companions. Harry reached out with his magic, thinking that perhaps Crabbe and Goyle were merely waiting outside, and was surprised to find that he could not sense either of them anywhere nearby. Ron suddenly smirked and asked in a haughty voice, "Can't you afford them now that Daddy's a fugitive?" "Hardly, Weasel," retorted Malfoy, narrowing his eyes and letting the charming tone in his voice slip away, replaced by a harsh bluntness. "Harry, are you seeing this?" He spared Ginny a quick glance and a nod, not wanting to let his attention stray from Malfoy for too long. Something was definitely up. Harry was closely, and as surreptitiously as possible, scrutinizing Malfoy's magical aura. "I'm seeing it. Damned if I understand it though," he sent to Ginny, watching as Malfoy's steely gray and sepia-hued aura shimmered and flickered like a coat of low flames. "If he's a Death Eater," Ginny remarked, "he's certainly hiding it very well. According to the order, it's impossible to change or hide your aura." "It is," confirmed Merlin. "A person or thing's magical signature is a fixed part of them. If you change the aura, you would be changing the object surrounded by it. It might be possible to mask it for a time, suggested Osiris, but only for a few minutes, and even short a time would be a great strain on anyone trying it. Harry returned his attention to Malfoy, who was engaged in a silent staring contest with Ron. Deciding to try and rattle his nemesis, he said, "So, Malfoy, kill anyone over the summer?" Malfoy turned his cool gaze away from Ron and towards Harry, his gray eyes glittering, and replied with surprising nonchalance, "Nobody important. If he wants somebody important to kill, we can introduce him to Fudge." "Ginny." With a short, mocking bow, Malfoy waved a hand and stepped out of their compartment. "I'd best be off. We're nearly at Hogwarts and I still have to change into my robes. Ta-ta." After Malfoy slid the door closed and they listened to his footsteps receding, it was Ginny that spoke up first. "He's got something planned. I can see it in his eyes." "Yes, well, Malfoy is a cunning sod if nothing else," agreed Hermione, looking at the closed door with a slight frown marring her brow. "Truth be told, I'm a bit worried," admitted Ron. "The little git didn't even try to properly insult us. Not once. Like Ginny said, something's up with him." Harry, who was looking out the compartment window, shook his head slightly and said, "It doesn't really matter. Not right now." With a soft smile tugging at his lips, he drew his friend's attention to outside, where they could see that the Hogwarts Express was slowly pulling up to the Hogsmeade station. If they craned their necks and pressed right up against the glass, they could just make out the tall spires and towers of Hogwarts. "We're back." Peeves was proving to be as annoying as ever, and Harry was sorely tempted to do the poltergeist an injury. The pesky creature had been rather quiet the previous year, aside from his normal routine of beeping the first years and dropping water balloons on unsuspecting students. Apparently he had decided to make up for lost time and had been waiting for them in the entrance hall. "Yee haw haw." Somehow the little bow-tied man had come into the possession of about 50 billiard-sized metal balls, all polished to a mirror finish and enchanted, probably by Fred and George, to act like very bouncy rubber balls. Naturally, the first thing he did with them was practice his aim as the students entered the castle. By the time Harry, Ginny, Ron and Hermione got inside the castle from the horseless carriage they had been riding in, total chaos was the best way to describe the scene inside the entrance hall. Woo hoo hoo. Dozens of the balls were rocketing about the place, smacking into students or bouncing off the walls as bright and shiny blurs. The students were ducking left and right, jumping over each other, as they tried to cross the room and reach the safety of the Great Hall. Peeves was drifting amidst the bedlam, picking up any of the balls that had rolled to a stop and hurling them back into the fray with a demented cackle. Now I know what it feels like inside a pinball machine, observed Hermione, hiding behind Ron as a ball shot past, ricocheting off a suit of armor and almost hitting Morag McDougal on the rebound. A what machine? Asked Ron, shielding his face with his arms while at the same time trying to observe the proceedings. Harry shook his head and waved for his friends to crowd round him. Never mind that. Let's just try get through this mess. I don't feel like visiting the hospital wing on my first day back. Ha ha hee hee ho ho. They had made it almost halfway across the entrance hall, protected by a combined shield charm from both Harry and Ginny, when something caught Harry's eye. Or rather someone. Pansy Parkinson, looking very unkempt at the moment, was slowly bearing down on Peeves. The poltergeist was tossing one of the shiny balls up and down in his hand, delighting in the mayhem he was causing and completely unaware of Pansy's approach. Had he seen the way she was stalking towards him, not to mention the slightly crazed gleam in her eyes, Peeves would maybe have stood a chance. As it was, he was blissfully ignorant of what was about to transpire. With a bizarre spring in her step, Pansy got right up next to Peeves, her demented eyes fixed firmly on the metal globe he was toying with. As she drew alongside him, Peeves spotted her and grinned wickedly at her. His grin swiftly faded as he became aware of her distracted fascination with the ball in his hand. Ah, does the ickle girlie like the shiny bauble? He asked, his grin returning as Pansy tilted her head to one side and watched as the polished ball rose up and down in the air. Fast as a cobra she struck, opening her mouth wide and snapping her head forward. ERRRGGH. Get her off me. Get her off me. G-er off. Harry watched, along with his friends, in complete amazement and disbelief as Pansy sank her teeth into Peeves' hand with all the tenacity of a pit bull. Peeves had dropped the ball he had been playing with and was desperately trying to pull free, but Pansy had latched onto his palm with a death grip. What the foo? Ron began to ask. She still thinks she's an ostrich, deduced Hermione, cutting her boyfriend off before he said something she would have to make him regret. Watching as Peeves jerked around and around in circles, dragging Pansy with him, she explained, ostriches are attracted to shiny objects, just like a magpie. Let go of me. G-er off. Let go. Lego. Ah. Harry looked from the panicking Peeves to Hermione. You mean she was trying to get at Peeves' balls? What for? As a snack? Hermione shrugged and shook her head. Looks like it. Harry turned his attention back to the struggling Peeves, whose attempts to liberate himself from Pansy's clamped jaws were becoming progressively more frantic with each passing second. Ginny, did you know this was going to happen? Number. In fact, I don't have the faintest idea how it happened in the first place. Transfiguring a person without a wand sometimes has interesting side effects, suggested Isis, although Harry could hear the laughter in her voice. Interesting. That's one way of putting it. With a screeching wail, that sounded more fitting for a damned soul than a misfit poltergeist, Peeves took off. Pansy, still biting down on his hand, was lifted into the air with him, rising towards the roof at an alarming rate. G-er off. G-er off. G-er off. G-er off. G-er off. G-er off. With a thick slurping sound, Peeves disappeared through the roof of the entrance hall, escaping the clenched jaws of Pansy only because she could not duplicate the feat. For a short instant the Slytherin ostrich, girl, hung suspended by the ceiling. Then, no longer supported by Peeves' efforts to escape her, Pansy dropped down like a stone. Wah! Oh! She, fortunately one of the Ravenclaws, a fifth year named Rain, had enough presence of mind to cast a quick levitation charm on the falling girl. It was a little late in its execution, but it was enough to slow Pansy's fall enough that she wasn't hurt, although her pride undoubtedly suffered a severe bruising. Eat. With a thump, Pansy landed in a heap, her black robes flipped up so that her head was hidden beneath them. Her arms and legs flailed about, causing her robes to flap around her before she managed to free her head and glare murderously at Ginny. Weasley. This is all your fault. Ginny returned Pansy's glare with one of her own. Harry hid a smile as Ginny began to protest her innocence in the matter, managing to sound thoroughly outraged at Pansy's accusation. My fault. And how, pray tell, do you think that? You're the one that bit Peeves. All we did was stand here and watch. And perhaps transfigure her into an ostrich yesterday. Be quiet, you. I didn't say a word. Not that you need to. Asterisk. Be quiet, all of you. Parkinson was being helped to her feet by a bewildered-looking Millicent Bulstrode. Once the much-reputed Queen Bitch of Slytherin was able to stand up unassisted, she did not bother to attempt any reply, settling for a scathing glare and storming off in a huff. Good thing you didn't turn her into a cow, commented Harry as they watch her leave. Why? Asked Ginny. She's already a cow. The only difference would be if she started eating grass. Entering the Great Hall and walking in the direction of the Gryffindor table, Harry shook his head and smirked wickedly, that too. Perusing the teachers sitting at the staff table as they walked, Harry noted that there were a good number of empty seats waiting to be filled. There was Hagrid's seat, as well as Professor McGonagall's, since both were busy attending to the first years. Even more interesting was Snape's seat, which was also empty. There were two unaccountably empty seats, which Harry could only conclude as being for the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, who would be replacing Remus Lupin. Although why there were two seats instead of just one, Harry did not know. A blinding flare of light greeted them as they drew near the Gryffindor table, and Harry had to grit his teeth and force himself to retain his smile. Sitting at the other end of the table, his face half hidden behind his camera, was the ever-enthusiastic Colin Creevey. Lowering his camera, Harry's most ardent admirer grinned and waved happily. Hey there, Harry. Hi, Colin, Harry replied, dropping into his seat and trying not to roll his eyes. Taking the seat next to him, Ginny ran her hand across his shoulders in commiseration. Before Harry could comment to her about his feelings regarding his adoring fan, Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington emerged through the middle of the tabletop. Salutations, my young friends, he said, smiling broadly as he slowly drifted out of the table. Hermione answered for all of them, hello, Sir Nick. Have a good summer. Nick nodded, resulting in his head flopping listlessly to one side. As good as can be expected, my dear. I did have to put up with Peeves' shenanigans the whole while, unfortunately. The conversation, revolving around the castle's resident poltergeist, continued for several minutes, with contributions from Ron, Dean and Neville. By the time Seamus and Moira joined them, it was nearly time for the sorting ceremony to begin. Everyone quieted down as the colossal oak doors swung open, and Professor McGonagall entered, leading the mass of jumpy-looking first years. Were we ever that small? Asked Ron in astonishment, shaking his head as the group of tiny boys and girls trudged past them to stand nervously in front of the staff table. I don't know about us, replied Dean, but Harry certainly was. Harry was about to retort, but couldn't when Hermione shushed the two boys with a ferocious glare that she could have only learned from Molly Weasley. She managed to shut them up just in time for Professor McGonagall to reverently set the ancient sorting hat down on the stool that had been set up on the stage. The first years looked at the hat, clearly wondering just what they were supposed to do with a decrepit and raggedy old piece of cloth. Harry smiled softly, remembering with perfect clarity his own sorting, so many years ago. After several long and quiet moments passed, during which the first years shifted about nervously, the sorting hat's brim opened and it began to sing. Hickory dickory bat. There once was a Hogwarts sorting hat. Harry blinked in consternation and turned to gawk at Ginny, who was sitting next to him and watching the sorting with an expression of such angelic innocence that Harry almost started laughing. It's a ragged piece of cloth. And it doesn't have a name. But that doesn't matter. Because your future's its game. Swallowing his hilarity, Harry turned back to watch as the sorting hat sang. Everyone else in the Great Hall was listening raptly, but Harry's was so distracted by Ginny's own silent song that he did not hear a word the Sorting Hat uttered. There is no need to fear. For the Sorting Hat will find what place, what house to put you in. It's all inside your mind. It was a struggle to keep his features from contorting into an idiotic smile, but somehow Harry managed. Out the corner of his eye he could see Ginny watching him, the ghost of a sly smile traced upon her cerise-colored lips, as she silent sang her own lyrics to him. For those that are brave at heart, Gryffindor's where you'll be. You can outfight, outswear and outdrink anyone, including the likes of me. When the various members of the Order of the Phoenix started to join in, singing very off-key, it was all Harry could do not to drop his face into his hands and start howling with laughter. When you're diligent and loyal, then a Hufflepuff you surely are. There'll be blood, sweat and toil, while you follow your star. Asterisk. If possible, it actually got worse when some of the more heavily accented voices joined together in an incomprehensible cacophony. It reminded Harry of a noisy breakfast in the Dursley house, with Vernon bellowing, Petunia screeching and Dudley braying all at once. If you value knowledge above all else, then Ravenclaw's where you'll be set. Learning things both great and small. That's a sure bet. Asterisk. The last verse was delivered solely by Ginny, who was now sporting an impish grin as she sidled up against Harry at the table. Careful not to draw anyone's attention, she slipped her hand into his and gave a squeeze, causing him to look into her twinkling coffee brown eyes. For slimy gits that like to sneak, Slytherin shall be your home. 'Cause you're horrid little buggers. And are rotten to the bone. Once the song was over and the Sorting Hat, as well as Ginny, fell silent, a round of applause was given by all in the hall, more perfunctory than anything else. Not that anyone would admit it. The only true exception this time was Harry, who lavished silent praise upon Ginny, who graced him with a regal nod as the ovation tapered off. Professor McGonagall moved from her place at the side and stood tall next to the four-legged stool and that Sorting Hat. From within her robes she produced a long roll of parchment, which she held before her as she spoke. When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted, she said, peering at the queasy-looking first years over the rims of her glasses. Ambrose, Nicholas. As the sorting continued, Harry turned to Ginny and shook his head. Circe's liver, Gin, you almost made me split my sides laughing during the song. Ginny smiled and leaned in to quickly key his cheek. Unfortunately, I can't take any credit for it. The entire song was Fred and George's work. I'm surprised they didn't dare you to do something stupid, like charm the Sorting Hat to sing that instead of what it was supposed to. They tried, admitted Ginny, watching as Debenham, Mary, became the first new Gryffindor. The diminutive brown-haired girl joined the table to a round of applause as Ginny continued. Unfortunately, we couldn't work out how to get to the hat before McGonagall brought it out. You're incorrigible, concluded Harry. You wouldn't have me any other way, would you? Never. Endine, Richard, called McGonagall. Hufflepuff. Fargo. Amber. Slytherin. This continued for some time, McGonagall calling out names, the Sorting Hat calling out houses. Harry dutifully applauded as each new Gryffindor was chosen and happily greeted the relieved children as they joined them at the table. Midway through the sorting he glanced across the great hall and saw that Malfoy was watching him with hooded eyes, a thin smile on his lips. It was an unnerving occurrence, though Harry did not point it out to the others. Eventually McGonagall finished reading through the list of new students, ending with, Zulberg, Trevor. After the deputy headmistress packed away the stool and the Sorting Hat, Professor Dumbledore rose from his seat to give his beginning of year speech. Greetings one and all, he intoned pleasantly, looking over the assembled students with a benevolent smile. It is always a pleasure to see so many old faces, as well as so many new ones, at the start of yet another year of learning. I have a few start of term notices to make before we commence with the wonderful banquet that has been prepared for us. Harry laughed softly as he noticed Ron's grimace. His friend would much rather have dug into his food first and then listened to the announcements. Considering that Ron had somehow managed to grow another couple of inches and fill out a good bit as well, Harry could understand his slight impatience to begin eating. Firstly, since it has proved so popular these last 2 years, Hogwarts will once again be hosting a Yule Ball during the Christmas holidays. Unlike previous years, However, this year the ball shall be held on Christmas Eve, rather than Christmas Day. Oh joy! Groaned Harry, slumping in his seat. What's wrong, Harry? Asked Ginny, looking at him with concern. Harry sighed. Considering what happened at the last Yule Ball, I'm really not feeling all that enthusiastic for the event. Ginny smiled sadly and took his hand in hers. It'll be all right, Harry. I mean, what are the odds that Tom will attack on Christmas 2 years in a row? Do you really want me to answer that? As always, continued Dumbledore, after waiting for the news about the ball to sink in, I must inform you that the Forbidden Forest is just that, forbidden to all students. The neighboring village of Hogsmeade is likewise out of bounds to those under third year. This time, for some inexplicable reason, the headmaster turned his sparkling blue eyes towards Harry. Harry, knowing full well why, grinned back and shrugged. Finally, I would like to announce 3 actually, changes to our staff this year. Professor Jones, who has retired to work on a dig in Egypt, has been replaced as our professor of ancient runes, by Miss Fleur Delacour. A tumultuous standing ovation came from the students. Actually, truth be told, it was a standing ovation that came from most of the male students. Only Harry, Ron and a few other prudent young men, remained seated and restrained themselves to a polite applause, thus earning themselves pleased smiles from their significant others. Fleur, as beautiful as always, gracefully rose from her seat and graced the students with a charming smile and a wave. Harry, taking a quick look at the Slytherin table, noticed that Malfoy was completely unaffected by Fleur's Veela charms. In fact, and this highly disturbed Harry, he seemed to scarcely moved since the last time Harry had seen him. His cold gray eyes were unwaveringly focused on Harry alone. With Professor Lupin deciding to leave us for a sabbatical, the position of our defense against the dark arts has been filled this year by a married couple, Gregory and Hilary Proteus, who come to us highly recommended. Dumbledore's mustache gave a twitch of amusement. I have been informed that they have only just arrived in Hogsmeade and are currently being escorted to the castle by Professor Snape. Is he off his rocker? Asked Ron. Snape will probably kill them before they even reach the school grounds. I have discovered over the years that it is very easy to be wise. All you have to do is think of something stupid to say and merely say the opposite. Dumbledore grinned boyishly at them all and lifted his goblet in a toast. That said, let's dig in. Food immediately sprang into being on the table. All of Harry's favorite dishes were there. Roast beef and chicken, lamb chops and sausages, steaks and ribs, roast potatoes and chips, several kinds of fish, mounds of crisp veggies and, as with every meal for some unfathomable explanation, mint humbugs. Harry suspected that this was probably Dumbledore's work, but had yet to find any proof. Everyone immediately set about following Dumbledore's advice and did indeed dig in, piling food onto their plates. Harry watched with some amusement as Ron almost vanished from view behind the mountain of food he stacked in front of himself. The damnedest thing was that the ever-growing redhead would probably finish it all before anyone else did. And then, no doubt, he would start consuming a second helping and after that probably a third as well. Good food, good meat, good God, let's eat, declared Moira enthusiastically, attacking her dinner with a relish that could almost have matched Ron's. In fact, her gusto was probably more impressive since Moira was, despite being in her third year, easily one of the smallest people at the table, including the first years. Where did they put it all? Asked Hermione, looking from Ron to Moira and back in amazement. Harry shook his head. I think they must have swallowed bottomless pits when they were younger. A couple of minutes later, the doors to the great hall swung open. Professor Snape was standing at the threshold. He had the air of a man who had been in a tremendous hurry, but who had been stopped in midrush by something, or someone, he could not fully understand. The new defense against the dark arts professors have arrived, Headmaster, he said after taking a moment to visibly compose himself. The look on his face was, oddly enough, not the one of glaring abhorrence that he usually held in reserve for whoever drew the position. In its place he wore a look that was almost dazed, perhaps even traumatized. Everyone was watching closely as the two newcomers crossed the threshold into the hall, brushing past Snape without sparing him so much as a sideways glance. They were so engrossed in their conversation, spoken just loud enough for everyone to hear, that they did not notice the reaction their entrance caused. Waving her arms about in obvious agitation was a stately young woman with shimmering golden hair and bright hazel eyes. From what Dumbledore had said, this could only be Hilary Proteus, who was ranting at the man who was clearly her husband. Believe you're still going on about that one little mistake. Mistake. Little. Interrupted Gregory Proteus, staring incredulously at his wife with wide, sea-green eyes. He ran both hands through his rich, yet untidy, mahogany hair and exclaimed, "You threw me off the hotel balcony." "At least there was a pool below," offered Hilary, looking slightly chagrined. "You didn't know that. It was an accident," insisted the flustered woman. Gregory gave her a fierce look. "An accident? We were on the 17th floor." Hilary protested in defense. "I was drunk on champagne. What did you expect? It was the 4th day of our honeymoon. I know what I was expecting." He held up a finger and wagged it at her in a negative manner. "That wasn't it." A blush rose to the woman's cheeks, visible even from where Harry was sitting. She shook her head and replied, "At least you weren't hurt. Hotel security arrested me." Everyone present in the Great Hall, teachers, students and ghosts, was watching the two quarreling with dreadful fascination. Surprise wasn't sufficient to describe the reactions of those watching. Astonishment would only just fit the bill. Total consternation came close. "I made it up to you, didn't I? Made it up." Now it was Gregory's turn to wave his arms about as he all but shouted, "I had to sleep on my stomach for a week. The doctor thought I'd been ravaged by a wild beast." She smirked at his words and arched an eyebrow at him and shook out her golden mane before noting in a superior voice, "You didn't complain at the time." The broad-shouldered man abruptly skidded to a halt. He blinked and for the first time seemed to perceive that they were not alone. Glancing to either side, he took note of the dumbstruck students that were sitting all around them. Finally he looked at his wife and said, with perfect calm, "You do realize that we have a rather sizable audience." Hilary's jaw dropped and she glanced around the hall. Her face, tanned as it was, managed to pale a good few shades. Turning back to Gregory, she drew in a shaky breath before speaking in a small voice. "I guess I went and stepped in it." "That's a fair assessment," agreed Gregory, smiling thinly. "Damn it, I swore I wouldn't do this." Chaos reigned supreme throughout Gryffindor Tower on the 2nd of September. It was the first day of the school term and, much to their horror, the Gryffindors had woken to discover that they had lost two items of great importance. Harry and Ginny. It started innocently enough, early that same morning, when Hermione was roused from her sleep by the first rays of the morning sun. The bushy-haired 6th-year prefect rolled out of her plush 4-poster bed and pulled on her faded pink dressing gown and fluffy slippers. Treading quietly, so that she would not disturb Lavender or Parvati, Hermione slipped out of the room. Hermione was heading for the dormitory belonging to the 5th-year girls, her intention being to check on Ginny Weasley. Though they hadn't really discussed it, Hermione knew that Ginny and Harry had not managed to catch much sleep the night before leaving the burrow. Naturally, she was worried that her friend had experienced similar difficulties last night. Normally Hermione would not have worried about either of the two doing anything inappropriate. Harry was a sensible young man and Ginny, despite her brother's dubious influences, had her head properly screwed on. Of course, if you looked at it another way, Harry was dangerously impulsive and had a tendency to act, then think, and Ginny was easily a match for any of her brothers, and that, unfortunately, included the twins. Besides which, she thought as she slipped into the other girls' dormitory, they're in love. Who knows what they could decide to get up to? Ginny's bed was, luckily, close to the door. Hermione padded across the short distance from the door to the curtain-enshrouded bed. She felt about the velvety fabric for a few seconds until she found an edge and cautiously parted the curtains, just enough for a short glimpse inside. Immediately following her short glimpse, Hermione grabbed hold of the curtains with both hands. She threw them wide open, exposing the bed hidden within, her expression becoming an odd mixture of worry, consternation and disapproval as she looked down on Ginny's bed. It was empty. Heck, it hadn't even been slept in. "Oh boy," was all she could manage to say as she stared down at the undisturbed covers. It did not take a genius, which Hermione was. She had the OWL certificate to prove it, to guess that if Ginny was not in her bed, then it was almost a certainty that she was to found in Harry's bed instead. She wouldn't, Hermione tried to convince herself. Not while there were 4 other boys in the room with them. Not that much later. Less than a minute actually, Hermione was sneaking into the 6th-year boys' dormitory. She had been in the room on 1 or 2 occasions in the past, but never with such a purpose in mind. With far more caution than she had displayed in the 5th-year girls' dormitory, Hermione sneaked across the room towards Harry's bed. As she approached the curtained bed, she wondered just what she would say if her suspicions were founded. After all, this was not a situation Hermione had ever thought she would find herself in. Besides which, Harry and Ginny were her friends. Close friends. While she could not claim to fully understand the reasons why they needed to sleep together, Hermione knew that there was more to it than simple teenage hormones run amok. However, Hermione was a prefect, as was Harry for that matter, and she could not just ignore such a flagrant disregard for the school rules. Well, not entirely anyway, she admitted as she reached up and took hold of the curtains. Carefully, so as not to disturb any of the other 4 occupants of the room, Hermione parted the curtains and found herself completely at a loss as she stared at Harry's bed. It was empty. Heck, it hadn't even been slept in. Hermione took a deep breath. Let it out. She took another deep breath. Held it some more. After a beat, she let it out in a protracted sigh. Don't panic, she told herself. Looking around the shadowy dormitory, Hermione again tried to convince herself. Just because neither of them are here, doesn't mean anything's happened to them. They probably just went out for a walk around the lake. At the crack of dawn. And without having even tried their beds. The panic Hermione was trying so valiantly to resist began to set in at about this point. Without really thinking about it, she stumbled across the room, tripping over what looked like Neville's shoes, and pulled open the curtains surrounding Ron's bed. Ron! Wake up! Wake up! Ron! She shouted, grabbing the softly snoring boy by the shoulder and giving him a rousing shake. When Ron proved a trifle too slow to wake for her liking, Hermione grabbed him by both shoulders and almost hauled him out of his bed, shouting, Wake up! Harry's missing. Ginny's missing. They're both missing. Wah. Who? We. Huh. Wasset. Ron looked up at Hermione with bleary eyes, clearly not fully comprehending what she was saying. Hermione resisted the urge to slap him a few times, settling for wrenching him back and forth to the point where he became a red-haired blur. As he struggled against her grasp, finally jolted awake from his slumber, she continued to yell, Harry and Ginny are missing. What? Hermione, are you sure? He asked, looking at her in bewilderment. They're not in their beds. Harry's not in Ginny's bed and Ginny isn't in Harry's bed. The details of the situation began to seep into Ron's befuddled brain, not to mention the minds of Dean, Seamus and Neville, who had also been roused by Hermione's shouting. Being the mature and sensible young men that they were, naturally they perceived Hermione's aura of full-blown panic and immediately began to enter a comparable state. The search for Harry Potter and Ginny Weasley began. Had anyone paused to take a proper look around, they might have noticed 2 heads, one topped with red, the other topped with black, peering over the back of a couch in the common room. The young man and woman whose heads these were, watched the disorganized hunt for Harry and Ginny with wry, bemused smiles. Think we should let them know we're here? Asked Harry, stifling a laugh as a blushing Neville scurried down the staircase leading to the girls' dormitories. Obviously he had caught an earful from some of the girls, or perhaps even an eyeful. Not yet, replied Ginny with a rascally smile. She looked at Harry with a twinkle in her deep brown eyes, feeling playful in spite of her lack of sleep that night. They listened for a time to the sound of people yelling and calling their names, accompanied by doors swinging open or being slammed shut. All in all, the search was something of a commotion, especially since it was completely unnecessary. All this fuss when we're right in front of them, she thought. I guess it's true what they say about hiding in plain sight. Sudden awareness of pressure against her one leg drew Ginny's attention away from the activities behind them and down in front of where she was sitting. Harry, for a similar reason, also looked at the foot of the couch, where Carmen's pet Kneazle, Quagga, was rubbing his sleek black and silver-striped body against Ginny's calf. Likewise, Harry was receiving attention from the mass of fluffy orange fur that was Crookshanks, Hermione's cat. Oh, joy! Groaned Harry as Crookshanks sprang up onto his lap, I've got to talk Hermione into putting this cat of hers on a diet. He's just a cat, Harry, replied Ginny, leaning over to lift Quag up. How heavy could he be? Want to swap and find out? Ginny's retort was quashed by an inopportune yawn. As Quagga settled himself down, twisting about until he was comfortable, she decided to change the topic and state the obvious. We need to find a way to sleep together. You had better pray nobody passing by hears you talking like that. Asterisk. Yes, what a scandal. The two most powerful magicians on the planet engaged in an illicit affair. It would be a feeding frenzy for the media. Asterisk. Harry nodded in agreement to Ginny's statement, ignoring the ramblings of the order. His head drooped a bit as he stroked a hand up and down Crookshank's back. Either that or spend the rest of the year in the common room like this. Maybe we should talk to Dumbledore, she suggested, see if he can't arrange a special dispensation. I don't want to go through a discussion like the one we had with your mother again, resisted Harry, clearly remembering the grilling Ginny's mum had subjected them to. It had almost been as bad as having to try and explain how they had ended up in bed together completely starkers. She mulled it over for a time. Maybe we can get Mum to write him a letter explaining it all. Do you remember the trouble we had convincing her to let us sleep together at the Burrow? Asked Harry, arching his eyebrows at her. He shifted where he sat, wincing as Crookshank's needle-sharp claws dug into his legs. What makes you think we can convince her to let us do the same here? Then what can we do? Ginny was aware of the desperation that was beginning to seep into her voice. She could remember in perfect detail how fatigued she had felt those first few days of the summer when she and Harry had not been sharing a bed. She didn't think she would be able to endure such an arduous experience again, not when the alternative was spending the nights in Harry's loving embrace. Harry took a deep breath and slowly let it out, absent-mindedly stroking Crookshanks behind his ears, resulting in a deep and resonating purr from the large feline. After several long moments of reflection he seemed to almost perk up. He half turned to Ginny and said, how about we apparate to the Burrow every night? We could even ask Dumbledore for a refund on our school fees, since we won't be needing room and board here anymore. Ginny blinked in surprise and mulled over the idea. After a while she nodded her head in half-committal approval. Brilliant idea, but there are a few problems that I can see. Yeah, agreed Harry, smiling half-heartedly, namely what happens if Voldemort attacks in the middle of the night and we're not here. Further suggestions as to a solution to their problem were put on hold when the, until then, relative quiet of the common room was shattered by a cacophony of voices descending the staircases. Apparently, having finished their search of the various dormitories, the students were now mobilizing for a search of the castle and its grounds. It appeared, from what Ginny could discern through the noise, that the earlier pandemonium had only been a forerunner. Ginny and Harry's fellow Gryffindors were working themselves into a state of mild to extreme panic. A fact that both of the missing teenagers found quite amusing. Hermione was pacing back and forth, her head ducked down in concentration and her bushy hair all over the place, and trying to deduce likely spots to search for the missing couple. Ron, seldom one to keep his head in a crisis, was rambling about having to write to his and Ginny's mum and dad, letting them know that he had somehow managed to lose his baby sister. Neville was apologizing copiously to Moira and Seamus, confirming that he had indeed caught an eyeful. Moira was grumbling loudly in what sounded like Gaelic, while Seamus' Irish twang had deepened to the point where he was almost as unintelligible as his beater girlfriend. I think maybe we should let them know we're here now, Ginny silently told Harry as the noise level in the common room approached that of a post-Quidditch match victory celebration. You know, he replied, checking the watch Ginny had given him for Christmas, even if I had Quidditch practice I wouldn't be getting up for another 8 or 9 minutes. Perhaps. Ginny felt a devious scheme beginning to form in the back of her mind. A grin that most people would normally associate with Fred and George lit up her face. That would be perfect actually. How's that? We can apparate down to the Quidditch pitch and pretend we got up for an early morning fly around. Without our brooms? Asked Harry, pointing out what he saw as a hole in her plan. Have you forgotten how you got around that dragon during the Triwizard Tournament? She asked, cocking an eyebrow at him. We can summon them. Nobody will be any the wiser. What's going on here? Professor McGonagall, wearing her tartan dressing gown, had arrived to investigate the noise, thus succeeding in bringing silence to the room. Only for a moment though, as, after that moment passed, everyone present began trying to explain all at once. Naturally, the resulting flood of worried voices was a completely incomprehensible babble that McGonagall, not surprisingly, seemed unable to make heads or tails of. Quiet. McGonagall held up a hand, signaling the students to shut up. After a hush finally settled over the anxious Gryffindors, the deputy headmistress surveyed her charges with a sharp eye. Finally, she turned to the until now unnoticed couch in front of the fire. Folding her arms across her chest, she looked on with an impatient expression and asked, "Mr. Potter, Ms. Weasley, since the two of you seem the calmest, perhaps you would be so kind as to explain what this racket is about." Ginny and Harry popped their heads up from behind the couch, much to the total amazement and disbelief of those searching for them. The two teenagers looked from their gawking housemates to their stern-looking head of house, then each other. With a shrug, they turned back to McGonagall and chimed in unison, "Don't have a clue, Professor." Ron was watching with a mixture of amusement and concern as Harry's head drooped lower and lower as the lesson wore on. From what Harry and Ginny had told Hermione and him, during breakfast, his best friend and sister had now gone nearly 2 days without sleep. As a result, Harry had been dozing on and off throughout all their classes that day, slowly falling forward until he would jerk up again in an attempt to remain awake. Ron was willing to bet that Ginny was in much the same condition. If anyone had told me this time last year, he thought, that Harry and Ginny wouldn't be able to sleep unless they were in the same bed, I've told them to check into Street Mungo's. Normally, falling asleep in class would not have been that bad a thing. Most of the teachers would probably have understood what Harry was going through. Or, in the case of the ghostly Professor Binns, not have even noticed Harry's lack of attention in their class. Fortunately, they were currently in the last class of the day, so Harry wouldn't have to worry about it much longer, not that he appeared to be anyway. Unfortunately, their last class of the day was potions. Dean Thomas, partnered with Seamus Finnegan, was sitting on Harry's other side. After Harry made another jerky attempt to remain cognizant during the class, the dark-skinned boy leaned over and Ron heard him whisper, "You should try exercising, Harry. A healthy lifestyle will help you no end." Harry gave Dean a groggy look and replied, "I'm so tired already, exercise hardly seems necessary." Smiling at his friend's lackluster response, Ron turned his attention back to Snape, who was writing out a long list of potion ingredients and instructions on the blackboard. The potions master had his back to the class, luckily for Harry, and had missed the brief exchange as well as Harry's close call. Good thing too, he thought, copying down the instruction in his messy scrawl. Slimy Git would probably leap at the chance to give Harry grief. He certainly gave Ginny enough before lunch. This was a fairly accurate observation on Ron's part. Everyone who had been ill-fated enough to have potions that day had remarked on Snape's black mood. Apparently, he had recovered from his encounter with Gregory and Hilary Proteus and had settled into a vindictive state that rivaled anything he had produced previously. Nobody had been able to garner any details, but from what was being discussed on the student grapevine, the married couple were relentlessly teasing the potions master. For some reason, the defense against the dark arts professors found endless amusement in causing Snape grief of one sort or another. Everyone he had spoken to that had already attended defense against the dark arts were verbose in their praise of the two professors, comparing them favorably with Remus Lupin. Even though he would not be having a class with them until the following day, Ron had decided that he liked the professors Proteus. After all, he reasoned, anyone who makes Snape's life as miserable as he makes ours has to be good. "I want you all to take special note of this, you in particular Longbottom," Snape motioned at one line of his instructions. "You must add precisely 2¼ fluid ounces of dragon blood to the sifted Blackmore. Any more than that and the results will be dire for the fool that fails to follow my directions." Thud. Snape had just opened his mouth to speak again when he was interrupted by the sound. He closed his mouth and narrowed his eyes, scanning the class for the source. Considering his mood, it was likely that whoever, or whatever, it was would regret having disturbed Snape's lecture. Ron, who was sitting next to the source, glanced nervously at Harry. Exhaustion had apparently won out and Harry's head had dropped to the bench, connecting with a solid thump. Despite the force of the impact, Harry somehow remained completely out of it. Ron gave his friend a sharp nudge with his elbow in an attempt to wake him up before Snape spotted him, but Harry's only response was a muffled grunt of discomfort. Come on, you git. Wake up. What was that? Snape ground out in a dangerous tone. His black eyes swiveled to where Pansy Parkinson, hand raised into the air, was sitting. Parkinson. Potter, sir, explained Pansy, indicating where Harry was sitting. That bitch. Ginny should have turned her into dog instead of an ostrich. Snape's eyes narrowed to thin slits and a dangerous smile creased his lips. Slowly he began to stalk towards Ron and the unconscious Harry. Thank you, Ms. Parkinson. 3 points to Slytherin. Ron swallowed nervously as Snape came to a stop beside him, his robes billowing around him and seeming to make the pallid man even larger. Licking his lips in preparation, Ron looked up at the looming professor and tried to explain, Harry hasn't been sleeping well, Professor. He seems to be sleeping perfectly well right now, Weasley, snapped the professor, arching an eyebrow with satisfaction as he looked at Harry's slumped form. His eyes were sparkling with the anticipation of reprimanding his most despised student. I think it's time we woke Mr. Potter up so that he can face the consequences of not paying attention in my class. That's a bad idea, Ron blurted out, not really thinking about it. His memories of what happened back home at the burrow when anyone barged in on a sleeping Harry or Ginny had surfaced full force and prompted him to speak. He could feel his palms sweating as he tried not to wilt under Snape's glare and explained, Harry gets startled easily when he's asleep. Snape smiled nastily. Then he should wake up all the more readily. Without giving Ron any more time to try and warn him off, Snape reached past Ron with his wand and cracked it firmly against the back of Harry's head. Gah! Harry woke with a jerk and a surprised yelp. He pushed up and away from the desk, teetering unsteadily on his stool for a second, his eyes wide and unfocused. With a soft pop, Harry disappeared. Snape blinked in surprise. With a soft pop, Harry reappeared. Harry was immediately behind Snape, as well as several feet straight up. He dropped upon the startled potions master much like a bird of prey would swoop down on a rabbit. The outcome was much the same as well and resulted in Snape spending the night in the hospital wing. I can't believe it, groaned Hermione. Our first day back and you've already attacked one of the teachers. He startled me. Harry tried to explain for the umpteenth time. He had just come from a meeting in Dumbledore's office and had met up with Ron and Hermione outside the Great Hall. They were walking towards the Gryffindor table, Hermione running a rampant commentary concerning Harry's earlier actions in potions class. You broke his collarbone. Ron leapt to his friend's defense. He deserved it. Harry was immensely relieved when they reached the table, hoping the presence of so much food would distract his friends from arguing. He sat down in the seat opposite Ginny, who was talking with Genevieve, a generously endowed fellow fifth year with dark brown hair and liquid russet-colored eyes. As they chatted away, Harry spotted that the Ravenclaw girl had for some reason dyed her fringe and several locks of her hair raven black. What was the verdict, mate? Asked Seamus, who was sitting nearby with Moira, as Harry started filling his plate with food. 30 points from Gryffindor, he replied with a sigh. 30 points on the first day back was certainly a record, even for Harry. He sighed again as he considered the second part of his punishment. And detention with Snape for the rest of the month. Ginny, who had finished talking with Genevieve, looked at him in dismay. That's terrible. They can't be serious. How can they give you detention with Snape after you put him in the hospital wing? Harry shrugged and sipped some pumpkin juice. Dumbledore seems to think it will calm him down a bit. Apparently Madame Pomfrey had to put a silencing charm around his bed. They could hear him yelling for my expulsion from the library. And what about the other thing? Ginny asked quietly, biting into a Yorkshire pudding. Nothing firm yet, he replied, setting down his drink and looking across the table at her. His mind immediately began to replay the short discussion about his and Ginny's sleeping habits that he and the teachers had had. Dumbledore had assembled the 3 other heads of the houses, since Snape was still in the infirmary. McGonagall, Flitwick and Sprout had been sitting in the chairs arrayed in front of the headmaster's desk as Harry tried to explain. Very well, Potter, McGonagall had insisted, we understand that you assaulted Professor Snape because you were tired. We understand that you were tired because you were unable to sleep last night. However, we do not understand, since you still haven't explained it to us, why you were unable to get to sleep. Harry clearly remembered the embarrassment he'd felt and the scalding blush that had tainted his cheeks when he had answered, I couldn't get to sleep, because Ginny Weasley wasn't in the bed with me. Looking back on it, the various reactions had been quite amusing. Dumbledore, who had probably had an inkling of the truth already, merely smiled in that benevolent and grandfatherly way he had. McGonagall had openly gaped at Harry, her square glasses slipping off her nose and clattering to the floor. Flitwick, who had been sitting right on the edge of his seat, had fallen out of his chair and landed next to McGonagall's glasses. Sprout had promptly begun to choke on her tea, which she'd spilled over her lap in the process. Dumbledore said he'd take it under consideration, Harry judiciously summed up, until he makes a decision, we're to stay in our own beds. He's also arranged for Madame Pomfrey to supply us with dreamless sleep potion for the time being. Hopefully he will have an answer for us, or a solution, by the end of the week. Ginny nodded her understanding and smiled at him in commiseration. They continued their meal audibly for the most part, for the benefit of their friends, and soon that entire section of the table was roaring with laughter over Snape's accident in potions. Neville in particular seemed to enjoy recounting what had happened to his least favorite teacher. Everyone agreed with Dean that the only way could have been better was if Colin had been there to take a photograph. Finally, dinner drew to an end as everyone got up and made their way to the third-floor corridor which led down to the Practical Fighting Techniques auditorium. There were a good many more students than had been attending the previous year. This was in part because of Voldemort's attack on the school, which had convinced anyone who had doubted his return. Then there was the fact that Dumbledore had approved the addition of third-year students to the class roster, much to young Moira McKay's delight. Descending the winding staircase that led from what Harry had come to think of as Fluffy's room, the students filed into the auditorium. As they found their seats, Harry noticed the two Defense Against the Dark Arts professors standing off in one shadowy corner. From the look of things, they had decided to come and see Harry's somewhat controversial class firsthand. What do you make of that? Ginny asked him. What do you mean? He asked, looking away from the Proteuses. Ginny, walking alongside him as they made their way down the aisle, nodded her head in the general direction of the two adults. Look at their auras. Very bright. Harry drew a short breath, closed his eyes and began to concentrate on the magic surrounding him. He focused on bringing his perceptions of it to the forefront of his being and then released his breath and opened his eyes. Next to him he could see Ginny's aura glowing a brilliant white, red and gold, identical to his own, the aura of someone joined to the Order of the Phoenix. It wasn't difficult to see why the new professors had garnered Ginny's attention. Both husband and wife had auras that glowed and swirled brightly, almost equal to Harry and Ginny's auras. Gregory Proteus' aura was a blazing gold that shone around him like a small sun, flecked with traces of red and white. His wife, Hilary, was surrounded by fiery colored and crimson, which in a compliment to Gregory, was spotted with flecks of gold and white. A very powerful couple, noted Harry, leading Ginny onto the stage and to his desk, which was set to one side. I think they're even brighter than Dumbledore, thought Ginny, her attention alternating between the two professors. Harry placed a hand on her shoulder, gently chiding her for staring so much, and then stepped out to the center of the stage. A lecturing podium rose from the floor in front of him as quiet settled over the waiting students. First off, Harry began, I'd like to welcome all those who are joining us for the first time. Mostly last year's second and third years. I know most of you are a little nervous about being here, although some of you are a bit eager. He shot a glance at Moira, who grinned broadly at him and gave him a thumbs up. He shook his head and continued, rest assured though, this class is not as bad as the older students have made out. I called a voice from the back of the room, it's worse. His light-hearted welcome address continued for several minutes, with Harry touching on a few points here and there as well as giving his students a basic idea of what he was planning to cover over the course of the year. His final announcement, that Ginny would be joining him as an assistant in the class, was met with loud applause from the Gryffindors. So, Harry clapped his hands and rubbed them together with anticipation. Any suggestions on how to start the year off? How about a duel, Potter? All eyes turned to the source of the voice that had called out the challenge. Malfoy's drawl was as cocksure and confident as it had ever been. A faint smile twisted his thin lips and his cold gray eyes seemed to shine brightly in the auditorium's subdued lighting. "How about it, Potter?" he asked, standing up and striding down to the edge of the stage. "Another demonstrations, just like last year." His walk was more of a sauntering swagger that almost instantly put Harry's senses on alert. There was something different about Malfoy now, something very different from when they had encountered each other on the Hogwarts Express the previous day. Malfoy seemed taller, somehow. It was impossible, Harry knew, but he seemed to be holding himself taller. That posture, the dangerous glimmer in his slitted gray eyes and his almost feral smile, was enough to let Harry know that the other boy had something up his sleeves. Something highly dangerous, no doubt. Harry nodded in agreement. "All right, Malfoy," he said, waving for him to take a position on the stage. "Let's see if we can provide a good show. The thing about shield charms is that they can block pretty much anything. All that is required are reasonable amounts of focus, concentration and power." This naturally meant that Harry's shield charm was nigh impenetrable, for he had focus, concentration and nobody could dispute the raw power he was practically swimming in. Something as simple and generally inoffensive as a banishing charm should never have been able to penetrate his shield. Thus it was quite understandable that Harry was more than a little surprised when he was unexpectedly knocked off his feet and sent flying through the air, a loud crack accompanying his short flight. "Jin, I think we have a problem," he noted while rolling to his feet, a good 20 or 30 feet back from where he had been standing. "What is it?" asked Ginny in an alarmed tone. Harry grit his teeth as he rose up, pressing his one arm against the throbbing in his chest. "I think Malfoy just broke my ribs." Ginny's response was loud and disbelieving. "What? That's impossible." "I know. He did it anyway." It was a disturbing sight that greeted Harry as he looked up from where he was kneeling. He had only ever seen a person's aura change once before. It had been that time, almost exactly a year ago in fact, when he had decided to share his custodianship of the Order of the Phoenix with Ginny. Her aura had at first been a shimmering glow of soft reds and oranges, accompanied by a low hum, almost a cat-like purr. It had suited her, as most people's auras did, giving off a sense of who she truly was. He had watched with interest and wonder as flecks of gold and pure white sparked into being around Ginny, glittering like a rain of stars that had grown stronger and stronger until it was part of the blazing fire that surrounded her. The soft orange tinge to her brightening aura had slowly faded away as the colors became predominantly white and gold and colored. The deep thrum that Ginny's magic gave off had begun to twist and lighten, rising in pitch until it could almost be felt as well as heard. It sounded like Phoenix song and it had permeated her magic with harmonious calm. It had been a wonderful thing to witness. The same could not be said about what was happening to Draco Malfoy. During his 5th year at Hogwarts, Harry had become familiar with Malfoy's shimmering gray and maroon aura. It had always been easily identifiable by being the only gray aura at Hogwarts, probably a family trait, and though Harry himself was loath to admit it, slightly brighter than average for an ordinary wizard. "I have a bad feeling about this," he silently announced to both Ginny and the Order. Malfoy's aura was writhing and twisting about itself like a wild beast, but at the same time it was slowly losing its luminosity. If Harry were to describe Malfoy's aura as a living thing, which he sometimes thought auras were, then these were the death throes of an untamed animal. "A very bad feeling," agreed Ginny, watching with horrid fascination. From where she was standing by Harry's desk, off to one side of the stage, she had almost as clear a view of Malfoy as Harry did. Without warning and without a sound, Malfoy's aura was smothered and extinguished. There was a hushed noise, a non-sound if that was possible, more a sensation than anything else. As Malfoy's aura was snuffed out, the fine hairs at the nape of Harry's neck and trailing down his spine stood on end as Malfoy was plunged into shadow. "Actually, it's worse," declared Loki, his normally jovial voice sounding frighteningly grim. "I, agreed Beowulf's voice, your bad feeling is justified." There were no longer even the faintest traces of a magical aura coming off Malfoy. Instead he seemed to be shrouded in shadows, as if he were standing in the middle of a poorly lit room. The only illumination that seemed to reach him reached his face, lighting his pointed features from below. Harry was reminded of a muggle child with a torch, telling ghost stories around the campfire. This was impossible. Malfoy was standing in the center of the stage, right next to the lecturing podium, and in what was probably the most brightly lit spot in the auditorium. Yet he was cloaked in a palpable darkness. It was simply impossible, and Harry was greatly disconcerted by the sight. An icy hand seemed to have reached into his chest and taken hold of his heart. Something bad, something terrible was about to happen, he knew. And he doubted he would be able to stop it. In fact, he was beginning to have doubts that he would survive it either. Any suggestions? He asked, trying to keep his inner voice calm. Just one. Asterisk. What? Kill him before he kills you. Asterisk. Ginny watched as Malfoy, with a contemptuous smile, waved his hand in a lazy fashion. As he completed the motion, a bubble of vacillating shadow swirled into being around the auditorium's stage. It stopped just short of where Ginny was standing, by Harry's desk, and curved up into a dome that nearly reached the room's high ceiling. At the same time, Ginny heard loud booms as the large wooden doors leading in and out of the auditorium swung shut. As the reverberating booms faded, Ginny risked a glance away from where Harry and Malfoy were facing off. She saw that, as she feared, the auditorium was completely closed off, the doorways shielded by the same churning and impassable shadow that encompassed the stage. Damn, we're trapped. It was some kind of magic. It had to be, but Ginny could not discern anything about it other than its shape and the impenetrable blackness that somehow seemed almost alive. Harry had once, a little over a year ago, asked her if she believed in true evil. At the time she had replied that Tom Riddle, Lord Voldemort, certainly fit the bill. Now, looking at what Malfoy had wrought between her and Harry, Ginny realized that some forms of evil were truer than others. This was something dark, beyond anything Tom Riddle had ever or could ever hope to achieve. Whatever this was that Malfoy had tapped into, it was clearly ancient and incomprehensible. For a moment Ginny toyed with the idea that this was perhaps the antithesis of the Order of the Phoenix. The Order of the Snake or the Basilisk or the Dragon or the Chimera or any of a dozen other, dark, creatures. Ginny considered this possibility for all of 5 or 6 seconds, until she recalled that evil was by nature selfish, and thus unlikely to willingly share its power. Whatever this was, it could never be controlled or subjugated to any one mage's will, not even a Dark Lord as powerful as Voldemort. It was an ancient evil, a power that had existed since beyond the rise of Voldemort and would continue on past his downfall. Somehow, Ginny did not really know how or why, but she knew that this darkness was not the spawn of any earthly magic. It came from beyond, outside the times and spaces and dreams of magicians. It had been called forth many, many times before and had been banished back into the abyss each time, but only at a great and terrible cost, yet it was always returned to the world by fools that allowed their ambition and desire to overwhelm them. She turned away from the mystically barricaded doorways to see Harry and Malfoy watching each other from across the stage floor. She drew her wand, preparing to make an attempt to break through the shield bubble that separated her from them. No. Don't do anything. Asterisk. Ginny almost jumped out of her skin with fright at the urgent tone Osiris used, his Egyptian accent coming through, thick and heavy. She paused in front of the undulating barrier, her wand gripped firmly in her hand. What? Why? She asked, not letting her eyes stray from either Harry or Malfoy. Harry's trapped in there with him, Asterisk explained another voice in a calmer tone, though Ginny could almost feel the tension lying beneath. He's going to need every erg of power the Order can give if he's going to get out of this alive. Asterisk. Heracles spoke up next, his voice unusually grim. We're dealing with something here that could conceivably kill every person in this castle if he can't stop it somehow. Asterisk. Is Malfoy really that dangerous? Ginny asked in distress, unconsciously aware that whatever force it was that Malfoy had coupled with, it was plainly match for the Order of the Phoenix. More. Asterisk. I already said I'm open to suggestions, observed Harry, his thoughts edged with apprehension and anxiety that Ginny had never before associated with him. Harry, you're going to have to listen to us closely. Asterisk. Harry had regained his footing and was standing opposite Malfoy with unyielding determination, his arms folded across his chest. It was a small effort not to wince at the dull throb radiating from his injured chest, but Harry locked eyes with Malfoy and adopted the appearance of being perfectly willing to wait until doomsday for his antagonist to speak. Finally, he did. So tell me, Potter, Malfoy began with his customary drawl, how does it feel to be outclassed? To be overshadowed by something greater than you? What the hell did you let Voldemort do to you, Malfoy? Asked Harry. Malfoy smirked. He made me a god. I know a few gods, countered Harry. You're not one. You're just a schoolboy that's got in over his head in a situation he doesn't understand. Oh, I understand the situation perfectly, replied Malfoy, his eyes gleaming in the darkness that surrounded him. His smirk grew thin and dangerous as his voice grew steadily more strident as he proclaimed, I understand that you are nothing compared to me. I understand that you cannot match my power. I understand that you cannot fight against me. I understand that you cannot escape my hold over you. I understand that you cannot even comprehend what I have become. It's already starting, Asterisk observed Sun Tzu gravely. Yes, we don't have much time. Asterisk. Are you sure? Checked Harry. I mean, he's always had a swollen head. His ego's bigger than the school. Alexander's voice conveyed the shaking of his metaphysical head. This isn't his ego talking, Harry. Asterisk. What makes you think I'd be willing to fight you, Malfoy? Asked Harry, trying a different tack, watching behind Malfoy as the students trapped in the auditorium struggled to breach the shields blocking their escape. He was hoping to buy them time to get out before he tried to bring Malfoy to heel. Malfoy threw back his head and laughed, a humorless and cruel sound. Yes, I imagine you could apparate to safety without too much difficulty. Only 2 anti-apparition wards, the one around this room and the other around Hogwarts, wouldn't be much of an obstruction for the vaunted Order of the Phoenix. Harry felt his mouth go dry. He, along with everyone else that knew about it, had tried his utmost to keep the Order a secret. There was not much written about the Order, only a few scarce and incomplete references, hardly enough to give anyone a true idea of its capabilities. Still, Harry preferred to err on the side of caution and not reveal the Order's existence to anyone he did not trust implicitly. But somehow Malfoy knew. I know you, Potter, Malfoy continued, almost causing Harry to believe the Slytherin knew what he was thinking. His eyes, hooded in shadows, slid to one side, towards Ginny. I know you well enough to realize that you would never flee from a fight that will put innocent bystanders in harm's way. Don't you dare bring anyone else into this, Malfoy, Harry snapped, taking an angry step forward. He deftly slipped his robes off and tossed them to one side, freeing him to engage in the ranges of motion he would be needing when the fight began proper. Malfoy snorted. I wouldn't dream of having anybody interfere in our little duel, Potter. This is between the two of us alone. You and me, as it should have always been. Harry drew his wand and held it up in a ready position as he assumed a formal dueling stance. Waiting for Malfoy to do the same, he kept a close watch in case his opponent tried something underhanded. In fact, he would be very surprised if Malfoy did not. Instead, Malfoy ran a hand through his silver owned locks and flicked his head back. He reached into his robes and drew out his wand, twirling it with his fingers like a baton. Harry could feel himself tensing in anticipation, but Malfoy did not rise to the occasion. Do you really think you can beat me, Potter? You caught me by surprise earlier. It won't happen again. You're right about that, Malfoy sneered. Harry was only barely able to duck out of the way as a stream of black fire erupted from the end of Malfoy's wand. He rolled to one side, coming up in a low crouch with his wand aimed right at Malfoy. Expelliarmus. The curse rushed at Malfoy in a red blur, but that other boy simply slapped it away. He was actually contemptuous in his ease at doing so, and it showed in his smirk. He waited patiently for Harry to clamber to his feet, shaking his head slightly as though disappointed. May God have mercy upon my enemies, he said, because I won't. Harry blinked and after a moment's thought asked, Patton. Malfoy grinned wickedly. I learn from my mistakes, Potter. Harry tried not to wince as he remembered the lecture he had given Malfoy on Napoleon and the sound thrashing he had incurred upon him shortly afterwards. At the time it had seemed entirely appropriate and also highly amusing. After nearly a year, Harry had to wonder if perhaps he not gone just a little bit over the top with his actions. I think I made a mistake doing that, he thought with a twinge of regret. Harry had never paused to consider that his repeated humiliation of Malfoy might have only supplied his rival with greater motivation to follow his father's path. Don't let yourself be bothered by self-recrimination now, Harry, warned Merlin, his benign voice bringing a small amount of calm to Harry's racing thoughts. Now is the time for action, agreed Romulus, concentrate on stopping him first, then you can worry about the consequences of your actions. The duel suddenly began in earnest as Malfoy launched himself into the air, taking advantage of Harry's distraction. His leap carried him high above Harry, his head skimming only inches from the top of the magic bubble separating them from the others in the auditorium. With his wand clasped firmly in his left hand, at the apex of his short flight, Malfoy tossed a blazing midnight blue and indigo fireball down at Harry with his right hand. A quick back flip got Harry out of the way, but Malfoy continued his attack as he slowly drifted down to the stage floor. It was an eerie sight, more than a simple jump, but less than true levitation. It was almost as if Malfoy had become unbelievably light and gravity no longer held its normal sway over him. Harry used a combination of magic and what martial arts he knew to dodge as Malfoy continued to barrage him with fireballs from above. He seemed to skim across the floor, skipping left and right as the fireballs exploded where he had been standing only moments earlier, leaving smoking craters in the stone floor. Eventually, however, Harry ran out of places to dodge to, finding himself pressed up against the black wall of the bubble imprisoning him with Malfoy. Fortunately, Malfoy had finally come to a feather-light landing at almost the same time. His right hand was still ablaze with blue fire, but he was no longer able to press an advantage of height. Harry felt that it was time to turn from defense to offensive and no longer allow Malfoy to decide the way the duel was fought. Serpensortia, he cried, leveling his wand at Malfoy. A massive boa constrictor shot out of the tip of Harry's wand, looking very similar to the snake Harry had unintentionally freed from the Surrey Zoo many years earlier. He also remembered how Malfoy had tried this same spell against him in their second year, during Gilderoy Lockhart's abortive attempt at forming a dueling club. He watched as the snake slithered towards Malfoy with frightening fluidity and speed, closing the 20-yard gap in a matter of seconds. Unless Voldemort had somehow managed to transfer a portion of his Parseltongue abilities to him, there was no way Malfoy would be able to simply command the snake away from him. Unfortunately, Malfoy seemed blatantly unconcerned about the attacking boa, destroying Harry's hopes to take advantage of any distraction it might provide. With what could only be described as an evil smile, Malfoy bent down and grabbed the boa as it reached him, grasping it firmly below its head with his right hand. Malfoy's frigid gray eyes glittered through the shadows surrounding him as he looked across the scorched and pod-marked stage at Harry. With theatrical exaggeration, he shook his head and tsked in disapproval as his hand began to contract. The boa writhed beneath him, wrapping its coils around his legs and slithering up to his waist in an attempt to pull free of his hold. Malfoy merely increased the pressure and soon Harry could hear loud cracks and pops as the snake abruptly fell limp, red blood oozing thickly between Malfoy's clenched fingers. With callous ease, Malfoy simultaneously tossed the dead creature aside with his right hand and aimed his wand at Harry with his left. Get over here. Thin tendril of black energy shot from Malfoy's wand, much as the boa had been cast from Harry's. The magical rope stretched across the distance between the two combatants in the blink of an eye and grabbed hold of Harry before he could act. Malfoy pulled on his wand and Harry found himself being rapidly reeled in like a hooked fish. Malfoy swung a sharp uppercut that snapped Harry's head back and caused his teeth to click together painfully. The magical ropes that had drawn him in had dissipated, leaving Harry free to stagger back and try to catch his breath. The metallic tang of blood filled his mouth as he dropped down low and tried to sweep Malfoy's legs out from under him. His attempt failed as Malfoy hopped over his sweeping leg and landed nimbly on his feet, halfway back across the stage. The fingers of his right hand fashioned strange gestures as he traced an aberrant shape with the wand in his left hand. Harry felt a cold shiver run up and then back down his spine as the shadows surrounding Malfoy grew motley and began to seemingly merge with the background. Malfoy was rapidly fading away. Oh heck! Harry swore as the implications immediate confronted him. This duel with Malfoy was sufficient complicated without him having to struggle against an invisible opponent. Get a shield charm up in case he tries to come at you from behind, * advised Alexander. Harry, where's Malfoy gone? Did he apparate out of there? Asked Ginny from outside the bubble, clearly not realizing that Malfoy was still present. The Buggers turned himself invisible, Gin, Harry explained, sweeping his eyes from one side of the stage to the other and back, trying to find some hint as to Malfoy's location. Without warning, a solid blow, clearly a roundhouse kick, connected with Harry's stomach. The wind was knocked out of him and Harry staggered back, only to feel a rapid 1-2 set of jabs smashing into his jaw and sending him reeling to the floor. He twisted as he landed and hastily rolled clear, rising to his feet in a smooth motion. His wand had fallen from his grip during the assault and so he quickly summoned it to his hand, keeping a lookout for his unseen attacker. Isn't there any way we can detect him? Asked Ginny, pressing up against the dome wall. Unfortunately no, replied Isis, this is a different kind of magic he's making use of. Our senses cannot perceive how achieves what he does. Wait. Zir, do you see it? Harry narrowed his eyes to find slits, focusing his gaze on the spot Joan was indicating. Nothing. It was a perfectly empty section of the stage. The slate gray stone tiles were exactly as Harry expected to find them and there was not even the faintest trace of distortion in the air. Nothing pointing towards the presence of an invisible object. There weren't even any shadows too. I see it, Harry confirmed, letting his eyes slide past the slowly advancing spot so as not to arouse suspicion. Malfoy's veil of invisibility was superb, but flawed in that it was perhaps too perfect. It even hid the shadows that fell across it. Using his peripheral vision to keep track of his approaching enemy, Harry continued to keep up the appearance of searching for a clue to Malfoy's location. He fingered his wand in expectation, allowing his and the Order's magic to flow and accumulate inside the focal point. Aren't you going to raise a shield? Asked Romulus worriedly. Not yet, replied Harry, deliberately turning his head slightly away from where Malfoy was hiding. He pursed his lips and slowly raised his wand, preparing to burst into action. Malfoy's extraordinary method of invisibility was almost perfect in hiding him from view, but it did nothing to hide the sound of his leg rushing through the air at Harry. At the very last instant, cutting the timing closer than was safe, Harry spun back towards Malfoy and invoked a shield charm. There was a loud crack and the air right in front of Harry's face rippled under the unseen impact against the shield. Harry's wand was up before the blow had even landed, reducto. It was a simple, but effective spell which caused Malfoy to reappear in a fragmented spray of shadow. The blast from the spell had been enough to disrupt Malfoy's concentration, bringing about an end to his invisibility. Harry, unfortunately, did not have any time to follow up on his attack. His retaliatory strike had clearly been unexpected, but Malfoy was fast to recover from his surprise. He stepped in close to Harry and started pounding a hail of blows at Harry's head and shoulders. Harry tried to block the strikes, but Malfoy was swinging at him in a frenzied blur. Through his upraised arms Harry could make out an indescribable rage distorting his normally aristocratic features. It reminded him frighteningly of how he sometimes felt during his animagus transformations over the summer, when he and the Order had been coaching Ginny into becoming an animagus. As the rain of punches continued, hammering down on him, Harry contemplated the possibility of changing. He doubted that Malfoy, whatever he had become, would be able to survive being squashed by a 100-foot-tall Imperial Archgriffin, especially in such a confined space. But that was also the root of the problem which was preventing Harry from transforming into his animagus form. The Practical Fighting Techniques Auditorium was a large room, one of the largest in Hogwarts, but Harry doubted he would be able to fit. As big as the room was, his Imperial Archgriffin form would be dangerously close to filling it, and that was without the curving dome of black energy Malfoy had encompassed them in. He could, presumably, break the shadowy barrier, but that could conceivably endanger the several hundred students trapped within the auditorium. Suddenly Malfoy backed away a step or two, his wand back in hand from wherever he had stowed it during his primal rampage. His eyes still glistened brightly in the dark, filled with a fury that bordered on insanity. His lips were parted in a feral snarl, baring his teeth in a death's head grin that made him almost unrecognizable. "The boy who killed the boy who lived," announced Malfoy in a low and satisfied-sounding growl. With a casual ease that was in stark contrast to the wild fury of only moments earlier, Malfoy gestured with his wand. "I do like the sound of that." In a whispered rush, the bubble separating Harry and Malfoy from the rest of the students in the Practical Fighting Techniques auditorium vanished. One moment it was there, the next it was gone as though it had never existed. This was supposedly impossible. Any form of magic, be it a spell, hex, curse, enchantment, ward or whatever, always had a signature trace while being performed or used and even after it was gone. Ginny, however, did not really care about the impossibility of the situation. Instead, the fiery young woman charged out onto the stage to join Harry. As she did, coming to stand beside him, she saw her brother, Hermione and several others also moving to surround Malfoy. "Harry, are you all right?" she asked, reaching out to grab his shoulder. Harry, his face bruised and bloodied, looked at her with an dubious expression and answered, "Never been better." "Sorry, stupid question," she agreed, wincing in sympathy at a large gash where the skin had split over Harry's cheek. The group of students that had moved to enclose Malfoy were mostly Gryffindors, in their 5th, 6th and 7th years, the ones who had participated in Practical Fighting Techniques the year before. A few of the more spirited 3rd and 4th years, namely Moira, had also decided to join the fray. It was not only Gryffindor that had come down though, as Ginny recognized several Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs that were spread amongst her housemates. None of the Slytherins came to help, nor did Ginny really expect any of them to, being too busy trying to escape the sealed auditorium. "Why is it you Gryffindors always think a futile gesture is a noble one?" asked Malfoy, looking around at encircling students with a malevolent sneer. "If a gesture accomplishes anything, Mr. Malfoy, then it is not futile," said Gregory Proteus. The new defense against the dark arts professor had come down to join the group, while his wife Hilary wound her way to the opposite side of the stage so that she could advance upon Malfoy from the other direction. Malfoy's sneer deepened as he scoffed, "Rhetorical nonsense, Professor." Having reached the side of the stage across from her husband, Hilary Proteus stepped forward and caught Malfoy's attention. She swept her golden mane back with one hand, her other holding her wand, and looked imploringly at him. "Be careful like a proper Slytherin and think about it, Draco. This power you've gained, it's corrupting you inside. And your point is, if you have absolute power, which I do." Malfoy spread his arms wide and laughed. "Who cares?" The air around them began to stir, swirling about in a gentle breeze. Malfoy's grin became a predatory one as he turned to look at Harry again. "See you around, Potter." "I look forward to the rematch," Malfoy bade them, sketching a short and mocking bow. Darkness rushed up and over Malfoy from the ground, enveloping him in a coat of unfathomable black. Ginny could feel the mystical energies churning and bubbling with agitation all around her, and with the Order's abilities she could make out the eddying currents that were congregating around where Malfoy was standing. It was odd, very odd, how he was disrupting the underlying magic on the stage when his earlier displays, when fighting against Harry, had not. "Oh shit," swore Harry, watching the proceedings with wide eyes. "Don't just stand there," chided a voice, "get your shield charms up." Get everyone's shield charms up. You're going to need them. Shield charms. Harry shouted, raising his voice both to catch everyone's attention and also to make himself heard over the rising whistling of the air whipping about. "Everybody get your shield charms up. Do it like we practiced last year and focus them towards Malfoy. Try and contain the blast." "Blast?" Ginny asked silently, forming a shield directly in front of her along with Ron and Hermione, who were standing alongside her. "Try and overlap your shields." Harry continued to yell over the rising howl of the wind, his eyes focused solely on Malfoy, who was almost lost amidst the tempest of black shadow that had formed at the center of the stage. "Hold tight," he told her, reaching out to grab her fiercely by the hand. It had been years since Ginny had last been at a beach and swum in the ocean. But the feeling of fighting against the waves immediately came back to her as she was buffeted by the energy. She struggled to hold the swell back, pushing and spreading her shield charm to an even beyond its limits in an attempt to contain the runaway flow of power. Bloody hell! She heard Ron shout at her side, his voice almost drowned by the shrieking energy. Loud cracks from above, like sharp and discordant thunder, reached her ears. Dimly she was aware that the auditorium's ceiling was collapsing down on them. But above all that, Ginny was aware of the biting cold that permeated all around her, seeping and forcing its way into her body, her mind and her magic all at once. Then, in a rumble of falling debris, everything went black. Harry's head hurt. Over the past few years he had become quite familiar with the feeling of having something like a troupe of inebriated Scottish dancers thumping around within his skull. This was another one of those times. His temples were pounding rhythmically with every beat of his heart. Even though he was standing perfectly still, Harry struggled against the rolling waves of dizziness and nausea that assaulted him. Muscles he hadn't known he had were aching dully and his mouth was drier than Percy's sense of humor. After everything that had happened, there was nothing strange about Harry feeling this way. What was strange, however, was the fact that Harry was obviously completely and utterly unconscious, and yet he was still feeling the after effects of his duel with Draco Malfoy. He knew that he had to be unconscious by the simple fact that he was currently standing in the center of the Grand Hall of the Phoenix, its shimmering classical columns rising up on either side, disappearing into the haze that hid the ceiling far above. God, my head hurts. Harry turned to look at Ginny, who standing beside him and swaying on her feet. He would have nodded his agreement to her pained complaint, but his own head immediately began threatening to fall off should he so much as try. Gritting his teeth, Harry closed his eyes and tried to force the rising nausea back down. Don't worry about it too much, came a familiar voice from behind them. The two weary teens whipped around, or rather turned as slowly as they could to minimize the throbbing of their heads. Standing before them, looking particularly grave, was Merlin. His normally compassionate features were grimly set and his appearance was that of his later years rather than the youthful 20s he usually portrayed himself as being. The nausea you're feeling should pass soon enough, he explained in a clipped voice, clearly impatient to spend time worrying about their physical condition. He stroked a hand along his jawline, thumbing his white speckled beard before continuing, it's merely a lingering effect of the battle you've just fought. Whatever physical injuries you've suffered have in all likelihood already been dealt with by the Hogwarts staff. What happened? Asked Harry, noticing that none of the other members of the Order had appeared within the confines of the Grand Hall of the Phoenix. What do you remember? Both teenagers exchanged a look, then Ginny turned back to Merlin and shrugged. The last thing I can recall is the ceiling starting to collapse. Merlin nodded in agreement and elaborated, the well was using some sort of translocation magic to leave Hogwarts' boundaries. It disrupted the ether until there was a catastrophic backwash of magical energy, hence the explosion. You were able to contain most of it, but enough managed to force its way through your combined shield charms. What about the cold we felt? Asked Harry, rubbing his arms as he recalled the wintry chill that had descended over him in those final moments before he lost consciousness. We'll explain that shortly, Merlin stated, waving them in the direction of a large and ornately decorated oak door set into one side of the Grand Hall. The other members of the Order are waiting inside for us. Harry started to follow Merlin as the elderly-looking wizard led the way. Surprisingly enough, he found that Merlin had been right and that the dizziness that had first assaulted him was rapidly fading, although the queasy tremors in his stomach were still making themselves known. As they crossed the luminescent white marble floor, Harry glanced at Ginny and saw that she too looked better, although at the same time apprehensive. He reached out and grasped her hand in his, smiling reassuringly when she looked at him. She returned his smile with a tremulous one and together they stepped through the wide door Merlin was holding open for them. Now this is interesting, he observed, his eyebrows climbing almost to his hairline. Certainly does look familiar, agreed Ginny as she swept her gaze over the room. It was a perfectly circular room and Harry could not stop a small smile at the thought it looked just like the room he had always imagined being used by the Knights of the Round Table. The walls were made of large, roughly hewn stone blocks that dwarfed those used in the construction of Hogwarts. Dozens of brightly colored and elaborately decorated pennants hung from the walls, interspersed with impressive coats of arms. And everything, The walls, the ceiling, the banners, and even the massive oak table in the center was suffused with a soft glow of mystical force. Except for the iridescence, confirmed Merlin, smiling properly for the first time since they had arrived. This is an exact replica of the room Arthur and those crazy knights of his used to play around in. Harry and Ginny crossed to where two empty seats were waiting for them. Merlin strode over to the other side of the table, opposite them, and sat in the only other empty place. It was quite a gathering assembled at the round table, all of the currently active members of the order. They were all there, all the voices that Harry and Ginny were familiar with, sitting and waiting with grim expressions for them to arrive. So, began Harry, resting his elbows on the tabletop and clasping his hands together, could somebody please explain to Ginny and me just what in the billions of bilious blue blistering barnacles is going on? The Well of Shadows has returned. Harry glanced at Ginny out the corner of his eye and saw that her reaction mirrored his. As far as answers went, this one was almost as nebulous and unclear as one given by Dumbledore. Ginny, obviously less than pleased with this lack of detail, settled in her seat and crossed her arms. Okay, she said sarcastically, that clears up everything. All right, tried Harry, leaning forward to rest his chin on his clasped hands, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being a minor headache, 10 being the end of the world and all life on Earth, how bad is this? On a scale of 1 to 10. Merlin trailed off ominously. 20. Declared Romulus. His brother, Remus, nodded and then unfortunately added, maybe more. Harry's hands dropped to the table as his head turned so that he could lock eyes with Ginny. Her normally warm coffee-colored eyes were wide and filled with unease. She swallowed and then licked her lips before reaching to take his hand in hers once again. Harry squeezed her hand and turned to face the waiting members of the order. Start talking. She was lying on a bed in the hospital wing. Ginny did not even need to open her eyes to know this. All she needed to do in order to learn where she lay was listen to Harry's low and resigned thoughts on the subject. Why can't I ever wake up after a fight and not be in the hospital wing? What about at the beginning of last summer? Asked Ginny, slowly opening her eyes and confirming that she was indeed ensconced in the school infirmary. After that bastard shot you woke up in Ron's bed. Turning her head to the right, based on her feeling the magic trilling like Phoenix song in that direction, Ginny saw that Harry was lying on the bed next to hers. His hair was an absolute mess, even worse than was normal, and his face was marred by the startling sight of two very black and blue encircled eyes. You look like a raccoon, she said, breaking into a grin. So do you, retorted Harry, arching an eyebrow at her. Any further byplay they had was cut short by the appearance of Madame Pomfrey, who bustled into the space between their beds. The Hogwarts nurse leaned over to look at Ginny first, her brow puckered in a frown. Are you all right, Miss Weasley? She asked, her voice hinting at a lack of rest. I can't remember the last time I was hit that hard, stated Ginny. After a moment's thought, she was forced to admit, in fact, come to think of it. I can't remember ever being hit that hard. Madame Pomfrey nodded. Quite understandable, you literally had a ton of bricks fall on you. She turned away from Ginny and gave Harry a quick going over, ascertaining that he wasn't on the cusp of dying anytime soon. Satisfied, she turned to the small nightstand resting between the two beds and picked up a pair of flasks. Here, drink this, she directed Ginny, handing her one of the flasks, filled an electric blue liquid that was bubbling softly in it. It should take care of the bruises for you. Ginny accepted the flask, peering distrustfully at its contents before taking a cautious sip. Her lips curled down as the unbelievably bitter taste assaulted her. Ginny liked her coffee without cream or sugar, thank you very much, so she was used to bitter drinks, but this was undrinkable. Drink up, Ms. Weasley, Pomfrey told her, already turning to Harry's bed and handing him the other flask of healing potion. The whole lot, that's it. Trying not to grimace, Ginny took a deep breath and downed the vile liquid in a single quaff, her throat convulsing as the thick liquid wormed its way to her stomach. The aftertaste was, if possible, even worse than when she had tried only a sip. This stuff is revolting. No disagreement here, replied Harry, eyeing his now empty flask with a loathing expression. At least it seemed to be working as Ginny noticed the bruises around his eyes and across the bridge of his nose beginning to fade. It's almost as bad as that Skelegro poison she once gave me. How come the order didn't heal us on its own? Ah, here comes Miss Granger, announced Pomfrey, before taking the flasks again and setting them back on the nightstand. She slipped out from between the two beds and started towards the doors leading out of the infirmary. I'm going to let Professor Dumbledore know that the two of you are finally awake. Finally, thought Ginny as Madame Pomfrey hurried out. Guess we were out for longer than we thought, replied Harry, turning to look in the direction Pomfrey had indicated, from where Hermione was approaching. Harry, Ginny, thank Merlin you're finally awake. I'm never going to get away from that saying, am I? Sighed Merlin's voice. Ginny looked at her friend and blinked in surprise. Again someone had declared them finally awake, which implied that they had been out cold for some time. But looking at Hermione, Ginny simply could not believe it. The bushy-haired girl's robes, while not exactly covered in dirt and grime, were wrinkled and rumpled as though she had been sleeping in them for the last year or two. Her eyes were ringed with dark blue circles and stark lines of exhaustion surrounded her mouth and hollow cheeks. But most prominent of all was the sling encasing her right arm. Hermione, she breathed in shock, not to mention a little horror, are you okay? Hermione's mouth, curved in a small and relieved smile, set into a grim line. As she came to stand at the foot of their two beds, she shook her head, causing her hair to whip about her face, revealing it to be tangled and matted together from lack of grooming. Her voice, when she spoke, had dropped several registers and matched her somber appearance. I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Ginny glanced across at Harry, noting that he too seemed a bit skeptical about their friend's condition. For the moment though they said nothing about it. What day is it? Asked Harry, sitting up. What do you mean, finally awake? How long have we been in here? 3 days, replied Hermione, looking down at her feet. Ginny almost exploded in indignation. 3 days. What the frigging crap is your arm still doing in a sling then? Pomfrey should have bloody well fixed it up almost immediately after you were hurt. Don't blame Madame Pomfrey, Hermione said in a quiet voice, effectively cutting off Ginny's planned indignant and scathing outburst condemning Madame Pomfrey's medical skills. Ginny was startled to see Hermione's eyes beginning to glisten with tears and her bottom lip was trembling with emotion. There's nothing more she, or anyone else can do. What? Harry, what's she talking about? I don't know, replied Harry, a look of concern on his face, but I'm going to find out. Hermione, he said, leaning as far forward as he could and reaching out to grab hold of Hermione's left hand, which was hanging limply at her side. He tugged on her arm and drew the teary-eyed girl into the space between Ginny and his beds. Keeping a gentle, but resolved hold on her, he asked, what happened? Much to Ginny's surprise, Hermione burst into tears, which were quickly streaming down her cheeks like a torrent of sparkling diamonds. Harry, being the kind and compassionate man she knew him to be, took Hermione in both his arms and pulled her into an embrace. What happened down there? Nothing good, I'm afraid. Hermione cried softly in Harry's arms for several minutes, pressing her face against his shoulder as her body was racked by deep sobs. Finally she began to calm down, her tears spent, as Harry soothingly rubbed his hands up and down her back. Taking a deep breath she pulled away from him and sat on the edge of his bed, allowing her composure to return. Sorry, she whispered as she wiped at her eyes. "'S-okay, Hermione, assured Harry quietly, one of his hands still at her waist. Hermione, what's going on? Asked Ginny. What happened after the explosion? What's wrong with your arm? Hermione bit her bottom lip so hard Ginny was almost afraid she would draw blood. Her shining cinnamon eyes took on a haunted aspect as she dropped her chin. The ceiling collapsed on us, she began. Almost everybody was buried under the rubble, even those that weren't on the stage with you two and Malfoy. It took Dumbledore and the staff nearly 3 hours to dig their way into the room and almost the rest of the night freeing us. Ginny felt a sharp pang, a leaden feeling, form in the pit of her stomach and saw that Harry was closing his eyes. His expression was a sad one, almost anguished, as though he were bracing himself for the worst. Taking a deep and shuddering breath he asked, how bad was it? Very bad, answered Hermione, looking up at him and sliding her left arm around him so that they were supporting each other. She licked her lips and began to give the details that Ginny feared to hear. 3 of us were killed outright, during the cave-in. James Mortimer, one of the 4th-year Ravenclaws. Alice Fletcher and Elizabeth Halpern, both from Hufflepuff. No one in Gryffindor? Asked Ginny, more than a little guilty of the relief she felt in hearing that none of her other friends or housemates had been killed. Hermione squeezed her eyes tightly shut and pressed closer to Harry. After nearly a minute of tense silence she told them, Lucy Ferrier. Ginny could almost feel her blood freeze as it flowed through her veins. She opened her mouth and tried to speak, but nothing came out. Tears of her own began to fill her eyes and she desperately tried to blink them away, but all too soon she could feel them gliding down her cheeks and taste the bitter salt on her lips. Through the watery haze of her tears Ginny could see that Harry had reached up a hand and covered his eyes, his lips draw in a tight and distressed line. With a tired sigh he lowered his hand and looked into her eyes, his own bright with grief. Her injuries were too severe, elaborated Hermione in a flat and monotone voice. She died while they were moving her up to the hospital wing. 2 Slytherins, Graham Pritchard and Rosemary Cartwright, were also injured too badly to save. Graham passed away around noon and Rosemary sometime during the night. Malfoy will pay for this, Ginny heard Harry think, feeling how his emotions were beginning to seethe and churn with anger. His expression had changed from one of grief-stricken angst to that of dogged resolution. I swear I will rip his black heart out of his chest with my bare hands for this. Ginny had seen Harry at his best and his worst. She could rightfully say, having literally been inside his mind, that she knew him better than anyone else. She knew that he had great reserves of emotion within him, more often than not repressed behind his normally calm and collected exterior. She had even got into a fistfight with his animalistic side, so to speak, an experience she would not soon forget. In spite of all this, Ginny had never seen him looking half as dangerous as he did now. She had seen him consumed with an almost blinding fury, after the attack on Hogsmeade the previous Christmas. She knew how deep his feelings ran and had thought that display of raw fury had been the most out of control and most dangerous she would ever see him. She was partially right. It was the most out of control she had ever seen him. It was not, however, the most dangerous. She could feel it, almost a part of her, but still separate. Not a blistering rage, but a cold, focused determination. About as dangerous as you could get. And, truth be told, even though she did not want to admit it, it managed to frighten Ginny a little bit. And your arm? She asked, trying to divert both their and her own attention away from the loss they were all feeling. A large chunk of the ceiling fell on top of me, answered Hermione, slipping her left arm from Harry's waist and stroking her immobile right arm. My shoulder was crushed. If it had been a Muggle doctor, instead of a Medi-Witch, they would have had to amputate it, it was so bad. Hermione looked up from caressing her injured arm and gave Ginny a wan smile. The ministry brought in dozens of Medi-Witches and wizards from St. Mungo's to help with all the wounded. They were able to fix the bones and the muscles and ligaments and tendons, but Harry picked up where she had trailed off, obviously understanding what she was implying while Ginny did not. He tenderly lifted his arm from around her waist and gripped her left shoulder, the nerves. Yes, Hermione nodded and a few more tears silently spilled from her eyes. The damage is too extensive even for magic to properly heal. Dr. Watson, one of the neurological specialists at St. Mungo's, says I'll only have about 30 to 50% mobility once they take the sling off. They're not sure yet. I can still use the hand, but I'm rather clumsy now. Oh, Hermione, breathed Ginny, feeling a second wave of tears brimming as she pushed out of her bed and crossed the short span separating them. She sat down on the other side of Hermione from Harry and pulled her friend into a tight hug. Both of them sat there, holding each other in their arms and crying softly, while Harry despairingly tried to comfort both of them. Several minutes passed as Ginny did her best to try and comfort Hermione, rocking back and forth and occasionally imitating her mother, Molly, and crooning. Harry eventually, looking far more collected than either of the girls, detached them from each other. Ginny saw him glancing around, and knew he was using his abilities to scan the infirmary's magic, obviously looking for someone. He twisted to face Hermione and asked, "Where's Ron? Why isn't he with you? After all, he is your boyfriend." I was visiting him when I heard Madame Pomfrey saying you were awake," admitted Hermione, not responding as Ginny had thought she would. She had expected that mention of her brother's name would at least bring a smile to Hermione's disheartened face. Then her words registered on Ginny's thoughts and she felt her blood run cold yet again this day. "Oh no," she thought desperately, dreading the idea, "please no." Harry, obviously picking up Hermione's meaning, looked at her. Shakily he asked, "What happened to Ron? Is he? He's alive." Hermione allayed their fears. She sighed, an exhausted and despondent sounding sigh, and sank her head into the palm of her free hand. "Unfortunately, he was badly injured. The same piece of debris that fell on me, it hit him as well." "How?" Ginny's throat constricted and she had to swallow before asking, "How bad is it?" Hermione looked up and stared into Ginny's eyes. "Bad. The brunt of the blow was to his head and neck. He's in a coma. Madame Pomfrey doesn't know when he'll wake up." Hearing this was terrible enough for Ginny. Her heart had skipped a beat and it felt as if the floor had suddenly dropped out from under her. Ginny had, over the years, tried to imagine losing one or more of her brothers. It was an image that she simply found herself unable to form. They were such a part of her life, her very being, that she could not conceive not having them around her. Hermione's next words, filled with anguish, managed to crack the last of Ginny's self-control and bring a fresh wave of tears. "If he ever does." It had taken Harry quite a few minutes to calm Ginny down, practically having to force her back into her bed. She had protested quite loudly through her tears, determined to go and see Ron, who, Hermione informed them, was residing in a small private room near Madame Pomfrey's office at the other end of the infirmary. Fortunately, Hermione was able to help him, regaining her normal calm. Between the two of them, they were able to bring an end Ginny's masterful caricature of her mother having an anxiety attack. She also set to rest Harry's greatest concern, that Ron had suffered brain damage from his injury. There were thankfully no obvious indications of any swelling or bruising that might lead to that terrifying possibility. The three of them had sat there for several minutes, talking quietly when Dumbledore finally arrived to greet them. Harry was not excessively surprised to see Professors McGonagall and Snape, as well as Arthur and Molly Weasley accompanying the headmaster. He was, however, surprised by the presence of Bill, Charlie, Percy and the twins, Fred and George. They all came, he thought, for a moment feeling a pang of regret that he did not have his own parents and family to do the same. Though the Weasleys had all but adopted him, especially over the last summer, Harry still yearned for his lost family and whatever future they might have had together. Molly was beside herself and immediately ran across the infirmary to pull Ginny into one of her bone-crushing embraces. Within moments both women were sniffling quietly and Harry was slightly worried that he would be having a repeat of Ginny and Hermione's earlier display. He did not begrudge either of them the need to find comfort in each other, but he doubted that he would be able to endure another such bout of emotion without breaking into tears himself. "Are you all right, Harry?" asked Arthur, standing just behind his wife and turning to Harry while she and his daughter were otherwise engaged. The head of the Weasley family, though Molly might contest the title, seemed to be almost as drawn and worn from exhaustion as Hermione, his face looking many years old than when Harry had last seen him less than a week ago. "No," replied Harry honestly. He looked to where Hermione was quietly greeting the twins, both displaying the gentle and compassionate side that they usually kept hidden from view, and then turned back at Arthur. After hearing about the aftermath, "I'm anything but all right." Molly had drawn away from Ginny, pulling a large and frilly handkerchief from her robes to blow her nose. She turned to Harry and, unsurprisingly, swept him into a hug that rivaled the one she had given Ginny. She was clinging to him in a way that reminded Harry of how she had thanked him for rescuing Ginny from the Chamber of Secrets so many years before. "Don't be too hard on yourself, Harry," she whispered in his ear before releasing him. "Nobody blames you for what happened. Hermione, and the other students, told us what you did." "I should have done more," insisted Harry, unwilling to meet her gaze. Self-recrimination was something that came easily to Harry, especially after Cedric's death during the third task. Dumbledore stepped forward, resting his hands on Molly and Arthur's shoulders and guiding them back to give Harry and Ginny some breathing room. It is my experience, Harry, that a hero's greatest critic is often himself. Ignoring Snape's soft, yet derisive snort, Harry lifted his head and looked intently into Dumbledore's blue eyes. He shook his head and persisted, I'm not a hero. A hero would have got everyone out safely. A hero wouldn't have let anyone die. Bullshit. Watch your language, William Weasley, berated Molly, turning on her eldest son with a fierce glare that Bill had no option but to quail under. He might well have been the coolest of the Weasley brothers, what with his long hair, earring and stylish clothing, but Bill was still wisely deferential to his mother. They're right, you know, came a thought from Ginny, causing Harry to glance over at her. She was currently in the arms of Fred and George, whose playful and teasing spirits seemed somewhat dimmer than usual. It was as if they had shed their joking nature like old robes they no longer had a use for. Ginny pressed on by telling him, if anybody is to blame, Harry, it's Malfoy. Him and everyone that helped Tom do this to him. You're right, I suppose, Harry agreed, sighing, but I still feel guilty about it, you know. That I could have done more than I did. We have many things to discuss, announced Dumbledore, looking around at the assembled witches and wizards surrounding the two hospital beds. Molly ceased her scolding of Bill, who was looking very contrite, to center her attention on the headmaster. Our new defense against the dark arts professors, Gregory and Hilary Proteus, are currently making a sweep of Hogwarts grounds, so we need not fear being interrupted or overheard. Are you sure about them, Albus? Harry found himself asking, voicing his concerns. I mean, aside from Professor Lupin, we haven't had much luck with our defense against the dark arts professors. The two of them seem a bit out of place. I have known both Gregory and Hilary since they were children, replied Dumbledore. I have no question of where their loyalties lie. Both of them are beyond reproach in any fashion and may well be our greatest asset during this school year. The venerable wizard's eyes sparkled with a mysterious mischief. Besides which, they were recommended for the post by someone I have the utmost faith in. Suffice to say I would trust Gregory and Hilary with my life, concluded Dumbledore, pulling up a chair and seating himself. Now perhaps you would be so kind as explain to the rest of us here just it was that transpired in the Practical Fighting Techniques auditorium last week. Do you want to explain this? Asked Harry silently, or should I? You're the one with all the lecturing experience, decided Ginny, settling back into her bed and its copious number of pillows. The Order of the Phoenix has existed for untold ages, Harry began to explain, sitting up straighter in his bed. He glanced at Ginny and took hold of her hand. We, the custodians of its power, have encountered the Well of Shadows in many of those ages. Each time the well has been created, the consequences have been most dire. It was Snape, standing off to one side, who asked, what, pray tell, is this Well of Shadows you're talking about? Harry looked at Snape and replied, Draco Malfoy is now the Well of Shadows. Harry did not want to go to class right now. It was not that he didn't enjoy defense against the dark arts, he actually considered it his favorite class. Aside from his second year when they had been stuck with that bumbling idiot Lockhart for a teacher. No, it had nothing to do with the class or the, admittedly, somewhat eccentric new professors teaching it. He was just too fatigued to garner any enthusiasm for it. The previous afternoon, in which he and Ginny had to explain recent events, seemed to last forever before they were finished. As he trudged wearily along the corridor to the waiting defense against the dark arts classroom, for his first lesson therein, Harry began to recall how the conversation had gone. What the blazes do you mean Draco Malfoy is this Well of Shadows? Snape had asked in his usual belligerent tones, alternating his fierce scowl between Harry and Ginny. Harry had sighed, resigned to the fact that he would never manage to have a conversation with the potions master that was not confrontational. It was a simple fact that he would have to endure. He had tried to elaborate as best he could. Sometime over the summer, I'm afraid we don't know precisely when, Voldemort was able to change Malfoy into the Well of Shadows. Charlie, who had been sitting on a chair just behind his father, had asked, what is this well you keep mentioning? Is it like the Order of the Phoenix? No, the well is simply a force, Harry had explained. It has no motive, no intelligence guiding it like the Order does. Instead, it is just raw power, a nearly endless, relentless supply of it. The well is more ancient than any of us can dream, and controls forces that we are often unaware even exist. There is no consciousness behind it, besides whatever Malfoy can supply it with now that he is the well. You keep saying that, Professor McGonagall had observed. What do you mean that young Malfoy is this well? Harry had pursed his lips and mulled over how to explain it as clearly as possible before he had given an answer. The Well of Shadows is just like any ordinary well, he had said, you use it to obtain something from somewhere. In the case of a normal well, you lower a bucket down the shaft to get water at the bottom. The Well of Shadows is similar, only you're not drawing on anything as harmless as water. Hermione, ever the clever witch, had caught on first. Dark magic. Shadows. More or less, Harry had agreed. The well, in this case Draco Malfoy, draws its power by absorbing or disrupting certain magical essences surrounding it. Unlike the Order of the Phoenix, the well's power does not regenerate over time. Like any other well, it will eventually run dry if it does not get anything to replace what is used. That is why everyone on the stage, during the fight, felt the sensation of cold when they got near to Malfoy. He was draining them. Their magic, their life force, the very essence of their being, their souls. Once their magic is extracted, Ginny had continued for him, the well transmutes the magic, refining it into a form it can use. Shadow. A completely different kind of magic. Great Maker. Molly Weasley had breathed in horror. All of those assembled around the two hospital beds had been visibly shaken and disturbed by what they had learned. Bill, with his knowledge of curses, had asked, but if it gets its power by draining the magic out of people, why would you know who use it on someone else? Why risk having Malfoy drain not only us, but him as well? Harry had then delivered the news that no doubt would cause many sleepless nights in the future. The problem, the danger, is that becoming the Well of Shadows puts a terrible strain on whoever is unlucky enough to be chosen. A strain? How so? Dumbledore had asked. The energy, the power poured into the well is vaster than any one person can safely contain. Just creating the well requires the sacrifice of 100 wizards and their magic. Can you imagine having the life energy of 100 people transferred into you? It's not like the Order, where the power is stored around you, here the power is stored inside you, making you the well. Ginny had then summed it up. After about a year, depending on how heavily the well uses its powers, it will eventually kill him. As it is, the stress will cause an increasingly unstable state of mind. Tom knows the consequences of being the Well of Shadows. He's using Malfoy as I think the Muggles call it a fire and forget weapon. Harry had nodded his agreement. Exactly, though not quite as simple as it may seem. Voldemort will use the well to wear down our defenses, decimate our forces while sparing his own. He won't have told Malfoy what's going to happen, but it won't help him in the end. What do you mean by that? Fred and George had chorused. Malfoy's going insane, Ginny had explained. Even now, after less than a couple of months, he's starting to develop a god complex. Sooner or later he's going to decide that Tom will make a better servant than master. Snape had looked alarmed. You mean he will turn against the Dark Lord? Harry had chuckled mirthlessly. If we're lucky he might totally annihilate him and all his Death Eaters and spare us the trouble of doing it ourselves. Is there any way to stop him? Asked Dumbledore. He had exchanged a pensive look with Ginny. There is a way to dispel the well, but it will not be easy. We'll need to make full use of Hogwarts resources to pull it off. Ginny had then added, even with outside help it's going to take us months to design and implement it. After that it's basically a waiting game. Wait a moment, Percy had said, frowning thoughtfully as he fingered his bottom lip. He had looked at them through his horn-rimmed glasses and asked, how did you know who changed Malfoy into this Well of Shadows? There are a number of ways he could have discovered the ceremony, Harry had admitted. The process is recorded in some of the older, darker and more obscure tomes of magic, the Necronomicon, the Book of Skelos. Percy had shook his head and interrupted, no. I mean how did he do it? What was required to make the well? You said something about a sacrifice. Ginny nodded. Yes. 100 wizarding folk and their magic would be needed give the well sufficient impetus to become self-sustaining. Then why didn't we know about it? Percy had asked incredulously. I mean, if you know who had to murder 100 people to do it, where are the bodies? You can't just lose track of 100 people. Not all at once. As he finished his journey through the corridors, arriving at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Harry pondered Percy's excellent question. The possible answers and their implications were almost as disturbing as the revelation that the Well of Shadows had returned. The remainder of the day had been spent in the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey had loudly and persistently commanded that he and Ginny stay overnight for observation. After Dumbledore and the other professors had departed, Harry and Ginny had gone to visit Ron, accompanied by Hermione and the rest of the Weasleys. Suffice it to say, yesterday had not been particularly restful. Waving a muted hello to the ever-enthusiastic Colin Creevey as the mousy fifth year passed by, Harry shifted his bag and stepped inside the classroom. Hopefully the new professors would be able to provide a distraction from Harry's increasingly depressing and worried thoughts. Hopefully. Harry settled into his seat next to Hermione, who had been granted permission from Madame Pomfrey to finally discard the sling around her right arm. Despite this improvement, Hermione was still looking more haggard than normal. She had retired to Gryffindor Tower late the previous evening to bathe and catch up on her sleep. Unsurprisingly, Harry and Ginny had woken up in the morning to find that she had slipped out sometime during the night and was at Ron's bedside. Having just come off his free period, after having dropped divination at the start of his fifth year, he had one every other day, while Hermione had been attending Arthemancy. Harry asked, "You doing all right?" "Reasonably well," she responded. Hermione's right arm, which she held close to her side as though pressing against a stitch, shifted languidly as she made a nondescript gesture with her hand. "At least in Arthemancy I don't have to use my wand like we had to in Charms." The Gryffindor sixth years had had Charms with Professor Flitwick that morning before lunch. Hermione, due to the injury to her arm, had experienced mounting frustration as she struggled to accomplish even the easier charm work they had been revising. She no longer had the control of motion needed to control her wand's movements. Harry set his books, some blank parchment and quills on the desk and gave her a commiserating squeeze on the shoulder. "It will get better, Hermione. You just need time to get used to it." "Maybe," she answered, obviously struggling with her books and other things with only her left hand to handle them properly. "Harry." He settled back in his seat, aware of the other Gryffindors chatting quietly around him, and responded to Ginny's silent call. "Yes. What is it?" he asked. "Where are you?" "Muggle Studies," came a quick answer. "Harry, what's the difference between a CD and an LP?" Harry was watching as the two professors Proteus entered the classroom, talking quietly as they made their way to the desk at the front. "CDs are smaller," he told her. He smiled softly and then added, "You know, this might constitute cheating." Ginny's thoughts were a blend of mock indignation and humor. "I promise not to ask for your help during any tests." "All right, settle down, you lot," announced Gregory Proteus. He was standing behind the teacher's desk, leaning over it with both hands on its top. He smiled amiably and said, "It's not like this class is a Muggle CD that we can pause or rewind if you're not paying attention." Harry, quite naturally, almost fell out of his seat. For a moment, several of them in fact, Harry wondered if perhaps his new professor could read minds. The idea would normally have seemed ridiculous. However, since Harry had been doing just that with Ginny, he had to wonder. The slightly bemused, yet also mysterious smile Gregory wore did not help dissuade him from this disturbing thought. The Gryffindors quickly ceased their conversations and sat up straight. Harry glanced at Hermione to see if she had noticed anything, but his friend was already paying studious attention to the two professors at the front of the class. "For the sake of clarity," began Hilary Proteus, pulling out the chair behind the desk and reclining lazily in it, "since there are two Professor Proteuses, we'd like for you to call us either Hilary or Gregory in order to avoid confusion." "Yes, Ms. Granger?" asked Gregory as Hermione's left hand shot up. "Professor Proteus," she began and lowered her arm. "Gregory," interrupted Gregory, correcting her and smiling mischievously as he did. Hermione's face showed her unease. Harry had to smile though when she quickly collected herself and resumed by saying, "Professor Gregory." Nobody was able to completely stifle their snickers of amusement, especially the two professors, who seemed delighted by Hermione's impromptu designation. Hillary, clapping her hands together in light applause, smiled up at Gregory as he leaned back against the blackboard. Yes, Hermione, what's your question? He asked. Isn't it inappropriate to use your given names? Gregory bobbed his head around and finally shrugged his shoulders before answering. To some degree, I suppose it is, but we won't tell the other members of staff if you don't. He ran a hand through his unruly mahogany hair and asked, any other questions before we begin today's lesson? None of the students seemed to think of anything particularly important, and so Gregory pushed off from the blackboard he had been leaning against. He quickly crossed to the desk that Hillary was still lounging behind and lifted something up from behind it and settled it on top of the desk, in full view of the students. Excellent, he said as he moved the large, covered cage. He placed a hand on the cover and in a very serious voice said, I must ask you not to scream. Harry, feeling an extreme sensation of déjà vu, shared an apprehensive look with Hermione. They, as well as the rest of the Gryffindors, could clearly remember the last time one of their defense teachers had placed a covered cage before them. Yes, Gregory said dramatically, whipping the cover off the cage and exposing to the class the creatures trapped within its bars. The reactions from the Gryffindors could be broken down into many different categories. However, there was one aspect about them that was the same. Horror. Dumbstruck, disbelieving horror at what was revealed to them. Parvati, whose long dark hair had suffered the ignominy of being chopped into an uneven-looking crew cut by Madame Pomfrey several days earlier, gave a loud eep of alarm and immediately ducked underneath the desk. Lavender, sitting next to Parvati, uttered a similar-sounding yelp and jumped out of her seat and backed up against the wall behind her. Dean, obviously deciding to save what he could, began stuffing all of his books and rolls of parchment back into his bag. Seamus sat rooted to the spot, looking very pale and staring with disbelieving wide brown eyes and a shocked open mouth. Neville, who was seated between the two boys, immediately clamped his hands over his ears and began whimpering in a decidedly un-Gryffindor-like manner. Next to Harry, Hermione fumbled about her robes with her left hand before grabbing her wand and aiming it unsteadily at the cage. Her eyes were as wide as saucers and she swallowed convulsively several times as her wand trembled in her hand. Harry simply sank his head against the desktop with a soft thud. Yes, repeated Gregory with a dramatic flourish, freshly caught Cornish pixies. Have you lost your mind? Harry looked up when Hillary asked this, silently hoping that perhaps only the one half of the two new professors was insane. He could all too clearly remember the pandemonium the Cornish pixies had caused 4 years before when Gilderoy Lockhart had presented them to the class. Gregory, grinning in a manner not unlike Fred and George, said, according to my business partners, yes. My brothers are hardly a pair of men I'd trust to make any judgment with regards to your, mine or anyone else's sanity, stated Hillary, rolling her eyes and shifting in her seat. Gregory shrugged helplessly and turned back to the class, where the students were beginning to recover from the surprise of seeing the pixies. Parvati was peering cautiously over the top of the desk she was hiding under. Lavender had pried herself away from the wall and resumed her seat while Dean had apparently decided to wait and see what happened before making a break for it. Neville, however, was still covering his ears. No need to get so worked up about it, mentioned Gregory, sitting on the corner of the desk next to the pixie cage. He wagged a finger at his students, smiling with what seemed to be his customary good humor. I know all about your little adventure with these particular creatures during your second year. However, I should point out I am hardly as inept as that bumbling charlatan Lockhart was. He rose up from the desk and indicated both Hillary and the pixie cage. I'm here, with my lovely wife along for the ride, to teach you how to deal with these and other creatures. Just dumping you in the deep end of the pool without any prior experience is not the way I teach. Most of the time. As I recall, observed Hillary, the first time you ever taught anything, your students lived in mortal terror of being called down to assist you in your demonstrations. Yes, well, he retorted, we all have our little problems. The remainder of the lesson proceeded relatively well after that, once the students had recovered from the shock of seeing the pixies again. Harry had to admit that, after the initial worry, it had actually been an informative and enjoyable experience. Well, perhaps not all that informative, since Harry had the collective knowledge and wisdom of the Order on the Phoenix as his beck and call. Despite this, he had still enjoyed the class just as much as he did when Professor Lupin had taken it, perhaps even more so. The two professors had worked well together and played off against each other in perfect harmony. After giving a brief, yet comprehensive, description of pixies and their habits, Professor Gregory, as they had quickly come to call him, had proceeded to demonstrate neatly and efficiently how to control the little terrors. Professor Gregory's manner of teaching, assisted by his wife, they apparently alternated their lesson plans, was a style Harry found very comfortable. It was not unlike his own actually, when he taught practical fighting techniques, although much more refined and somewhat less likely to send his students to the infirmary afterwards. How I wish we'd had these two back in second year, instead of that idiot Lockhart. Anyone would have been better than Lockhart, agreed Ginny, who, Harry knew, was already on her way to Gryffindor Tower after finishing her class on Muggle studies. Her thoughts were tinged with a cheeky amusement. Even Neville could fly circles around him, and you know how Neville is on a broom. The two professors were just dismissing the class, but only after giving them a short assignment to work on over the weekend. Harry, having packed his bag, tentatively offered to help Hermione with her own things, but received a very firm negative shake of her head. Harry was more than a little worried, as he had been very aware throughout the class of how Hermione was struggling with her right arm. It was not only difficult for her to use her wand, but she was also struggling to write to her notes properly. Her hand, indeed her whole arm, tended to shake unsteadily when she tried to use it. Nobody had said anything though, not even when it was clearly evident that Hermione was on the brink of tears by the lesson's end. He was almost out of the classroom, trailing after Hermione, who was leading the way, when he was stopped by Professor Gregory's voice. "One moment, Harry," he had called, walking unhurriedly over to the doorway. "If it's not a bad time, I'd like to speak with you for a few minutes in my office." Harry paused and glanced at Hermione. He was worried about her and had been intending to escort her back to Gryffindor Tower before they went down for dinner. He was about to explain this when Hermione shook her head and waved him off with her good arm. "Don't fret, Harry," she said with a hint of annoyance. "I'm just going to start writing that letter you wanted me to send." "Okay," he acquiesced reluctantly. After a pause he told her, "You can use Hedwig to deliver it. Just wait for me so that we can go to the Ollery together before dinner." Hermione nodded in agreement and hurried down the corridor, holding her right arm close to her side as she went. Harry watched her go with a bit of trepidation, but was relieved to see that Neville, as well as Lavender and Parvati, had hung back in their own trek to the tower and were quickly moving to keep Hermione company. From behind him Gregory clapped a hand on his shoulder and said, "She'll be fine. Now why don't we get to the office? I believe you know the way." "I'll let you two play by yourselves," said Hilary from inside the classroom. She was still sitting at the teacher's desk and was sprawled idly in the chair. Tucking a stray strand of her golden hair behind one ear, she told them, "I'm going to the library to find material for next week's lessons. I'll see you in the Great Hall." "So what's your opinion of my darling wife?" Gregory asked after they had walked together a fair distance down the corridor leading to the professor's office. Harry's first thought was along the lines of, "I think the two of you are amongst the craziest people I've ever met. Including Fred and George." Harry's second and third thoughts were identical to this. Harry's fourth thought was to be diplomatic, and so he said, "She's interesting." "You have no idea," grinned Gregory as they strode along. The professor's sea-green eyes were twinkling with merriment not unlike Dumbledore's often did as he said, "You see, Harry, they say men are from Mars and women are from Venus. My wife, on the other hand, is from some distant planet that astronomers have yet to discover." It was lucky for Harry that they had reached the professor's office and had stopped just outside the door, otherwise he might have tripped over his own feet. Gregory laughed and clapped him on the back as he swung the door open and gestured for Harry to enter. Harry had never been inside the office during the time, in his first year, when Professor Quirrell had held the post. He had, however, ventured within during the tenures of the other professors that had taught him over the years. Professor Lockhart, in Harry's second year, had covered over the walls of the room with dozens of pictures and posters of himself, all smiling inanely. Remus Lupin, during Harry's 3rd and 5th years, had filled the room with all manner of strange and interesting specimens he was planning to teach about. Barty Crouch Jr., who had been masquerading as Mad-Eye Moody in Harry's 4th year, had played the part of an eccentric and paranoid old Auror and had displayed his dark magic detectors wherever he could fit them. By contrast to all these, the office was now completely empty and bare of any sort of decoration or paraphernalia. Instead, there were only 2 barren desks, with accompanying chairs. A few books were scattered about, although Harry recognized them as being copies of the set textbooks which the students themselves used. The walls and the many shelves along them sat empty of anything to indicate the nature or personalities of the 2 professors using the room. "I know it's a little bare at the moment," Gregory said, following Harry into the office. "It's just that our departure from home was something of a rush, so we didn't have the time to bring anything with us. We quite literally arrived in Hogsmeade with nothing but the robes we were wearing." The only thing Harry saw that had not been supplied by Hogwarts itself was sitting on a small table in one corner of the room. It looked suspiciously like a Muggle electric kettle, but without an electrical cord to plug it in. Resting next to the kettle was a silver tea set, surrounded by a wide assortment of small boxes and tins. Other than these few innocuous items, the room was completely Spartan. "Coffee, Harry?" asked Gregory, striding over to the table and kettle, while motioning for Harry to pull up a chair in front of the one desk. "No thanks," Harry declined, sitting in the proffered chair. "I don't like coffee all that much, really." Gregory set the kettle boiling, having evidently enchanted it earlier to run without electricity. Harry wondered if this meant that Mr. Weasley would have to arrest him, since it was technically illegal to charm Muggle objects. "I quite agree," concurred Gregory, setting up a pair of teacups next to the kettle and reaching into one of the tins. "Too bitter for my taste, but my wife loves the stuff." "So does Ginny," commented Harry, reading the label of the tin Gregory was searching through and seeing that it was a brand of mint-flavored tea. Gregory placed the tea bags in each cup. "I know," he said as he lifted the kettle and poured their drinks. Setting the kettle down, he picked up the teacups and placed them on a small silver tray with some milk and sugar. He crossed to the desk Harry was sitting by and set the tray down in front of Harry before dropping into the chair on the other side of the desk. "Help yourself to some milk and sugar once the tea's drawn," he offered, waving at the respective containers. "I hope you don't have any objections to drinking tea. I think we have some hot chocolate if you'd prefer that." "No," confirmed Harry. "In fact, mint tea is my favorite." The sociable professor grinned. "Mine too. Hilary's rather partial to the taste as well, although she never drinks it." Harry reached for the milk jug and poured a dollop into his cup. "What did you want to speak with me about, sir?" Gregory was busy spooning sugar into his cup and answered without looking up. His voice, until now fairly light-hearted and easygoing, was eminently serious. "Miss Granger. What about her?" "My wife and I are not blind, Harry," said Gregory, offering him the sugar. "In fact, I think just about everyone is more than able to see the difficulty she is having adjusting to her injury." "It hasn't even been a week," Harry replied cautiously. "You can't expect her to become perfectly adept or comfortable with it in such a short time." Gregory was stirring the milk into his tea and shook his head. "We don't. What we're worrying about is how she is adjusting on an emotional level. Hermione is a very independent and also very stubborn young lady. She might not be willing to admit that she will be needing help with tasks she was once perfectly capable of handling on her own." Harry grimaced. "We'll be there for her. All of us." "I don't doubt it," agreed Gregory, clinking his teaspoon lightly against the rim of his cup. "However, you must find a way to help her when she needs it." "Ginny and I are already working on it," admitted Harry, sipping at his tea. He looked with a touch of approval at his cup, pleasantly surprised by the quality of the drink. He mentioned as much to Gregory before continuing. "Unfortunately, it will take years before we can help her regain full use of her arm." "Oh." Gregory cocked his head in question. "What's the delay?" Harry frowned and set his tea aside. "The potion we're considering is very intricate. And many of the ingredients are either very rare or need to be obtained at specific times. The earliest we could manage to brew it won't be for another 7 or 8 years. A sad smile of understanding graced Gregory's lips as he nodded. Until then, Harry, you and your friends will have to help her in other ways. Maybe not as grandiose as fully restoring her arm, but just as important to her. Something, a goal, in her life for her to strive towards. A distraction from her troubles, if you will. I'm always open to suggestions, sir. It's her right arm that was injured, Harry. Gregory leaned forward, his eyes narrowed into a penetrating gaze that seemed to challenge Harry. He smiled knowingly. If her right hand can no longer be used as she needs, teach her to use her left hand. Harry shook his head. But that would take months, maybe even years. Not necessarily, replied Gregory, lifting his cup to his mouth. You're ambidextrous, aren't you, Harry? But you were born right-handed. Until your 15th birthday, the only thing you used your left hand for was as a place to strap your wristwatch. Harry was immeasurably relieved that the professor didn't say anything further about the possible uses Harry might have found for his left hand. He certainly did not want to be embarrassed in front of a man he had only just met. His relief, however, only lasted until Gregory smirked and added, among other things. Their conversation had gone reasonably well, which pleased Gregory as he watched Harry depart his office and silently make his way to Gryffindor Tower. He smiled as he recalled the younger man's acute embarrassment earlier. Some things can't be changed, he thought to himself as Harry disappeared around a corner. He looks just like I did at that age, Gregory mentioned when he felt a presence behind him. His wife, Hillary, came to stand next to him. She slipped an arm around his waist and leaned slightly against him. Her hazel eyes were sparkling as she said, "You certainly were cute. What happened?" Gregory rolled his eyes before ducking his head down to lightly brush his lips against hers. After they separated from the key, he asked, "Did you manage to plant the book in the restricted section?" "Yes," Hillary confirmed with a sharp nod. "It went off without a hitch. Madam Pants didn't notice a thing." "Are you sure they won't discover it's a fake?" "They won't," he stated confidently. He was still looking at the corridor Harry had walked down, his expression taking on a slightly pensive note. Hillary noticed his changing mood and asked, "He's certainly going to have an interesting night tonight, isn't he?" His laughter rang softly through the air as he nodded in agreement. "All three of them are, though I think Harry's morning is going to be far more interesting than his night will be." Harry slowly drifted to consciousness, reluctantly letting the veil of sleep fall away from him as he returned to the waking world. His lack of enthusiasm was primarily rooted in the fact that he had been having a very pleasant dream involving himself, Ginny, and a large carton of peanut butter and strawberry-flavored ice cream. He had just been getting to the interesting bits, both of the dream and the ice cream-covered Ginny, when he became aware of a weight resting on his left arm. Though his eyes remained shut, he smiled at the realization that he was lying with Ginny curled up in his arms. His thoughts and memories were still fuzzy, but the warmth of her body pressed against him negated any need to think clearly, he felt. Instead of worrying about the all-too-real likelihood of being discovered sharing a bed with Ginny at Hogwarts, Harry simply lay in the bed and luxuriated in the sensations that were beginning to seep into his mind. His right arm was draped over Ginny's waist and had somehow during the night slipped inside her negligee, allowing his hand to rest on her bare stomach. He could feel her back and the curves of her rear and thighs pressing along the length of his body. His left arm was curled underneath her, supporting the weight of her head, which had brought about his slow awakening. Memories of his highly entertaining, not to mention erotic, dream began to come back to him. Though no ice cream was present, peanut butter and strawberry flavored or not, a lascivious smile came to him. Lying there with Ginny cuddled up against him, Harry decided to gently rouse her in a manner he knew, from prior experience over the summer, she would appreciate. Keeping his eyes closed, Harry slowly began to move his right hand across the silky plains of Ginny's stomach. Breathing in deeply as he cautiously shifted closer to her, Harry could smell the faint scent of apples from her hair. In that abstract manner of drowsy half-wakefulness, he briefly noticed that she must have changed her shampoo. As he gently tickled the fingers of his hand around her navel, earning soft giggles of enjoyment from Ginny that bolstered his amorous desires, Harry leaned his head in and adoringly nuzzled at her neck. Ginny wiggled about, murmuring quietly, while his hand paused as he decided in which direction to proceed. He blew softly on Ginny's neck, both to stimulate her and remove the stray wisp of curly hair that was tickling his nose. She shivered slightly at his breath, and Harry began to ever so slowly let his hand wind its way down. The tips of his fingers were only just brushing against her sleek skin, leisurely dipping fractionally lower with each sway of his wrist. Curly, Harry's somnolent mind managed to think. His hand's movements began to slow as his thoughts followed this observation. Not curly. Bushy. Harry froze so still, every single muscle he possessed becoming fixed as stone that he could almost have passed for having been petrified by a basilisk. Oh dear. His sudden and total shock was further compounded when the bed shifted behind him, indicating the presence of a third person. A slender, clearly feminine arm snaked its way around his waist, and a pair of long and silken legs became entwined with his from behind. The arm curled around his waist was bent at the elbow, so her hand was resting on his chest. Her breasts were pressing against his back as she snuggled up to him. Harry could feel her head resting behind his on the pillow, and he could detect the familiar fragrance of cherry. There was a warm, tickling sensation on the back of his neck every time she breathed. I'm going to die of a heart attack, he thought desperately. Either that or Ginny's going to kill me. Far too apprehensive to even consider opening his eyes to see who he was embracing, Harry lay completely motionless between the two women. Licking his lips nervously, especially when the hand resting on his chest sneaked down to slip up and under his pajama top, Harry decided to brave capturing Ginny's sleepy attention. Gin? He asked, holding his breath as he awaited her reply. HHMMMN, came a sleepy response. Are you awake? Ginny replied, The hand at his chest began circling in slow, languid strokes. Wanting to confirm his suspicions as to just who it was teasing him so, Harry inquired, Are you behind me? Behind him. Harry could feel Ginny nodding her head fractionally. Swallowing nervously, he asked the question that was preying very heavily on his mind at the moment. He was slightly, more than slightly to be honest, nervous as to how Ginny would react, but he managed to ask, Then who's the half-naked girl in front of me? What? The previous evening, Harry was looking forward to a good night's sleep. No offense to Madame Pomfrey and her work, but the beds in the hospital wing left much to be desired. Primarily, Harry felt, they needed the addition of certain nubile, young redhead he had become rather fond of. Yes, the beds in the infirmary would be much more hospitable with a Ginny resting in each of them. It had been an exquisite torture the previous night, having to sleep with Ginny so near to him but unable to cross the short gap separating their beds. Suffice it to say, the previous night had not provided much in the way of good sleep. Of course, Harry and Ginny had both been worn out, so they had managed to get several hours of shut-eye in, even though it had hardly been restful for them. Sleeping in separate beds, even only a yard or two apart, was not something either of them was used to anymore. Good tea have you back with us, Harry, Seamus said as they readied themselves for bed. Yeah, agreed Dean, from behind his drawn curtains. It was too empty in here with only Seamus, Neville and me. Harry smiled as he pulled on his pajama top. Thanks, mates. After 4 nights in the hospital wing, it's great to be back. Tonight, Harry knew he would be getting a fitful sleep. After all, he could not have anything less with Ginny beside him. He had spoken to Dumbledore after dinner, allegedly to discuss the repairs and renovations for the ruined Practical Fighting Techniques auditorium. Towards the end of the conversation, Harry had tentatively broached, once again, the subject of him and Ginny possibly sharing a bed. Surprisingly, the headmaster had readily agreed to it, although he had cautioned both of them to be as discreet as possible. That had of course gone without saying, although his grandfatherly entreaty to also be careful about the possible consequences had managed to bring a bright blush to both their faces. Good night, Harry, called Neville, already sounding sleepy. Dean and Seamus followed close on the heels of his words, and after Harry returned their good nights, the Gryffindor boys settled down for the night. Harry lay back on his bed and silently counting off the minutes as he waited. Using his wand for some light, he checked the wizard wristwatch Ginny had given him the previous Christmas and saw that it had been nearly a quarter of an hour. Silently stretching out with his senses, Harry confirmed that his 3 roommates were sleeping quietly in their beds. Ginny, it's clear. I'm climbing the stairs now, came a quick response. As the thought came to him, Harry felt the warm glow Ginny radiated. He had surreptitiously placed a silencing charm on the dormitory door earlier, as well as a muffling charm on the floor. Added to the multitude of silencing charms already in place around his bed, not even the faintest of sounds reached his ears as Ginny crept into the room. Silent as the night, the drapes to his bed parted and a shadowy figure slipped inside. The light from his wand illuminated Ginny's fiery red hair and the dark blue satin nightdress she was wearing. Harry reached out a hand and gently pulled her down to him, half on top of him on the bedside. "This would be a lot easier if we had your invisibility cloak," she mentioned, lovingly planting a key on the tip of his nose. "Sirius borrowed it, remember?" he replied, returning her key with one to the cheek. He smiled at her in the dimness. "At least we don't have to worry about anybody overhearing us." Ginny nodded and proceeded to key him fervently on the lips, using her hands to grasp his head close against her. Harry's arms were wrapped around her waist and he slid one hand up to press between her shoulders as his other slipped down to cup her rear as he held her tight. She gasped into his mouth and pulled back, breaking their key, looking at him with her eyes bright and full of desire. "It's still early," she noted suggestively, releasing one hand from behind his head and trailing it down his neck and along his collarbone. "Why, Miss Weasley," Harry thought, leaning in to trace a path of key S along her neck. He gently nuzzled against her, relishing in the contact. "I thought we told Dumbledore that we'd be discreet." Ginny grinned impishly and playfully nipped at his ear. "We have plenty of silencing charms up and around your bed." Ordinarily, it would have been extremely difficult for somebody to sneak up on the couple, as their connection with the Order of the Phoenix would allow them to perceive the approaching magic early on. At the moment, however, Harry and Ginny were otherwise too preoccupied to be paying any attention to the magic surrounding them. Thus they almost jumped out of their skins when the curtains surrounding Harry's bed were unexpectedly pulled aside. "Harry." The voice came in a hushed, not to mention surprised, whisper. Harry and Ginny, who had jumped apart as if struck by a bolt of lightning from a clear blue sky, stared up at the embarrassment-flushed face of Hermione. "I don't care if she's my brother's girlfriend," he heard Ginny thinking. "I'm still going to kill her for interrupting us." "Wait, Gin, wait," he cautioned. "Look at her face." Hermione was standing there, staring at the young lovers with a look of acute astonishment and awkwardness firmly in place. However, upon looking more closely, it became apparent that there was something more bothering her. Hermione's eyes were rimmed with red, showing that she had been crying recently, and her bottom lip was trembling almost imperceptibly. "Ginny," she asked, her left hand clutching the curtains, "what are you doing here? I didn't know Dumbledore had agreed to let the two of you sleep together yet." "It's provisional at the moment, Hermione," explained Ginny, picking up on the other girl's distress and sitting up straighter. She patted on the bed between her and Harry, motioning for Hermione to sit down. A small sob escaped from Hermione's quivering lips as she dropped heavily onto the bed. Harry shifted until he was almost right up against her and slipped his arm around her shoulders. He shared a worried look with Ginny behind Hermione's back and then turned to ask, "What's the matter, Hermione? Is something wrong?" Wordlessly, Hermione handed him a crumpled piece of paper she had been holding in her right hand, her movements slow and deliberate, but still unsteady. As Harry took the paper from her, noting that it was Muggle paper instead of proper parchment, she began to weep softly. Tears streamed down her face and Ginny squeezed close and slipped her one arm around Hermione's waist, taking hold of her left arm with the other. His apprehension building, Harry uncrumpled the sheet of paper and began to read. "Dearest Hermione, this has been a very hard letter for us to write, but we feel, as your parents, that we must do this. It would be in your best interests if you were to leave Hogwarts." Harry literally felt his heart skip a beat when he read this. "We know how much you have enjoyed your time there, but we're talking about your safety now, Hermione. You have always told us, and everything we've heard and read seemed to back it up, that Hogwarts School is considered the safest place in the magical world. We know that Professor Dumbledore is widely renowned as the greatest wizard of modern times, as that Professor McGonagall told us, and we know that your friend Harry is supposedly just as great, if not more so. But surely now, after this disaster, you must see that this is all wrong and you are indeed at risk there. Hermione, you've been hurt, and even the wizarding world cannot help you, from what the letter we received from the school nurse said. We simply do not feel that you are safe there. We want you home. We know that you are a witch, and we're very proud of what you have accomplished over the years. We also understand that you won't want to leave your other friend, the one who was so badly injured with you, and no doubt wish to remain at his side. But we want to have you here with us, where we know that you will be safe and sound. Do not think, even for a moment, that we are doing this to punish you in any way, Hermione. We love you more than anything in the whole world. This was not an easy decision for us to make, and we hope that someday you will see that we are correct in our actions. We have sent a formal letter to the school's headmaster, informing him of our intention to withdraw you from the school upon the start of the Christmas holidays. We hope that this will give you enough time to tidy up your affairs there and say goodbye to all your friends and schoolmates before you leave. Perhaps, with some luck, if the situation in the wizarding world improves before long, we will consider reapplying you in a couple of years, once everything has died down. All our love, Mum and Dad. Harry had been reading the letter out loud in his mind, so he did not bother handing it to Ginny once he was done. Instead, he reached out and gently set the piece of paper down on his nightstand before turning to Hermione. The tears were falling in a steady stream now, and her breath was coming in sharp, gasping sobs that seemed to be almost torn from her very soul. It's all right, Hermione, he said, taking her in his arms for the most comforting embrace he could muster. He held her to him and rubbed his hands in soothing circles on her back, whispering soft nothings as they rocked back and forth. We'll work something out, don't doubt that. We'll not be letting you go without a fight. He was startled out of his soft comfortings when Hermione reached up with her good left arm, while sliding her right around his waist as best she could, and pulled his head down to hers. Her lips sought out his mouth and pushed firmly against it in a desperate and almost frantic key. Harry beeped in a sharp breath of surprise, his eyes growing wide at Hermione's inexplicable action. Out of everything he had been through over the years, this was one of the most terrifying and heart-wrenching experiences Harry had ever had. Hermione was so unlike her usual collected and steadfast self. The raw, uncensored need that he could feel as she frantically keyed at him was heartbreaking. She seemed so desperate. So scared. Harry. Despite the feeling of Hermione's lips against his, the salty taste of her tears, Harry still heard the hard edge that accompanied Ginny's thought. He struggled against the bruising force of Hermione's key, sliding his arms up to her shoulders with the intention of gently pushing her back and freeing himself. Yes. Ginny's inner voice was frighteningly calm as she asked, "What are you doing?" He. Dotting Hermione. So I see. Might I ask why? Harry could clearly hear the rising cold fire that was bubbling beneath Ginny's words. He could even feel the surge of magic within her aura, a buildup of power in preparation for what he knew would be a horrible mistake if handled incorrectly. I think it would do more harm than good if I pushed her away right now, he tried to explain, lifting one hand away from Hermione and towards Ginny, behind her, in supplication. Ginny did not have the time to respond because suddenly Hermione was in motion. Her eyes snapped open and she broke the key. With a horrified gasp. She jerked away from Harry, as if physically stuck, and lifted her good hand to her mouth in a fist, biting down so hard on her white knuckles that she visibly drew blood. Had it not been for the already almost unearthly quiet that surrounded Harry's bed, he might not have heard her sobbed whimper, "Oh, Ron, what have I done?" Quick as a flash, Hermione pushed off the edge of the bed and jumped to her feet. Harry could see that she was about to flee. The guilt that had suddenly overwhelmed her was easily visible. He barely even needed to consider his next actions. He knew that if she left, it would be disastrous for all involved. Too much would be left unsaid between them for Harry to just let her leave without trying to talk her through this. As she turned, beginning to take flight to the refuge of her own dormitory and bed, Harry's arm snapped out like a coiled snake striking. His hand grasped Hermione firmly around her upper right arm, holding her in a grip that kept her from running. His biggest problem, beyond the possible jealousy from Ginny, was that he didn't know where to begin. The way Hermione had seemingly lost all control hinted at a bigger problem than being removed from Hogwarts. His friend was hurting in the worst possible way, and he honestly doubted that he would be able to help her. At least, not alone. Please, Gin, he begged desperately, turning his eyes toward her. I need your help for this. Ginny looked at him for a long, pregnant moment. Her eyes were bright, even in the dimness. Harry felt a great swell of relief as her gaze slid across from him to where Hermione was standing, head downcast, and gave a solemn nod. She looked back at him and smiled sadly. She is our friend, she told him. We'd be no better than Tom if we don't try to help her when she needs us the most. I'll help. Harry smiled and let out the breath he had unknowingly been holding. He tugged gently on Hermione's arm, turning her back to the bed, and reached out with his other hand to pull her back to her seat between him and Ginny. Hermione dropped onto the bed with a sob and almost collapsed against him, resting her head on his chest. I'm sorry, Harry, she whispered, clenching her eyes closed against the still falling tears. Oh God, I'm so sorry. Harry carefully put his arms around her and pulled her to him, instinctively aware that he had to assuage her fears and prevent her insecurities from dominating her. It's all right, Hermione, he told her as he softly stroked her hair. He could see Ginny sitting right behind her, looking just as anguished as he felt. They did not speak, nor did they share each other's thoughts. Instead, they considered what to do next, merely by looking into the other's eyes. Hermione, he said softly, look at me. Half-heartedly she lifted her head, her red and tear-stained eyes unable to meet his own. He released his supporting hold on her and reached up to hold her face with both hands, lifting her chin up so that she was looking properly at him. She mo-ned softly, a sound of miserable torment that tugged painfully at his heart, and closed her eyes. She dropped her head against his chest again and whispered in a desperate voice, don't leave. Please, I don't want to leave. I don't want to be alone right now. Harry said nothing. Instead, he allowed Ginny to crawl up behind them both and snake her arms between them, hugging Hermione and silently spilling tears of her own. Together the trio sat on the edge of Harry's bed, holding each other in mournful embraces. We won't leave, Hermione, he said after a while, when the girls' tears began to subside and dry away. You can stay here with us tonight. Any night, for as long as you need. We'll always be here for you. Always. Hermione whispered an almost inaudible plea, I only want to feel safe. I know, he nodded, slowly running a hand up and down her back. He pulled her tightly up against him and tenderly turned her face to his with one hand, dabbing away her tears with his thumb as she clung to him for support. It was not the good night's sleep he had been hoping for. There had been many more tears during the night and a few brotherly kisses as well, although fortunately none that matched the initial fervor of the first. Eventually, in the early hours of the morning, Hermione had lost herself to the land of dreams, leaving a troubled Harry and Ginny. The two of them had lain quietly, discussing Hermione's situation, but after a time sleep had claimed them as well. Consider yourself lucky I remember what happened last night, Harry, Ginny told him as she leaned over his rigid torso to confirm that it was indeed Hermione in his arms. Harry's head turned a fraction and he looked at her with wide green eyes. I consider myself lucky that I'm starting to remember it myself, he whispered, nodding toward Hermione. I think I damn near gave myself heart failure when I woke up. Ginny chuckled as she recalled how Harry had suddenly tensed beside her as she slowly awakened. Leaning down, she kissed him softly on his cheek. I'll admit my own heart stopped beating for a second when you asked me who was in bed with us. He reached up with his right arm, his left was still trapped under Hermione's head and ran his fingers through the soft waves of her unrestrained hair. His lips curved in a sad and hesitant smile before he asked, You're not angry, I hope. About this? Oh, I'm angry all right, Ginny told him, her brows drawing into a scowl not unlike the one her mother was famous for. She paused just long enough for Harry to start looking worried before she finished. The next time we see Malfoy, you're going to have to get in line when it comes to kicking his misbegotten bastard's ass from here to the South Pole. If anyone deserves it, he certainly does, agreed Harry, relaxing. Who deserves what? Both teenagers turned to the source of the sleepily, barely awake voice. This naturally resulted in Harry burying his face in Hermione's tangled hair and sputtering incoherently for several seconds, earning light laughter from Ginny. Hermione twisted around, resting more fully on her back, and stared at the two of them. What's the matter? You okay? She asked, rubbing the sleep from her eyes with her left hand. We're fine, Harry told her. Ginny was simply demonstrating her similarity to Fred and George. The two witches and the wizard trapped between them lay in the bed for several minutes, simply basking in the light-hearted atmosphere and friendly camaraderie that surrounded them. The muted laughter at Ginny's expense soon died down and they quietly relaxed in each other's arms. Harry, Ginny, Hermione eventually asked, pushing herself up on her good elbow and looking at them with glistening, soulful eyes. Ginny could only see how small and frightened her friend seemed. Thanks. For letting me. Don't, Harry interrupted, lifting a finger to her lips. He shook his head fractionally and then pushed himself up so that he was sitting next to her. He gently leaned close and placed a brotherly key on Hermione's forehead. Don't say anything. There's no need for words between us, Hermione. Not when it comes to matters like this. There never should be and there never will be. Hermione looked over Harry's shoulder at Ginny, a question in her soft brown eyes. Ginny nodded her agreement to his words and reached out to lightly grasp the other girl's hand. Giving her a comforting squeeze, as Hermione pulled Harry into a tearful hug, Ginny rolled to the far side of the bed and sat up to stretch. It was a luxurious feeling, stretching her arms out high above her head as she arched her back. Ginny loved the way she could almost feel the tension flowing out of her, leaving her muscles quivering in release. This morning, however, the knots in her neck and shoulders seemed to be stubbornly refusing to depart. Ginny smiled as this would be the perfect excuse to get Harry to lay her down and give one of those delicious back rubs she loved. If there was one thing she had discovered about Harry over the summer, sharing a bed with him, it was that he was remarkably good with his hands. Ginny felt a faint rush of blood tinting her cheeks as she recalled some of the experiences of the summer when she had learnt just how talented Harry's hands could be. She almost vaporized poor Neville as the rotund boy unexpectedly pulled back the curtains drawn around Harry's bed. He did not appear to be paying all that much attention as he spoke. Harry, I was wondering if Apparently he had realized that Harry was firmly in the embrace of a decidedly feminine figure, which he must have quickly identified by the way his eyes grew larger than a house elf. Hermione pulled back from Harry and looked at the dumbstruck boy, asking in a playful tone, really, Neville, is that any way to say good morning? I think I preferred. Remarked Hermione dryly. Finally Neville managed to sputter out, Hermione. Hermione was grinning impishly by this point, clearly an expression she had learned from either Ron or the twins. Now we're getting somewhere. But Harry, protested Neville, pointing between Harry and Hermione. His expression was almost indescribable. He had obviously noted not only the close proximity between Harry and Hermione, but also the disheveled appearance of both their pajamas. His mouth worked soundlessly for several seconds before he tried to ask, what about? Apparently Neville was so flummoxed by the sight of Harry and Hermione that he had completely failed to notice Ginny sitting on the other side of the bed. She decided that since the poor boy seemed on the verge of a panic attack, that it would be best to reveal her presence. In doing so she leaned across, wrapping both her arms around Harry and asked, is there something wrong, Neville? Neville remained motionless where he was standing, staring at Ginny with wide eyes and a gaping mouth. After a few seconds, he did the only reasonable thing he could think of. He fainted. Congratulations, Gin, said Harry, peering over Hermione's shoulder and over the edge of the bed toward the floor, you've killed Neville. Gregory and Hilary were standing outside the portrait hole, being closely watched by a suspicious-looking fat lady. It wasn't the crack of dawn anymore, but it was not that late in the morning either. Thus the painting was understandably distrustful of the two professors' presence outside the Gryffindor common room at such an early hour. Since neither of them had bothered to introduce themselves to her, she was unaware that they were actually members of the staff. What I wouldn't give for a photograph of this moment, declared Gregory wistfully. You have definitely been spending far too much time with your brothers-in-law than is good for you, Hilary told him, with a jaundiced eye. Maybe I have. Gregory agreed and started walking away from the fat lady, Hilary following close behind him. Leaving Gryffindor Tower at a brisk pace he said, come on, we need to get the lacewings for the polyjuice potion. You know, since we're members of the faculty, We could just ask Snape for the ingredients, observed Hillary as they made their way down to the dungeons. So why are we sneaking into his storeroom to steal them? Gregory grinned impishly and told her, old habit. Harry was sitting on the corner of his bed, still in his pajamas. Ginny was lying behind him with an arm swung around his waist, stroking his thigh with her fingers. All told, it would have been a wonderful moment on any other day, but right now Harry was wondering what he had ever done in his previous lives to deserve such bad karma. They had managed, with an audience comprising of Dean, Seamus, Moira, Carmen and Lavender, to revive the insensate Neville. Fortunately, everyone was too amused by his fainting spell to ask what Ginny and Hermione were doing in Harry's bed. Unfortunately, this immediately became their primary question when the newly awake Neville sputtered the reason for his passing out. Almost reminded me of the scene my family made when they walked in on us that first time, remarked Ginny, sensing his train of thought. Not half as loud though, fortunately, he agreed. After eventually sorting things out, and promising full explanations later, the other students had dutifully filed out the dormitory to leave them in peace. Hermione had remained for several minutes to regain her composure before heading out and making her way to the sixth-year girls' dormitory in order to clean up and change for breakfast. Fortunately, it was a Saturday. Harry, Ginny shifted until she was able to wind both her arms around his waist, her chin resting on his shoulder. Comfortable? She asked curiously. If your eyes were closed, how did you know it was Hermione and not me you were holding? Harry paused, considering whether or not to tell the truth. He had seen Ginny's temper flare up on several occasions and most certainly did not want to be on the receiving end. In the end, though, he decided to come clean, and so he asked her, remember that time when Fred and George were teasing us? Which one specifically? They tease us a lot. They wanted to hear if I knew for a fact that you Weasleys are natural redheads, elaborated Harry, feeling a ghost of the fierce blush brought on by that particular tease of the twins. Oh, Ginny said. Oh, Ginny said again, only this time with comprehension of his meaning. Her grip around his waist tightened for a moment. She released him and shuffled to sit next to him, taking one of his hands in hers as she did. Harry looked at her and smiled apologetically. How are you going to explain this to Ron when he wakes up? She asked. I don't know, Harry admitted, but I'll come up with a bright idea before then. Ginny grinned and offered, if he tries to hurt you, you can always hide in my bed. Thanks, love, but I don't think we need to worry. Ron may be a little hot-headed at times, but he's an understanding bloke, Harry said with total confidence. Then he shook his head and sighed, he'll probably try and kill me, won't he? Yep. He sighed again, I certainly hope he's in a good mood when he wakes up. Hey you two, what's taking so long? Called Hermione from the doorway, sounding very cheerful and in decidedly better spirits. She stuck her head in the room and implored them, hurry it up will you, I'm famished. A very good mood. Summer had finally been blown out like a candle confronting the northern winds that ushered in the chill beginnings of autumn. The sky was covered in a low blanket of leaden gray clouds that brought with them a bitter and continuous drizzle. The rain would fall in sheets which billowed out at the occasional gust of wind. The full moon was lost from sight behind the low ceiling of dark clouds this night, save for a soft glow in that region of the sky. The seemingly endless light rain had dwindled down to almost nothing, allowing the Death Eaters gathered in the forest clearing some comfort. It was a small congregation, only a dozen or so, of the lower-ranking Death Eaters. They had been summoned together by the Dark Lord and charged with the task of striking a small wizarding hamlet on the other side of the woods. Under the cover of the darkness and the trees, the Death Eaters would easily be able to wreak havoc upon the unsuspecting villagers, all of whom Lord Voldemort had deemed unworthy to live under his rule. Are we going to get a move on any time soon? Asked one, a relatively new recruit, called Thomas. Yes, it's almost time, confirmed Avery, the most senior Death Eater present. He had served Lord Voldemort during his previous reign of terror and had been chosen to lead this raid. He lifted up his hand and motioned for the other Death Eaters to gather round. As they came together in the center of the clearing, a frigid wind rushed unexpectedly through the air. The Death Eaters huddled together, trying to ignore the freezing cold and the stirring of the air in the clearing. Avery waited to make sure they were all paying attention, or something similar, then spoke. Very Well, let's get started. The village is 3 miles south of us, through the forest. Once we're there, we'll split up. One per house. Check every room, kill anything you find, then move on to the next building. Remember, our Lord demands no survivors. Not even pets. I just hope this mist doesn't get too thick, muttered someone. I don't want to get lost and spend the rest of the night wandering around the forest. The group looked around them and saw that a fine mist was indeed beginning to encroach upon the edges of the clearing. Its milky white haze was rolling through the gaps between the trees, keeping close to the ground. The Ministry Weather Service never said anything about fog, complained Thomas with an audible whine in his voice. Idiots, cursed Avery. The fog continued to drift into the clearing, seemingly at an accelerated pace. It was no longer hugging the earth, but was now sweeping towards the Death Eaters in banks that were obscuring everything caught within them. Thick for this time of year, don't you think? By now the Death Eaters were beginning to twitter nervously as the thick mass of vapor had completely surrounded them. It was not a plain and featureless wall, but instead churned and swirled around them as if it were a living thing. There was also a sudden silence that seemed to have fallen over the woods. The wind was no longer whistling softly through the trees. The trees themselves were quiet, their branches and leaves still. The few owls and night birds that had been filling the background with faint sounds were now silent. It was an unnerving, unnatural silence. This fog, muttered the solitary female Death Eater in the group, a young woman by the name of Lauren. She was standing in a tense posture and was nervously fingering her wand. I don't like the feel of it. Where'd it come from? Asked Thomas, looking about in puzzlement. I don't understand. Avery, who had a cold shiver running up and down his spine, pushed through the tight knot of nervous young Death Eaters. He pulled off his mask and sneered, glaring out in the shifting wall of fog that surrounded them. Simpletons. Isn't it obvious? It's a trap, and we've been caught in it. That's right, Avery. Caught like animals, confirmed a drawling voice. The Death Eaters spun about, searching for the speaker, but unable to find him in the thickening fog. The air now had a chill that penetrated their robes and cloaks. An unnatural chill. Then, as if emerging from the depths of a shadow, he appeared before them. It was a thestral, one of the rarest breeds of winged horses known to the wizarding world and considered by many to be a sign of ill fortune. It was massive, standing taller than a full-grown man at its shoulder. Its coat was the pitch black of the darkest night, and it emerged from the fog like a specter, jets of steam billowing from its nostrils. Sitting astride its broad back was a man cloaked in what seemed to be living shadows, hiding him from view even as he urged his supposedly untamable steed towards the apprehensive clutch of Death Eaters. Elegant, but pale white hands emerged from the depths of the darkness and reached up to throw back the cowl which hid the rider's face from sight. The hood fell back, revealing his sharp and aristocratic features, topped in crown of silvery hair. His eyes were now an impenetrable black that seemed impossibly deep, almost without end. Draco Malfoy smirked. And now it's time for the slaughter. Avada Kedavra, shouted Avery, drawing his wand and leveling it at Draco. He knew that his lord had transformed the Malfoy heir into something. He knew that Draco had managed to battle with Potter and emerge unscathed. He knew that Voldemort would in all likelihood be displeased with him for killing Draco. He knew that the young wizard was being completely serious, despite his playful tone. The green flash of the killing curse streaked through the misty air, straight at Draco's chest. The young rider, sitting imperiously on his thestral, watched the curse speed toward him with an expression of open humor. The curse hit his chest, just to the left of his heart. It splashed against the black robes that enshrouded him, writhing as it enveloped Draco in its deadly embrace. Avery's desperate expression briefly became one of satisfaction as the curse stuck its target. A thin smile reached his lips, only to die a rapid death as Draco remained upright. His poise did not shift so much as an inch, though his mount stirred uneasily. He gazed at Avery from across the short span separating him from the small group of immobile Death Eaters. Woo! I hope I'm not supposed to be impressed, purred Draco, his black eyes flashing with evil satisfaction, because I'm not. Death Eaters, as a rule, are considered to be the vilest and most wicked witches and wizards on the face of the earth. They are expected to know no fear of anything save their master and the possibility of failing his will. They might not be combat-hardened soldiers, but they tend to be able to face down their opponents without flinching. Naturally, they turned and started running. They broke away from each other, fleeing in all directions in an attempt to get away from the laughing form in the center of the glade. It was not a particularly large clearing, only a rough 50 or so yards across, so it did not take them long to reach its edge. Whereupon they found that they were indeed trapped within. A writhing and undulating wall of black shadow rose up from the ground, reaching high into the skies above. Realizing that they could not escape through the now sealed-off woods, the panicked Death Eaters managed to gather their wits enough to attempt apparating to safety. When this failed to work, resulting in splitting headaches that hinted that their brains might start oozing out their skulls, blind terror began to consume them. By now the fog had swept fully into the clearing and enveloped it. Everything was hidden from view and those trapped within could see from one side to the other. This helped fan the dread they were feeling, as they were unable to see what hunting them. "Where is he? Where is he?" asked a frantic Todd Baddock, whose younger brother Malcolm was in his third year at Hogwarts. After discovering himself unable to apparate, he had spun around to face the center of the clearing, keeping his back to the safety of the wall that surrounded the clearing. "Where is he?" "Right behind you." The eldest of the two Baddock boys, who had finished studying at Hogwarts the year before Harry Potter had come to the school, flinched and spun wildly around as something cold brushed against the back of his neck. "Avada Kedavra!" he screamed, only to find himself facing down nothing but thin air. Todd began to turn in tight circles, hoping that in doing so whatever it was stalking him would be unable to catch him unawares. Waves of terror and apprehension were breaking and frothing over him as he tried to penetrate the murky gloom of the fog surrounding him. Before he could move to resist, something wrapped itself around his waist. A chill, colder and deeper than anything he had ever experienced, seeped through his robes and into his flesh. He tried to move his arms and legs, to ward off or flee from whatever it was, but he found himself completely immobilized. He tried to scream, but the coldness assailing him had clamped itself around his throat. Todd gasped for breath in short, barely audible wheezes. He pulled and pushed and twisted and stretched and wiggled and thrashed and squirmed, in desperate hope of breaking away. But he couldn't manage to tug even one hand free from his invisible assailant. He was loose. Todd, taken entirely by surprise at his sudden freedom, collapsed to the wet ground. He beeped in deep gasping breaths, hunched over as he lay there. He was shivering from the intense cold, which seemed to pervade his entire body. He struggled to push himself up, but froze in mid-motion as he spotted a pair of black boots standing not 3 feet away from him. Behind the boots, lying prone on the sodden earth, was a desiccated corpse that he vaguely recognized as one of his fellow Death Eaters. He looked up and saw that Draco Malfoy was standing over him, his ghostly white face smiling as it seemed to hover amidst the all-encompassing blackness which surrounded him. Draco smirked at Todd and reached up to brush a hand through his thick silver hair. "Thank you," rasped Todd, his throat raw. Draco looked at him quizzically. "For what?" "For letting me go. What makes you think I'd do that?" Todd knew then, in that instant, that he was going to die. When Draco squatted down next to him, his cloak of living shadows flowing around him, Todd simply closed his eyes and waited for the end to come. His last coherent thought, as a pale hand reached out to stroke his cheek, was that Lord Voldemort had never promised him anything like this. "You are at my mercy," said a soft and almost loving whisper, "and believe me, I have none." In the distance, deep within the forest's gloomy interior, a wolf howled. There was a sickening, wet noise followed by an indistinct gurgle that was barely human. The chilling howl of the wind blowing through the trees, rustling the leaves and stirring the underbrush. All was still as the rain began to softly drizzle down. Harry jerked awake, Ginny by his side. She was clasping his shoulder with one hand, digging her nails painfully into his flesh. He reached up and gently pried her hand off. She turned to look at him, her face so pale that every last one of her smattering of freckles stood out in stark relief. He licked his lips and swallowed, trying to wet the dryness of his mouth and throat. "Dear Lord, Harry," Ginny whispered hoarsely, "he killed them all." "Yes, I know," he agreed, "we were expecting him to go rogue, out of Voldemort's control, but I didn't think it would happen so soon." He has clearly been spending a great deal of time communing with the shadows within his depths, observed Isis. The more the well draws on his source, the faster his descent into madness, agreed Sun Tzu. Ginny was breathing deeply in an effort to slow the rapid beatings of her heart. She looked at Harry and shook her head in bewilderment. How did we see that? She asked. Tom wasn't there, so how did we see what was happening? Harry sighed and leaned back into the pillows. I don't know. That was the Order's doing, Harry, admitted Merlin. Ginny looked up at Harry in surprise and asked, You did that? Not ours exactly, Merlin responded. He then explained, the Order itself is not sentient, but it does possess an awareness of sorts. It deemed it necessary for us to witness what was transpiring there. You saw it that too? Asked Harry. Unfortunately, replied Joan, her French accent thicker than normal. Ginny ran her hands through her hair, throwing it back. Satisfied that her hair was out the way, she turned to Harry and asked, So what do we do? Harry glanced over at her and felt his mouth go dry again as he saw her properly. She had foregone wearing one of her nightshirts or nightdresses, choosing instead to wear a simple faded orange Chudley Cannons t-shirt, which had once belonged to Ron. Now, thanks to the cold sweat that had gripped them both during their vision, it clung to her body in the right places, causing Harry's mind to stall momentarily. Clearing his throat, and focusing his attention above her shoulders on her face, he pondered their options for a moment. Professor Dumbledore has told me more than once that his door is always open, decided Harry. He stood up and started pulling on his dressing gown, handing Ginny hers as he did so. Let's see if that offer still stands. They hurried out of the sixth-year boys' dormitory, not particularly worrying about whether they made much noise or not. There were so many silencing charms around Harry's bed and between it and the door that a herd of hippogriffs could stampede through the room unheard. Harry led the way down to the common room, one of Ginny's hands grasped in his own, vaulting the stairs 3 at a time. It was actually quite an impressive feat that Ginny managed to keep her balance during this rushed descent. The common room was empty, as they expected it to be at 2 o'clock in the morning. Without pause, the couple pushed open the portrait of the fat lady and slipped out the portrait hole. Ah, Harry? Asked Ginny, after they had sneaked their way through the patrolled hallways of the school and into the final passage leading to Dumbledore's office. Do you know the password? Nope, he replied with a grin, we'll have to guess. They stood in front of the stone gargoyle which guarded the entrance to the headmaster's office for nearly 5 minutes trying to guess the password. After exhausting most of the more common wizarding sweets that they knew of, Ginny began trying to think of any obscure delicacies that could be the answer, while Harry started working through what muggle sweet he knew. Mars bars. Blood-flavored lollipops. Snickers. Tooth-flossing string mints. Humbugs. With a shiver the gargoyle shifted out of the way, nodding for them to enter. Ginny beamed up at Harry as they bustled through the exposed entrance and half ran up the moving staircase. They reached the top, almost crashing into the closed door in their hurry, and nearly tripping over each other in their haste to knock on the door. Come in, called Dumbledore's voice through the door. Ginny twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open, stepping into the room with Harry right beside her. Dumbledore, who was standing by his fireplace, fully clothed in a set of vibrant purple robes, smiled at them. Harry, Virginia, what brings you here at this time of the night? Harry, who had paused alongside Ginny just inside the doorway, took note of the room and its occupants. Professors Snape and McGonagall were seated in plush chairs in front of Dumbledore's desk, and a wizard he recognized as Mundungus Fletcher was standing on the other side of the fireplace. Do not worry, assured Dumbledore, you can trust everyone present with anything you have to say. Ginny nodded their acknowledgement and then cut to the chase, stating the reason for their visit before Snape's disapproving scowl could deepen. In a bland tone of voice she said, Draco Malfoy just killed a dozen of Tom's Death Eaters. She could not have achieved greater consternation if she had tossed a rampaging chimera into the room and slammed the door shut. Snape was out of his chair in a swish of black robes, while McGonagall had clutched a hand to her beasts. Fletcher, who had been smoking on an old, decrepit-looking pipe, started choking after hitching his breath at the wrong time. I see, said Dumbledore gravely, peering at the two teenagers over the rims of his spectacles. Perhaps you could be so kind as to. The headmaster was interrupted as Fox, his phoenix, hopped of his stand in the corner and glided across the room to settle on Harry's shoulder. Hello, Fox, Harry greeted as the phoenix made himself comfortable. Lord Phoenix. Lady Phoenix, trilled the crimson and gold bird, dipping its head, it is gratifying to see you both here on this troubled night. Thank you, Fox, Ginny returned, but what do you mean, troubled? Albus and the others have been waiting, replied Fox, nodding his head towards the others in the room. Severus brought warning of an attack to come. Remus, Sirius and others of our cause are laying in wait to challenge the Dark Lord's followers. Dumbledore was staring at the two students, and his phoenix, with frank astonishment as Fox finished explaining. H's shared a look with McGonagall and Snape, before shaking his head and then clearing his throat. The two of you can understand Fox. Harry and Ginny simply nodded. Dumbledore shook his head once again, with a tired smile, and then asked them, so, once again, what brings you here at such an early hour? As what Fox told us true? Asked Harry in return. Are Sirius and Remus waiting to ambush some Death Eaters? That's right, grumbled Snape, looking decidedly unhappy. Harry shared a look with Ginny. She said, you'd better get them out of there. Now. Draco just killed all the Death Eaters that were gathering in the forest by the village, and I don't think he would be opposed to killing any of our people as well. Alternating with each other, Harry and Ginny began to take turns explaining what they had seen in their vision. With help from the Order, they were able to recall great amounts of details, and Harry was able to identify Avery as the leading Death Eater. By the time they were finished, not once having been interrupted, the faces of all four adults were grave. I'd always hoped, always believed, that Draco would be able to escape his father's shadow, asserted Snape, sinking into his chair. He sighed dejectedly, as if defeated. It would seem I may have been mistaken. At least I lived long enough to hear that, thought Harry. This took Ginny by surprise, and she was unable to repress a short burst of giggles that earned her puzzled looks from Dumbledore, McGonagall and Fletcher. Snape simply glared at her, which in turn gave her cause to glare at Harry, blaming him for her lapse. What? He asked, trying to lighten the mood. I didn't say a thing. What are we going to do in the meantime? Ginny asked Harry as they stepped out from behind the gargoyle leading to Dumbledore's office. I was thinking we could maybe stop by the kitchens on our way, suggested Harry. Ginny looked at him incredulously. You can't be hungry after that. No, he admitted, but I was thinking that maybe a nice hot cup of mint tea would help me get back to sleep. He looked at her and raised his eyebrows in a suggestive manner. Or at least present us with something to while away the hours before breakfast. Harry Potter, what are you suggesting? She asked in an innocent tone as they quietly walked down the corridor, silhouetted in the flickering torchlight. Nothing, Harry replied in an equally innocent voice. Ginny shook her head and coyly asked, so, when we get back into bed, you're going to behave yourself? He pretended to think about it before admitting, probably not. Good. The two teenagers strolled down the hallway, arms linked around each other's waists. The faint murmur of their conversation grew steadily softer as they moved away. Neither of them noticed a pair of cloaked figures detach from one shadowy corner which offered a clear view of the entrance to Dumbledore's office. The figures, cautiously keeping out of the scattered torchlight, watched until Harry and Ginny disappeared from view. Come on, said Gregory Proteus, motioning his wife in the general direction of their quarters. I'm going to get a big pot of black coffee ready. I thought you hated coffee, observed Hilary as they started walking. Gregory nodded and then gave her a helpless shrug as he explained, I do, but I remember being exceptionally bouncy next week and my excuse was that I indulged in great quantities of extra strong coffee. I thought you refused to believe that the future is predetermined. Gregory's smile is a wan one. This isn't the future, love. Dumbledore was slightly perturbed by the fact that, for the first time in many years, he had missed breakfast in the Great Hall. He had simply not shown up, choosing instead to remain in his office and spend the time rapping his knuckles pensively against the top of his impressive oak desk, Fox perched behind him on the tall back of his chair. His mind was wandering about, thoughtfully contemplating recent events. The past, The present and the future were all becoming entwined, affecting each other in ways that he had not expected or prepared for. So many unforeseen developments had presented themselves over the summer and first week of term that the proverbial chessboard had effectively been swept clear. Gregory and Hilary Proteus, showing up on his doorstep with the most unlikely tale he thought he would ever hear, but vouched for by a letter he could not refuse. The revelation that Draco Malfoy was now the wizarding equivalent of a Muggle time bomb, with more than enough destructive power to bring about the end of the world. 100 witches and wizards dead, but no signs or indications that anyone had been missed. Was Cornelius truly so blind, or did he ulterior motives, as Percy Weasley suggested? Severus. Report that Voldemort was frankly delighted by the success of his sacrificial lamb, but also troubled with the news that Draco had failed to return. The imminent withdrawal of Hermione from Hogwarts. It would be the loss of possible the brightest witch to have attended the school, yet he could do nothing to prevent it. Harry and Ginny's recent assertion that Draco Malfoy had indeed gone rogue, apparently having decided that Voldemort would make a better servant than master. Remus and Sirius' confirmation that a dozen Death Eaters had been found dead 3 miles north of where they'd been lying in wait. All 12 had been toughly butchered. Yes, the chessboard had definitely been swept clear. In fact, it was now an entirely different game with entirely different rules. And, if the defense against the dark arts professors were to be believed, the stakes had just become that much higher as well. Even worse was the problem that a great many of the pieces were not obviously white or black anymore and were moving about the board of their own volition. Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked up at the voice and soft knock. Standing just in the entrance to his office was Fleur Delacour, Hogwarts' new professor of ancient runes. The striking young woman, her luxurious long owned hair done up in a professional yet elegant French twist, was waiting for Dumbledore to bid her entry into his domain. "Ah, Fleur," he greeted, come in, come in. "What brings you here?" Avenue News on the assignment you gave me," she said, walking up to his desk. Dumbledore saw that she was holding a manila folder in her slim hand. "Z stone to believe that William brought to ooze for translating at the start of the summer. It is nearly complete. Avenue. Ere the preliminary work." The elderly wizard smiled as Fleur mentioned Bill Weasley by his full name. He had noticed that the two seemed quite taken by each other when they had spoken in his office. Taking the folder Fleur held out to him, Dumbledore briefly recalled his meeting with Bill at the start of the summer holidays, only minutes before Molly had frantically called him through the fireplace with news of Vernon Dursley's attack on Harry. "Excellent work, Fleur," he praised. He set the folder to one side of his desk and planned to owl Bill sometime before lunch to let him know the work was almost completed. He smiled across the desk at her and asked, "Would you care to join me for a cup of tea, my dear?" "Non, Professor," Fleur refused. She indicated the unopened folder. "I think it would be best if you read the translation, Professor." Dumbledore saw the faint signs of apprehension in Fleur's stance and manner as she picked the folder off his desk and handed it back to him. There was a tightness around her mouth and eyes, and he felt himself becoming slightly concerned about what Fleur's translation said that could possibly worry her so much. He opened the folder and pulled out a sheet of crisp parchment. Fleur's neat copperplate filled the page, line after line. The bulk of the writing was done in a royal blue ink, but there were short annotations scattered about in deep red, like blood. As his eyes scanned down the page, Dumbledore began to realize what had caused the young Cordervilla's agitation. "If this is an accurate translation," he muttered, brows furrowed deeply. "Trust me, it is," she assured. Dumbledore drew an unsteady breath. "Then Harry is going to die." The many trees of the Forbidden Forest loomed high above them, their dark trunks casting long and deep shadows under the late afternoon sun. Here, near the edge of the forest, bordering on the village of Hogsmeade, the trees were not packed so densely, thus allowing a measure of sunlight to penetrate through their canopy of branches. Shafts of rich gold slanted down from above, glowing softly and providing such a stately atmosphere that those who ventured into the forest at this time were often put in mind of a grand cathedral. "Yes, it does almost look something like that," agreed Harry, when Ginny voiced this observation. He and Ginny were strolling serenely down the path they had found earlier. Ginny turned her head to look at him and, seeing the peaceful smile on his face, wished that her animagus form was able to smile so that she could join him. It was now the end of October and Halloween had crept up on them all. Harry, as a treat for the occasion, had arranged permission from Professor Dumbledore for Ginny and him to enter the forest. They had gone under the pretense of wanting to practice and hone their animagus transformations, which they had not been able to perform since leaving the burrow. They had spent the bulk of the day leisurely walking through the depths of the Forbidden Forest. After finding a nice, large clearing several miles into the forest, they had lunched on a small picnic basket Dobby had prepared for them. The couple had then spent several hours lounging on the grass and making up for the myriad interruptions that always seemed to plague them when they were together at the school. Now, as the sun was dipping low above the horizon, they were making their way to Hogsmeade, from which they would follow the path up to Hogwarts. Ginny, whose animagus was smaller than Harry's and thus able to navigate between the forest trees, had transformed for the short trip. "It's a good thing we have this bond," she told Harry as they approached the edge of the forest. Through the trees they were just able to see some of Hogsmeade's buildings. "Otherwise you'd never be able to understand me when I'm like this." At least we now have a use for it beyond helping you cheat at Muggle studies," observed Harry teasingly, stroking her side with one hand. Since they were now almost clear of the forest, Ginny changed back and turned her brown eyes to Harry with a mischievous grin. "I won't tell anyone if you don't." They emerged from the forest a short distance, a wide grassy field and two short hills, from the outskirts of Hogsmeade. Ginny could see the thin trails of smoke that indicated which houses and buildings had fires burning in their hearths. Half a mile to the east, if what Harry said was accurate, was the rocky path leading up to the cave Sirius had hidden in during the Triwizard Tournament. After crossing the wide and empty field, which during the spring and summer was overrun with flowers of every color, and climbing over and down the twin hills that rolled between the forest and the village, they entered Hogsmeade from behind the newly rebuilt post office. Ginny noticed as they stepped into the street that Harry's shoulders were tensed up and a grim look had covered his face and entered his eyes. She could understand why, having shared his nightmares and remembering the screams of the owls trapped within the old post office, which had been burnt to the ground during the Death Eater attack the previous Christmas. She was in the act of reaching out to slip a comforting arm around his waist as they walked when they were almost bowled off their feet. A diminutive and rotund man with a meticulously trimmed and maintained black mustache stomped past them with short, mincing steps. He was dressed in an immaculate gray suit and bowler hat, with a pink carnation and silver-tipped walking stick. He was being followed by two tall men. The one was wearing a reasonably well-tailored suit, but not nearly as high class as the short man, and was looking particularly confused. The other man, also mustached but less meticulously so, was wearing a rumpled, off-the-rack suit under a rumpled and seemingly well-used trench coat and was looking just as confused as his compatriot. "Such impudence!" Ginny heard the short man exclaim in what sounded like a French accent. He was scowling fiercely as he and his companions walked on without pausing. "I am not a bloody little frog. I am a bloody little Belgian." "What a peculiar little man," she declared as the trio rounded a corner and vanished from sight. Harry, standing beside her with an arm slung across her shoulders, chuckled and held her close to him as they resumed their return to Hogwarts. There was a slight wind blowing, typical of the autumn weather. It was not particularly cold, but cool enough to necessitate the use of cloaks and Molly Weasley's woolen jumpers when outdoors. The path up to the castle was muddy. It had rained nearly the entirety of the previous week and there was still the occasional thundershower in the late evenings. "The cabaret should have started about half an hour ago," noted Harry as they walked, checking his watch. "Pity we have to make an appearance," groaned Ginny. "After all, I've always wanted to listen to my classmates screaming up an ungodly racket." "What does your classmates' singing have to do with us?" asked Osiris. "Something insidious no doubt," decided a jocular Loki. Heracles, of course, had to add, "I think we should be insulted by this." Hogwarts. Gates were looming ahead of Harry and Ginny by now, so the two ignored the private cabaret act that was going on in their heads and walked up to the school's front entrance. There were a few students milling around the entrance hall, clustered in small groups and talking. Some of them waved or called hello, but there was nobody present that the pair needed to stop and talk to. From the partially opened doors leading into the Great Hall, was coming an awful racket that sounded to Ginny not unlike the wailing cry of a full-grown mandrake. "How do you know what that sounds like?" asked Romulus, having overheard Ginny's uncharitable comparison. "If you'd actually heard a mandrake, you'd be dead." Asterisk. "It's just a figure speech, Rom," she told him. As she and Harry approached the hall, she asked him, "Do we have to?" "Unfortunately," he told her, placing one hand on the small of her back and guiding her into the hall, following immediately behind her. Since the end of September, when Draco Malfoy had first struck against Voldemort's Death Eaters, there had been attacks reported every few days. Roughly half of the attacks, according to evidence gathered by the Ministry, were the work of Death Eaters. They attacked in groups of 6 to a dozen, targeting single homes or particular streets. They struck during the dead of night and launched the Dark Mark when finished. The other half of the attacks, despite whatever the Ministry might say, was solely the work of Draco Malfoy. He seemed to attack randomly, without provocation or reason. When the Death Eaters hit a target, people sometimes survived and called for help, or the Dark Mark would alert others that an attack had taken place. When Malfoy attacked, it was silent, swift and utterly deadly. There were never survivors and nobody was aware the attack had taken place until they came looking for the victims when they turned up missing. Even though Malfoy's presence was not officially acknowledged, he and the Death Eaters were creating an atmosphere of alarm and terror that had settling heavily over the wizarding community. Thus, in one of his not too rare moments of insanity, Dumbledore had decided to try and bolster student morale at Hogwarts by holding a Halloween cabaret celebration. Naturally, everyone with the exception of Dumbledore thought this was a terrible idea. The only redeeming feature, which was doubtless the only reason why anybody had cared to enter, was the first place prize of 50 galleons and a free full-course meal at the Three Broomsticks. Entering the Great Hall, Harry and Ginny saw a pair of second-year Ravenclaw girls finishing a short piece that was a toughly butchered version of a popular Weird Sisters song. Once they were done, as Harry and Ginny were approaching the Gryffindor table to join Hermione, the Master of Ceremonies and his assistant took to the stage. One of the Death Eater attacks 2 weeks prior had led to Professor Sprout's cousin and his wife being badly injured and their house destroyed. As such, the herbology professor had taken a leave of absence and was currently being substituted by Short and Fat Man, who, despite his name, was of Greek ancestry. He was currently wearing green and white striped robes, with a vibrant-looking robe of white, black and orange thrown over his sloping shoulders. This was Professor Arbuckle Boodle Bumtrinket, accompanied by his very nervous and reluctant assistant, Neville Longbottom. "Ah, yes," announced Neville, a sonorous charm causing his normally timid voice to carry to the very back of the hall. He looked as though he had just been through a harrowing potions lesson with Snape. "Thank you, Megan and Gabby from, Ravenclaw for that inspiring rendition." Loki snorted and remarked sarcastically, "Ah, inspiring. So that's what that it's called. For a moment I thought young Virginia was correct and it was indeed a pair of mandrakes." Asterisk. "Hush now, Loki," Harry told the voice as he and Ginny sat down. "Your own singing talent is nothing to brag about." "Quite right, Mr. Longbottom," agreed Boodle Bumtrinket as he stood beside Neville with a piece of parchment in his hands. He looked just as enthusiastic to be up on the stage as his student did. He looked down at the parchment he was holding and read off, "Next we will be presenting a pair of 6th-year Slytherin boys." Harry, Ginny and Hermione shared an alarmed look. Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle. Please give them a welcoming hand. The two hulking boys, wearing the same green dress robes from the Yule Ball 2 years before, lumbered onto the stage. Apparently they had managed to squeeze into the robes with the aid of an enlargement charm on the material in order to make up for 2 years of growth. The robes were still a poor fit, however, and seemed in danger of splitting at any sudden movement. They paused by the small band, which Dumbledore had procured from the Hogsmeade village court, obviously instructing them on what tune to play. They then moved to the stage center, passing Neville and Boodle Bumtrinket as they departed, and visibly prepared themselves. With an audible, and highly theatrical, clearing of his throat, Goyle began to sing. "Oh, Paddy was an Irishman. He came from Donegal, and all the girls they loved him well. Though he only had one ball. For the Irish girls are girls of sense. And they didn't mind at all. For as Paddy pointed out to them, 'twas better than none at all. Oh, Falderal and Foldere. A sailor's life is grim. So you're only too delighted. If you get a bit excited. Whether it's with her or him. Ginny found herself unable to do anything but gape in dumbstruck horror as Crabbe joined in for the chorus. The bulky Slytherin was holding his hands to his chest and attempting to project his voice in an operatic manner. He was not succeeding. With wide eyes, Ginny shared a look with Harry that clearly spoke of their mutual desire to disappear to somewhere other than the Great Hall. Anywhere. She turned to ask Hermione if the earlier acts had been as bad, as dreadful, but found that her friend had acted true to form. Being the thoughtful witch that she was, Hermione had come to the cabaret fully prepared. Somehow she had acquired a pair of the massive earmuffs used by students when dealing with mandrakes in herbology. Oh Circe, she thought, turning back to where Goyle was starting on the second verse, I would give just about anything for a pair of those right now. Give a little extra, Harry told her, I want a pair as well. Oh, Blodwyn was a Welsh girl. She came from Cardiff City. And all the boys they loved her well. Though she only had one titty. For the Welsh boys there are boys of sense. And didn't they all agree? One titty is better than two sometimes. For it leaves your one hand free. Oh, Falderal and Foldere. A sailor's life is grim. So you're only too delighted. If you get a bit excited. Whether it's with her or him. Ginny contemplated the idea of casting a silencing charm around the Gryffindor table, but she lost her train of thought when she spotted Seamus out the corner of her eye. He was sitting between Moira and Dean and had, for reasons best known only to himself, large and richly yellow chunks of cheddar stuffed into his ears. What the devil is that Irish boy up to? Asked Isis' voice. Blame it on the butterbeer, explained Dean, seeing Ginny's bewildered expression. Listening to this racket, I'm almost tempted to try that myself, commented Harry, who had looked to see what had caught Ginny's attention. Moira propped her chin on her hands and stared at the stage with a resigned expression on her face. Yea no soon then, she said with a sigh. After a while th. Concept. Dian Beckums Vera appealin'. Seamus, cheese firmly embedded, asked, Gertrude was an English lass. She came from Stoke-on-Trent. But when she loved a nice young lad, she always left him bent. Fortunately an escape presented itself to Ginny and her friends in the timely appearance of one of the many Aurors permanently stationed at Hogwarts. Since the attack on Hogsmeade the previous Christmas, Harry had managed to bluff, Minister Fudge into having a full division of Aurors assigned to the school. Harry and Ginny, who stepped out of Gryffindor Tower every night for an hour or two to patrol around the grounds and assess state of the defensive wards, had become reasonably familiar with many of the Aurors. Harry, Ginny, greeted a young Auror called Victor when he reached them. He had long, curly brown hair that was drawn into a messy ponytail as well as an unkempt goatee that did not suit him. Ginny had come to the conclusion that he had only allowed the facial hair grown in because he was too lazy to shave, or charm it off every morning. Hey, Vic, greeted Harry, turning away from the travesty of song that currently occupied the stage. He asked, what brings you into this cacophony? Victor winced as Crabbe hit a particularly off-key note in the chorus. Duncan wanted me to let you know that your guest has arrived. McTaggart has taken her down to your office so she can wait for you. Ginny exchanged an eager look with Harry and Hermione. It had been nearly 2 months since Harry had asked Hermione to write a letter to their guest, as Victor put it. They had discussed this plan of Harry's before and, while Ginny and Hermione were somewhat dubious, it had enough merits to warrant an attempt. Plus it was the perfect excuse to leave the show early. Oh, Angus was a Scottish lad. He came from Aberdeen. Bloody Hades, groaned Moira, nay Scotland as well. Come on, Harry said as he stood up. He grabbed both Ginny and Hermione by their arms and urged them to their feet. Let's get a move on before they start singing about any countries on the continent. Having vacated the Great Hall with all due haste, Hermione, Harry and Ginny proceeded to the third-floor corridor and down the stairs to the practical fighting techniques area. They reached the small antechamber at the foot of the stairs. Before them stood the 3 large doorways that led into the auditorium. They were bare, stripped of the large oak doors that had once stood there and gaping at them like some empty, mocking eye sockets of a grotesque skull. Through the open entryway, Hermione could see the insides of the auditorium. For the most part, the physical repairs were all but complete, requiring only a few cosmetic touches to finish returning the room to a pristine condition. The auditorium was only incomplete in the eyes of Harry and Ginny, who were still working on a wide variety of wards, charms, and only the two of them knew what else. Apparently, though nobody else laid any blame at their feet, the couple both considered Draco Malfoy's rampage and its consequences to be their responsibility. As such, they were working near constantly, at least 1 hour a day, in the room to prevent any dark magics, in any form, from gaining entrance. Until they were satisfied, the once nightly practical fighting techniques classes would be on hold. Dumbledore had offered the use of the Great Hall as a substitute until renovations of the auditorium were complete. The two young instructors had declined, however, preferring to wait for the work to be fully finished. It was, they said, more a symbolic act than anything else. Still, as a temporary measure, practical fighting techniques had been evolved, or perhaps even devolved, into a dueling club. It was a similar concept to the one Gilderoy Lockhart had tried to get started 3 years earlier, but far more successful. Not difficult without his bumbling attempts to teach making a hash of everything, Hermione thought, her eyes wandering over and through the yawning doorways into the cavernous auditorium. The club would meet every Monday night after dinner and was open to all students, from 1st to 7th years. As a general rule, the various years were kept separated unless the student showed sufficient aptitude and skill to be placed with more advanced students. Unsurprisingly, to those that knew her, Moira McKay had rapidly left her fellow 4th years behind and was now on par with most of the more proficient 5th years. Dean and Seamus had started a betting pool as to when she would be promoted to duel against the 6th years. Matches and scoring were supervised by Harry, Ginny, Hermione, Professors McGonagall, Snape, and the husband and wife defense teachers, which led to some interesting moments as the teachers tended to back particular students. Professor Snape was the more often than not loser in these bets and challenges, and almost always to one of the Proteuses, much to his annoyance. Hermione turned away from the auditorium as they walked, repressing a slight shudder at the memory of the stone ceiling giving way. She looked to one side of the 3 doorways, to where a single, innocuous door was set into the wall, leading into Harry's office. Outside, waiting for them to arrive, was the Auror who had escorted the person they were meeting. Amy McTaggart was a young woman with long, straight red hair, deep blue eyes, and a bit of an Irish accent. Amy was one of the youngest Aurors stationed at Hogwarts. She had been a 7th-year Ravenclaw during Harry's first year and had only completed her Auror training and been posted on active duty 2 years before. "Hi, Harry," she called as she spotted them approaching. "Hello, Ginny, Hermione." "Hello, Amy," greeted Harry. "Is she here?" The young Auror's face darkened in a disapproving scowl. "Aye, she's waiting in your office. Though why you'd ever want to speak with her I don't know. She's never been anything but a gossip monger. That's what I'm afraid of." Hermione wasn't all that certain they should be having discussions with her either, but Harry had put forth a persuasive argument. He shrugged nonchalantly and told Amy, "We're just checking to see if she might not have any information for us." "Okay," accepted Amy reluctantly. "In any case, I've got to get back to my post by the gates. If you need anything else, just give a yell. We'll yell, scream, shout, holler, and set off filibuster fireworks," declared Ginny with one of those impish grins that loudly proclaimed her to be related to the notorious Fred and George. Amy, shaking her head, departed and made her way up the winding staircase leading up. Harry waited until she had disappeared from sight before reaching for the handle and pushing the door open and waving the 2 girls inside. Once more unto the breach, Hermione thought humorlessly as they stepped into the office. "Hermione, are you all right?" asked the woman sitting brazenly behind Harry's desk. She was playing with one bee-owned curl, her gaudy spectacles perched on the very end of her nose and her feet propped on the desktop, next to her crocodile skin handbag. She smirked wickedly and continued in a saccharine tone, "You're looking ghoulish, even for Halloween." "Rita," acknowledged Hermione, gritting her teeth and resisting the urge to reach for her wand and hex the columnist to Kingdom Come. Harry stepped up, resting a calming hand on Hermione's shoulder. He glared silently at Rita Skeeter with the full force of his blazing green eyes. Hermione was gratified to see the older witch swallow nervously and take her feet off Harry's desk. The columnist shifted uncomfortably and then reached for her handbag, her long nails gleaming colored as she did. "Don't bother, Ms. Skeeter," Harry told her, forestalling her from opening her bag and pulling out any parchment and her quick quotes quill. He leaned forward, resting both fists on the desk and seemed to loom over her. "This isn't an interview. This is a business proposition." "A proposition?" asked Rita snidely, apparently making an attempt at recovering from Harry's fierce stare. She leaned back in Harry's chair and steepled her fingers. "And just what do you wish to talk about, Harry? How can a humble reporter such as myself lend aid to the famous boy who lived?" "Die," was the first suggestion to enter Hermione's head. Unfortunately, Harry had other ideas of the snobbish woman. "First, get the hell out of my chair," he ground out, waving his hand between them. With a soft pop, Rita disappeared from view, leaving Harry's chair to swing back and forth from the sudden loss of weight resting in it. An identical pop sounded off to one side and Rita reappeared, still in her seated position, but without a chair to support her. With a thump she hit the floor. "Second," declared Harry, rounding the desk and taking his seat. He motioned Hermione and Ginny to make themselves comfortable. "Shut up and let me do the talking." Rita stumbled to her feet, glaring viciously at Harry. "Why in the 7 rings of hell should I do that?" Harry leaned back in his chair and arched an eyebrow at her. His voice took on the same sickly sweet tone Rita had been using earlier when he answered, "Because if you help me, I will help you. The biggest, most exposing, most far-reaching, most acclaimed story you will ever write." "I'm listening," said Rita as she warily approached the desk. With another wave of his hand, Harry conjured up an extra chair for her to sit in, but made sure to keep it a little bit separated from Hermione and Ginny's chairs. Rita sank into it and kept her eyes on Harry, her expression a closed one. "Have you heard about what has happened to Draco Malfoy?" asked Ginny, drawing Rita's attention away from Harry. The woman nodded. "Of course. The ministry isn't letting the press print anything though. They say they want to prevent a panic, but I have a fair idea about this well of shadows you told Dumbledore all about." How does she know what Harry told Dumbledore? Thought Hermione with some alarm. As far as she knew, the details of Draco's transformation into the well had not yet been made public. "Do you know what's required to create a well of shadows?" asked Harry. When Rita shook her head, he shifted in his seat and leaned forward, propping his elbows on the desk. "Among other things, it needs the blood and magic sacrifice of 100 witches and wizards." "Impossible!" Rita exclaimed, looking surprised. She shook her head disparagingly. "It couldn't be done. I hear almost everything of consequence that goes on in this country, and believe me, I'd know it if 100 people were killed all at once. There's no way nobody found out about such a slaughter. It's simply not possible." "Perhaps," admitted Harry. "That's why we asked you here tonight." Ginny stood up and sat on the corner of Harry's desk. "So far we've come up with 4 possible explanations. 1. Tom, Lord Voldemort, has been sneaky about it. He acquired the people he needed for the sacrifice from overseas, possibly over a long period of time, so that nobody in our ministry would be aware that something had happened." "Possible, but why bother?" observed Harry. Hermione turned in her chair, to face Rita more directly, and continued. 2. The sacrifices did come from Britain. 100 witches and wizards were killed here, on this island. Only the ministry and Fudge are too stupid to notice." "Also possible," admitted Harry, "but unlikely." The dialogue turned back to Ginny. 3. The ministry, that is Minister Fudge, did notice the loss, but have been suppressing the information because they don't want to cause a panic. Very much like why they're reluctant to allow any disclosure about Malfoy and his transformation into the Well of Shadows. Very likely, but if true, then why hasn't the minister or his people told us or any of our people about it? He has instructions to keep us informed in any matters that might possibly pertain to Voldemort and his followers, noted Harry. 4. Finished Hermione. Fudge and his lot have noticed the missing people but are suppressing the information out of spite for Harry and Professor Dumbledore. Or possibly an ulterior motive, beyond simple pettiness, that we are unaware of. Harry looked intently at Rita. "This is why I asked for Hermione to request you come here. We need someone to dig into this mess and find out the truth. Is Fudge just an incompetent idiot or is he withholding his knowledge? If he is, then why? Rita looked at the three students incredulously. So you chose me? Who better? Asked Hermione, hating what she was about to say. You seem to have a talent for digging up dirt on people, finding whatever skeletons they have in their closets. If anyone can ferret out what Fudge is up to. What exactly do you have in mind? Harry quickly finished his discussion with Rita Skeeter. Their plans for digging into Minister Fudge's activities were finalized and he sent her on her way after what was probably the single most polite and candid conversation he had ever had with the Daily Prophet journalist. Of course, that was not saying all that much considering his previous encounters with her. Shortly after she left, there was a soft knock on the door to Harry's office. Ginny, who had been pacing restlessly, quickly opened the door and let Remus Lupin inside. Following on Remus' heels was the large, shaggy black form of Snuffles. Once the door was closed, Sirius transformed and was greeted by Harry with a firm hug. You okay, Harry? He asked as they separated. I've been better, Harry replied wryly. We all have. Sirius sighed and ran a hand through his tousled hair. I'm sorry it took us so long to get here. Don't let it bother you, Sirius, Ginny said, indicating for the two men to seat themselves. We understand that you had your hands full keeping an eye on Tom and his Death Eater's movements. Remus, taking a seat next to Hermione, asked, How's Ron? Any changes in his condition? Hermione answered quietly, No. Sirius knelt down beside her chair and rested a hand on her shoulder, giving a comforting squeeze as he told her, Don't worry about it, Hermione. You know Ron, even when he's down he doesn't ever give up. Remember when I broke his leg and he still tried to fight me off? Thanks, Sirius, Hermione replied. She looked at him gratefully, but tears were glistening in her eyes. It's just so hard not being able to talk to him. To be with him. We know, Remus told her from her other side. We know. I hate this feeling, Harry thought, watching as his godfather and sometime professor comforted his friend. I hate feeling so utterly helpless. Harry, Ginny chided him. She had come around the desk and seated herself, to his embarrassment, on Harry's lap. She made certain to wiggle about quite a bit too before settling down comfortably. Harry showed his slight disapproval by playfully poking at her ribs with a finger. How long will you be staying? Asked Ginny, wiggling about again, this time to avoid the finger Harry was tickling her with. Only a few days, I'm afraid, admitted Sirius unhappily. Remus nodded. Dumbledore wants us to make a trip to Paris, and after that to Dublin. We've been told by Snape that Voldemort is preparing a gathering of vampires in both cities. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Paris is supposed to be one of the favorite night spots for vampires. I guess the French cuisine appeals to them. I don't know about Dublin though, that seems a bit out of the ordinary. If anything about this situation can be considered ordinary, remarked Aeolus. That's one of the reasons Dumbledore is sending us, Sirius told him. His godfather perched on the arm of Remus' chair. We think Voldemort is assembling a cabal of old ones there, possibly for a strike against the ministry. Would the old ones, the ancient vampires, get involved in this? Asked Hermione. She shifted in her seat to look at them better. From what I've read, most vampires over 1,000 don't pay much attention or interest in wizarding affairs. Is there anything Hermione hasn't read about? Asked Alexander. Harry hid his smile and replied smugly. The only things Hermione hasn't ever bothered to read about are probably those sappy romance novels my aunt was so fond of. Perhaps we should send Snape to find out, suggested Ginny jokingly. After all, the man's practically a vampire anyhow. All he needs is to start drinking blood and he'll fit right in. Sirius laughed. I've been saying that since the day I first met that slimy git. Remus chuckled. Actually, you said something to that effect within about 3 minutes of coming face to face with him on the Hogwarts Express. He hasn't ever done anything to change my opinion either, agreed Sirius happily. Harry meanwhile was deep in thought and missed most of the byplay, thinking about what Sirius had said about a possible cabal of old ones. Vampires, especially truly ancient ones, were capable of powerful magic that could prove dangerous even to the Order of the Phoenix. You okay? Asked Ginny, who had noticed his distraction. Fine, he told her, before asking, Hermione, have you had any luck in the library yet? Ginny and I've been going through most of the headmaster's private library, but we haven't had much luck finding what we need. Nothing, I'm afraid, admitted Hermione, shaking her head. Finding what? Asked Sirius. Ginny answered, we've been looking for documented information about Hogwarts, protective wards as well as the layout of the general magic surrounding the school. We might have to make some modifications, Harry told her, using his hands to hold her hips in place and prevent too much squirming against his lap. It would be a good idea to include some sort of, I don't know, barrier spell to prevent any vampires to enter the school or the grounds. Something else to worry about, muttered Ginny, sinking her head back against his chest. Wonderful. Harry noticed that Remus had narrowed his eyes and was looking thoughtful. He had obviously realized that neither Harry nor Ginny had mentioned the reason as to why they wanted information about the wards surrounding Hogwarts. His curiosity was obviously piqued and he was obviously about to ask when suddenly the door to the office swung open. Hey, Potter, what's keeping you down here? Asked Blaise Zabini as she sashayed her way into the room. She had most of her attention directed at Harry as she entered, but her voice trailed off as she noticed the visitors Harry was entertaining. Our budding masters of body sea shanties are finished now, all 140 verses, so there's no reason for you to hide. He had to smile, even if he was slightly concerned about what had just happened. Blaise was now frozen just inside the office, her mouth hanging slightly open and her sparkling blue eyes wide as could be. Hermione was sitting stiffly in her chair, watching the Slytherin girl in obvious alarm and was shooting worried glances towards Remus and Sirius. Ginny, still resting on Harry's lap, was holding her breath in anticipation and he could feel the sudden tension in her muscles where he held her. The two adults, for their part, were frozen in place in much the same manner as Blaise. Remus was sitting on the very edge of his seat and was moving scarcely a muscle. His face had likewise frozen in a blank mask. Sirius, the more excitable of the two, had such an expression of dismay and apprehension, not including the complete drainage of all the blood in his face, that Harry wondered if his wasn't having an attack of some sort. Harry, he heard Ginny ask him, what are we going to do? I think maybe I should introduce her to Sirius, he replied seriously. She already knows Remus. Ginny twisted her head to look at him. Her eyes were wide. You have got to be joking. She's seen Sirius, she knows he's here at Hogwarts. Once loud scream and she'll have a dozen oars running down here. Harry reached up and stroked her cheek. Don't worry, Gin. I trust her. She's a Slytherin, she cautioned him. I know, he admitted, looking past her to where Blaise and Sirius were staring silently at each other. She persisted. Why? Why do you trust her with something like this? Harry sighed softly before explaining. Remember during the Triwizard Tournament? After my name was spat out by the Goblet of Fire. All those badges Malfoy was handing out. Potter stinks, she nodded fractionally. Blaise was the only Slytherin in the school who never bought or wore one, Harry told Ginny, thinking back to those harsh days when it had seemed that almost everyone was against him, even Ron. She never supported me openly, but it meant a lot to me that she did that. Besides, the cat, or rather the dog, is out of the bag. What would you suggest we do if we can't trust her? Obliviate her memory of walking in on us. That's probably not a bad idea, she muttered silently. After a moment she sighed and shook her head just enough to let him know her decision as she leaned back against his chest. Well, at least now we have an ally in Slytherin that's not Snape. Harry chuckled, returning his attention to the still frozen forms of Hermione, Remus, Sirius and Blaise. He waved a hand from Blaise to Sirius and back, finally breaking the long silence. Sirius, this is Blaise Zabini, he introduced with a bemused smile. Blaise, this is my godfather, Sirius Black. Sirius Black? Asked Blaise weakly. Yes. Sirius Black, as in the escaped prisoner of Azkaban? She asked, looking at Sirius with more than a little concern. The convicted murderer and supporter of the Dark Lord. That's Sirius Black. Harry nodded. That's right. Oh, you know, Blaise finally tore her wide-eyed gaze away from Sirius and towards Harry. A few years ago I would have started screaming by now. That's what I like about you, Blaise, he admitted with a smile, you're very level-headed. Blaze returned his smile and then strode over to where Sirius was sitting perched on the armrest of Remus' chair. She came to a stop just in front of him and looked him over in a manner that reminded Harry of his Aunt Petunia sizing up a side of beef at the butcher's. "So you're the infamous Sirius Black?" she asked coyly. At Sirius' silent nod, she reached out a hand and seductively traced the line of his jaw with a manicured finger. She grinned impishly at Sirius' dumbfounded expression and told him, "You're cuter than I thought you'd be." Harry tried his hardest not to laugh as Sirius all but fell from his seat. He couldn't hold back a short cough of amusement as Blaze turned away from the two men and spoke to him again. She shook her head in what could only have been wonder. "You certainly do keep interesting company, Potter. You'll have tell me about it one day." He shrugged and gave a noncommittal nod. "One day." Blaze's eyes were twinkling merrily as she walked to the door and pulled it open again. She stood in the doorway and looked back at Harry. "I'll hold you to that. See you up at the feast." Just before she turned to leave, she glanced at Hermione and then at Ginny, who was still happily sitting on Harry's lap. She nodded amiably to them. Granger, Weasley. Turning on a heel, the centerfold of Slytherin House stepped out of the office. She left behind one highly amused Harry Potter, two bemused, if slightly concerned young ladies, one somewhat worried, but otherwise willing to trust Harry's judgment, werewolf, and lastly one escaped convict that was in the process of having a mild stroke. Offhand, it was quite an exit. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.